my fantasy. Are you coming with me? Read my fantasy.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Pro Pod. Got my homegirl right side in the house again. We're gonna be going over this Andrew Wilson debate with who was the guy's name again that he went against? Right side.
Okay, I can hear you now. It was glitching.
Oh, you're good. What was that guy's name that he went against? I forgot it.
Dave.
Dave.
He's a libertarian comedian. Yeah.
Dave Smith. All right. Well, no, I'm excited to see this because I didn't really watch it all the way through, so I actually will be surprised a lot.
I've watched about 30 minutes of it, but
okay, we'll both be a little bit surprised then. Now, go ahead and let them know where they can find you, though, really quick on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah, you can find me at xexclusionary or useless or eaters useless on Twitter or on YouTube at Useless Eaters Pod.
All right, everybody go show support. Go subscribe to her on Twitter, guys, because that's the best way that you can support us right now is doing that. Or since I don't have my subscribe button on Twitter, you can also just go become a member on YouTube for me, please. Like the video on your way in. If you become a YouTube member, I'm putting all my course videos on there for the $5 a month tier. So you actually get a little bit of a value in content if you do that. But yeah, shout out to my boy, Just Jerry over here. He's a political commentator. WPPP, what up, Michael Mitro? And shout out to Live Love was up here earlier, and then Don was talking a bunch of shit before the show was starting. God damn, y'all are in the chat more before the show than fucking when the show starts. But yeah, let me get this video up. Present, share screen. Boom. All right, let's get it going.
So both of these guys think it's going to
We
be
got
fantastic.
fast forward a little bit.
Actions they take with each other, very ideology itself with you is because
You go first. You have up to 7 minutes for your opening statement. Whenever you're ready.
sure, you guys can hear me okay?
Can you hear that all right side?
Yep, I can hear it. Good.
Okay, perfect. He asked, does homegirl got an Instagram?
No, I got banned from Instagram.
She got banned from Instagram, man. Yeah, I'm borderline at that point where I'm about to get banned, but I need to not get banned on there because it's a good marketing tool, so I'm not going to do that.
Yep. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Dave, for coming to tonight's debate. I appreciate it. I want to let you know the reason I'm having this debate with you is because I think I can bring you to the dark side of the force, and you're already halfway there. My hope is to convince you to get to the rest of the way there. Libertarianism is, in the end, a system which inevitably leads to degeneracy. The reason libertarians currently have a Skittles nominee for president is because the very ideology itself is corrupt. It starts with the very core idea on which all other ideas are based, which is self-ownership. I know this is a doctrine that Mr. Smith does believe because I have seen him reference it multiple times in multiple appearances, most recently on Reason TV in his case against open borders. It's a failing dogma because it opens up the ultimate can of worms. People really do own themselves, then we really can't engage with any voluntary actions they take with each other and stop them, overrule them, or force them not to do those actions. This is exactly why Skittles in society exists. By this logic, we can't outlaw incest, prostitution, we can't outlaw gay marriage, we can't outlaw polygamy, we can't even outlaw unaliving yourself. All things which Christian ethics point to as absolutely immoral. Dave can't really say that they are, though. They have to be allowed if you own yourself, or it would be a violation of the self-ownership doctrine. It's nice and all that Mr. Smith has distanced himself from the failure that is the modern Libertarian Party, and I applaud him for doing it, but ultimately, the very reason he had to is because of this reason. it always leads to the absurd outcome of mass degeneracy. It has to. There's no way around it. Dave assumes, for reasons I don't understand, that his solution of non-promotion yet legalization is somehow better than the alternative of the state utilizing authority to remove these moral plagues. I want the state busting up prostitution rings and pimps. I want them arresting incest practitioners, and I want them to arrest polygamists. I want them to use force to prevent unaliving of oneself. The anarcho-capitalist, in this case Dave, can't justify the state really doing any of those things. The Christian ethicist can, striking a key balance between what he would call totalitarianism and what are considered freedoms. For us, though, Mr. Smith has outlined a plan, one he often repeats. His plan is to have libertarians move into positions of governance in order to take control of key systems and then abolish them eventually, in hopes that we eventually get to some kind of anarcho-capitalist society over time. He says this because, quote, the perfect is the enemy of the good. This means, of course, that because a thing isn't perfect doesn't mean we shouldn't move to what's better, even if what's better isn't perfect. So that the audience knows this is also the exact plan of socialists. They also want to seize government institutions, abolishing power over time, in order to end up with a stateless society, just like Dave wants. It's amusing to note that ultimately what both sides are really fighting over is the power of the state and the use of its force. It's hilarious to me that Christians have fallen for any libertarian dogma at all. We have every right to rule as much as the secularists, and the right to wield state power how we see fit, to exercise our will, just as the libertarian Mr. Smith wants to do himself, and as the socialists want to do. Mr. Smith definitely can't argue we shouldn't, as if traditional Christians were in power, society would certainly be better than it is now. And well, if it's not perfect, well, perfection is the enemy of the good. Christian ethics is a superior system of justification, starting points, which reject libertarian axioms, including that of self-ownership, on which the non-aggression principle must base itself. I'd like to see Dave demonstrate for us that self-ownership is true. I'm willing to be convinced, but thus far I most certainly am not. I'd like him to finally clarify his oughts and if incest ought be allowed, if it isn't reproductive, if homosexual marriage ought be allowed, if polygamous marriages ought be allowed, and if unaliving yourself ought be allowed. Anytime in the past I have seen Dave push on these ought claims, he's somewhat evasive and dodgy. And I think it's time to get clear positions and note what he actually does want in society, not as preferences go, but as his ought of self-ownership demand people be allowed to do, with no evasion. Tell us what is true, that you do believe prostitutes ought to be able to be prostitutes if they want, that those who want to unalive ought to be able to do that, that polygamists ought to be able to marry as many people as they want, that Skittles people ought to be able to get married, that drug use ought to be legal regardless of the drug. I'd like to get into these distinct philosophies. I think that's enough for us to start with. And with that, I'll yield my time to Dave.
Okay. All right, Dave.
What would your response be to this if you were playing the agnostic role, and you were, Dave? Like, what is your response to that?
Oh boy. I would say, assuming his position is Christian populism, that the exegesis of scripture is just like whatever his kind of arbitrary exegesis is, or like say his interpretation versus the Protestant's interpretation, that becomes the same problem as he's accusing Dave of. Well, it becomes equally ambiguous, and so you just have to settle based on what tribe you've chosen. Have you chosen the Orthodox tribe, or have you chosen the Protestant tribe? Because then it's like within a Christian populism dynamic, then it's like, okay, whatever idea is the most popular, then it becomes a situation where it's the tyranny of the majority. So it's like, it's basically like, oh, it becomes a situation where, okay, then we should have pure democracy then, because that's what the people want. It's Christian populism. So therefore it becomes difficult. How do you know which method of Christian exegesis to apply to scripture to like get to derive principles to consistently derive principles across the Bible and apply them to society? It becomes, you get into the same exact problem he's accusing Dave of.
Yeah. No, so, but what I feel like he also is kind of failing to understand, and we see this later on in the video, is that I think everybody has a misunderstanding of libertarianism, or maybe even I had a misunderstanding of it a little bit, because there's like a lot of, I guess, assumptions that like we make, and I feel like maybe I'm wrong about this, and you'll clarify later on, or like we'll talk more about it when we hear Dave talk. But I feel like a lot of what he ends up saying is just, I don't know, kind of clarifying that libertarianism isn't what we just see like as the big tweet post of like a libertarian saying something really stupid or something, because we do it all the time.
I've campaigned for the Libertarian Party. I was a member of the Libertarian Party. I campaigned for Joe Jorgensen and the Senate candidate in my state in 2020. Libertarianism is a big umbrella because it tends to include anarcho-capitalist, monarchist, big L libertarians, and then classical liberals. or basically anyone who's slants right wing but doesn't like the Republican Party. So there's different schools of thought within libertarianism, and then different schools within those schools. So when Dave says he's libertarian, I'm assuming he means little L, which means like not necessarily, he doesn't necessarily subscribe to every point of the party big L platform. He's just he just identifies with this kind of amorphous umbrella of ideas, and he picks a school. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Right Side has a weird hat on because of the big mouth behind you. I would have told Days Booker, why'd you have me come in this? No, but so you brought up narco-capitalism there. Don't you think that like a narco-capitalist state naturally happens though, just within a country like ours where there's immense freedom? Like there's no narco-capitalist state in a country like the Emirates or whatever, where like Dubai is. Like in that country, like there's no narco because it's super strict. They have all this religious like power to just kind of just keep everything out.
Well, it's not anarcho-capitalism
freedom.
if you have labor laws, if you have minimum wage laws, if you have any type of regulation, like if you have environmental regulation, if you have food standards, if you have any type of, let's say like drug scheduling, if you outlaw drugs, if you outlaw any type of substance, if you outlaw any type of armament, let's say because we outlawed machine guns in the 60s. Then that slowly, the more regulations you add on commerce, then the less anarcho-capitalist it is. His argument is that anarcho-capitalist leads to natural monopolies. But then the flip side is like a regulatory apparatus can create artificial monopolies. So then it's
I just think people underestimate how much illegal money runs into this country, especially through the border. Like there's an insane amount of money that because of illegal trade, like, and that's only because like shit, you get caught with some drugs in Dubai, the worst thing ever is going to happen to you, But since we have such leniency here because we want more freedom, it causes a state where there's tons of illegal trade, because we want to try to prohibit it. Prohibition never works. So, but I just think that ultimate freedom, like we have in America, always leads to somewhat of a narco.
We don't have ultimate freedom.
But we have a lot of freedom though compared to other countries. Like I'm just saying comparatively. I'm not saying that we actually are fully free. But
there's de facto freedom, there's de jure freedom. A lot of countries actually have bills of rights that are superior to ours. They actually threaten with arrest anyone that inhibits free speech or like threatens to inhibit free speech. We don't threaten people with arrest for like shouting people down, for example. We arrest them if they're trespassing or they've like are violating some sort of, let's say, restraining order, et cetera, et cetera. But what gives us freedoms is this tension, like the separation of powers. It's not our Bill of Rights. It's a common misconception. It's this tension, the separation of powers, that prevents one party from unilaterally acting. So it's that counterweight of the other party preventing one party from getting everything they want that gives the people freedom, because it inherently constrains government. And that is why the bureaucratic state is so bad. It's because they can act outside of those like natural like tension like causing forces, because they're technically part of the executive branch, but they're unaccountable, really, as in they are not voted into office, they're appointed. And so there's less of a mechanism for a democratic means of inhibiting like the bureaucratic state's power.
He's part of the Mises Caucus.
Mises.
What's the Mises Caucus?
There's a Mises Caucus from the Libertarian Party.
I'll take a natural
Mises.
What's a natural monopoly?
Natural monopolies forms under or theorized to form under narco-capitalism. So think Standard Oil Company, think John D. Rockefeller, and think like J.P. Morgan, think Carnegie, the Rothschilds. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead. You got up to 7 minutes.
Sure. So as I said, I'll make my opening a bit of a response to yours because I'm just meeting you guys tonight and I didn't exactly know what I was in for. But I will say that I know, Andrew, I have seen on Twitter, you in your bio, you refer to yourself as a paleoconservative. And that I would just say, sorry, were you going to say something? Oh, no, sorry.
Wasn't it pretty funny that this guy was like an expert on paleo conservative stuff?
Yeah, I was dying. I was dying. When he was listening to that killed me. I
This is ironic.
was just laughing.
It was just crazy because I've been wanting to look into all that stuff, and I just want to go look at summaries now to like see if that guy's right.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I would love to go figure out what they really wanted because
That fucking killed me.
it was funny.
I would just say that I'm very interested in the re-energizing of that term, and that there are people who consider themselves paleoconservatives today. I'm a big, let's just say I was very influenced, and I've read a lot of paleoconservative thinkers, Paul Gottfried, Pat Buchanan, Sam Francis, guys like this. One of the things that I think was great about all of those guys was that they all, the term paleoconservative actually came from hearkening back to the old right, which were a group of anti-statist right-wingers back who were, fighting the New Deal and fighting keeping America out of World War I and out of World War II. I would just say, in response to some of the things you said there, the idea of libertarianism and self-ownership does not at all imply that anyone is allowed to do whatever they want to do, and it certainly doesn't imply that you can't say something is horrifically immoral, even if it doesn't violate the principle of self-ownership. Certainly.
Yeah, see, this is where I'm a little bit confused about some of these stances. It's like whenever it's like somebody extrapolates it out that just because you say, that everybody should, I guess, have the freedom, like he's saying, to do what they so choose, that it's like they're also saying, oh, well, that means you can do whatever you want. But I don't think that's like how it is. Like, it's just opening it. It's saying it's open for discussion, like that we're always going to argue. I think they say a word later on in it where I forgot what term they use, but it's like an actual good pushback for all this, because it's just anything that's brought up, we just need to discuss it. We just need to have we need to figure out, like, solve the problem, I guess you could say.
And also, the problem is, like, there's an assertion there that the state is an effective moral arbiter and that regulation is an effective tool of moral arbitration. Because what Dave argues is that you can hold something as a moral wrong, but simultaneously think the best way of enforcing that moral rule isn't through statism. And so that's kind of Andrew's arguing that it is like you should enforce morality through the state, but that's what China enforces morality through the state. And so then it's a matter of first, if you're a Christian populist state, then it's a matter of like biblical exegesis. Sorry, and on the other hand, then it's a matter of, okay, how do you punish each of these? Because the Bible doesn't necessarily hand down a specific punishment for every potential moral transgression, and there's not degrees.
How do you think about that? That is such a big deal. Yeah, how do you decide? Who is all powerful enough to decide?
Populism is like whatever's the most popular. Like what's popular amongst.
So that's burning them at the stake. It's burning them at the stake.
Yeah. Well, and typically, but I've heard other arguments from Andrew, like he doesn't hold stock in the Constitution. Like basically, the Constitution is at this point just a piece of paper. And so the problem is like our Constitution constrains Trump's populism and like MAGA populism, because that's populism working within a specific framework. And then there's like nested frameworks, and there's originalism, like constitutional originalism, and then there's like schools of judicial interpretation, as in like there's textualism versus purposivism. And so when you say populism, but you have an unconstrained populism that's not governed by like a constitutional republic or governed by a constitution, then it's just pure democracy. So you can't just have like we know pure democracy doesn't work. That's constant, because like from Athens, like this is what was discussed in like Plato's Republic. Pure democracy doesn't work, which is why we chose to be constitutional republic. So you can't just have unconstrained populism. because you run into all these problems. And that's, I wish Dave would have argued something along those lines, because he didn't in what I watched. But I just think Christian populism, without some other instituted framework with which it can operate, is short-sighted and kind of an incomplete idea.
Okay. How many paleoconservative thinkers can there possibly be? Are they for or against the gays? Populism is pure democracy. Exactly what you said. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So what is a solution that, like, if you disagreed, like, what would be like the other, so like what is a better solution in your opinion?
A better solution to what?
To just like the situation that we have right now, like, is there a certain political philosophy that,
Textualism, constitutional originalism.
and what is that?
Basically going back, okay, looking at the Constitution and interpreting the text as it was meant, what the words would have meant at the time it was written, not reading some broad ambiguous purpose into the text, interpreting the Constitution and the Bill of Rights from the vantage point, using the vocabulary as it would have been understood from the time period it was written. So not kind of like with respect to, like, for example, they just with the 10th Amendment, they added this idea of the dormant commerce clause, and they expanded the commerce clause to be like just ridiculously broad. For example, in the 1940s, there was this case where they determined that a man growing wheat on his land is interfering with interstate commerce, because him growing wheat means he's not buying wheat in the open market, and that therefore is intruding on interstate commerce, because the fact he is not buying wheat on the open market means he's affecting the price by not buying wheat, and therefore that's an effect on interstate commerce. So they were allowed to ban him from growing wheat, and that kind of where that obviously, if you took like a constitutional originalist approach and a textualist approach, and like there's many famous originalist textualists, which is like Antonin Scalia is one, Clarence Thomas is one, who else? Roberts, kind of, not really, but those are just like two recent examples on the card. I don't really know about how do I remember the woman, the pro-life woman, Catholic. How did I forget her name? I don't know.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about. She's the white lady.
It's the first time
Right,
I've heard
right-wing Catholic. God, how did I forget that?
she a politician?
No, she's a Supreme Court justice.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna know that.
Oh my God, I can't believe I'm blanking on that.
Supreme
Whatever.
Court justice.
I'm pretty sure she's probably a textualist and originalist, just based on the opinion she's written so far. But and then there's Roberts. Antonin died in 2016. But anyways, those are just examples of justices that are like originalist, constitutionalist, and that's the approach that we should take. And we should try and limit kind of judicial review, because I believe the number one mistake in U.S. history, like the number one mistake that like started the ball rolling and led to a lot of this, was the judicial decision, Supreme Court decision Marbury v. Madison, which occurred. I think that decision came down in 1818, or was it 1808? I don't remember, something around the time. But basically, it gave the judiciary branch the power to interpret congressional legislation from whatever intent, whatever vantage point they wanted to look at, despite the expressed legislative intent. So what that eventually did is it allowed them to legislate from the bench, which weakens that separation of powers.
They were saying Amy. She said, "Was it Amy?"
Amy Coney Barrett. Yep.
Okay, and then but then Hegel also said Soda Mayor.
Left wing. She would be considered a purposivist.
Yeah, Amy Barrett. Yeah. Well, so what do you think about, like, because obviously one of Andrew's big stances is that it is not only is it well, it's like more it's Christian to want to have power in the government. Do you think that is a Christian thing? Like, do you think that Christians
No,
should
I think it's Schmittian. I think it's expressly Schmittian, and we can go into the metaphysics behind that. But I don't think Christians should seek power for the sake of having power. And it's because of these problems of respect to, like, okay, either you take an overt Christian nationalist approach, or you kind of take Andrew's approach, which is like broadly Christian populism. Problem with that is, okay, you do that in a country like the United States. Andrew's Orthodox. Majority of Christians in the U.S. are Protestant. Would Andrew want to be forced to be Protestant? I don't think he would. But that's what you're looking at under that.
Yeah. What if they want to enforce a Protestant law?
Exactly. That's the problem.
He might be against it. Yeah.
Because then, like, he would potentially be like criminally liable for idol worship because of the status of Mary within Orthodoxy. And so that's the problem with Christian populism, is it becomes tyranny of the majority type situation.
But so if oh man, so if God wanted people, so what is so this goes back to the whole what is orthodoxy kind of thing, because it always goes back to the church. What is the actual church of orthodoxy? Like, how many countries are orthodoxy Christian and they're fully ran through the orthodoxy church? Like, is that an actual thing?
No, it's not a thing. Well, I would say like Russia, like Putin says he's Orthodox, but the Orthodox Church does not run Russia. Putin's just more nationalist, and therefore, like, more his decisions he makes are more in alignment with the broader opinion in the Orthodox Church. It's not that the Orthodox Church runs Russia. It's that Putin is an Orthodox, like, let's say, president, dictator, however you want to characterize that. But his opinions and his views tend to, what he thinks is best for Russia tends to align what's best for Orthodoxy. But that does not mean it's like a theocratic Orthodox state. It's still secular.
So but what I want to know is because from what I know from the verses that I know, but this would, since I'm Protestant, or I would be considered Protestant, I would just be told that, oh, I'm just doing sola scriptura. I'm just saying like what I think, it is. But there are verses that I think make it kind of clear that we're not supposed to seek power, and we're supposed to respect authority. And so I really don't think that we're supposed to, have that unless I don't know. I guess it's a very weird subject for me because I don't know if you're supposed to have power or not.
I don't think it's about supposed to or supposed to not have power. It's you kind of assess your motives for seeking power. Like, why are you seeking power?
Truly make the world a better place for other people, then it's a good thing. But if it's to like do bad things or make money, it might not be a good thing.
Well, because like most people would because there's like you're almost like your impulse, like most people have an impulse towards wanting to aggrandize themselves and increase their own power. So you have to be careful with that, because then there's that post hoc rationalization where it's like, oh, I have this impulse to seek power, and I'll justify it after the fact by saying, oh, it's what's good for everyone anyways. And then you kind of like synthesize the two, and then you're like, oh, since it's good for anyone anyways, what's the harm in me saying I'm doing it because it's good for everyone anyways, instead of I'm doing it because I want power, type of thing. But
man, I think it's really crazy how there's like a whole movement for this, and it's a Christian movement sometimes. I don't know.
But it has its basis in Carl Schmitt. Carl Schmitt's been around, and the Concepts of Political. It's really interesting. So he has his most famous book is called The Concepts of Political. And he basically says there's two different spheres. There's a political sphere, and the social justice kind of civic sphere is distinct and separate from the political. And oftentimes what happens is, like, in a situation where you have unfettered immigration, what's happened is the political has taken a back foot to the like justice or the civic sphere. And so what he says needs to happen is there needs to be a resurgence or a strengthening in the political. And the political is what allows you to categorize things like the friend-enemy distinction. And that's where that whole thing, there's no enemies to the right, comes from. If you've heard that argument from Stephen Wolfe, from Charles Haywood, from Nathan F. I can't remember his last name. So his name's Nathan or something. But they always repeat this idea: there's no enemies to the right, which means anyone more right-wing than you you let them be, because like your enemy you've identified as everyone to the left of you, so you should not criticize anyone to the right. That's dangerous, because then it leads to like, okay, well, if you can't criticize anyone to the right of you, then that means you're doing the, how is that Christian anymore, right? If you aren't allowed to call out people who you perceive to be partaking in moral wrongs, you've already lost. You, back to what I was saying about that post hoc rationalization, you've already frustrated the kind of Christian aim of gaining power by even asserting that concept of no enemies to the right. Because now you're an instrumentalist. You're saying, I want power for my team to win. I want to give my team more power at any cost. And that's what that statement does, because it's like, oh, I can't call out or like prevent harms done by this group of people because of my political ideology. Then that political ideology, you can call it Christian, but that's not Christian.
So yeah, I need to look into the Schmittian stuff. John Jacob, I think this is one of your followers on YouTube, said Andrew's arguments would be your morals come out of your religion anyways, and lefties argue you should try and make the moral legal so they're intertwined. He's taken on a bit of the past modern critique.
Well, I've read books. I read the correspondences between Jacob Taubes and Carl Schmitt, and interesting, is the postmodern left postmodern, or is the postmodern left Schmittian? Because like he almost says that like postmodernity itself is Schmittian. Like it's been heavily, because all of the, like, from the Frankfurt School, they all drew on Schmitt. Even though Schmitt was an avowed Nazi, he joined the Nazi Party after the National Social Workers Party, or whatever it's called, like gained power in 1933. But Carl Schmitt, he joined the Nazi Party and he was a self-avowed Nazi. But he was extremely influential on both the right and the left. And there's even left-wing Schmittians who do the same thing on the left. They're like, oh, no enemies to the left. And you kind of see this phenomenon where you see like kind of liberals not criticizing communists. But you also see this on the right, where you have like kind of right-wing populists not criticizing fascists. So
yeah. Totally get that. Yeah. The whole thing about Christians not having power is an argument he's taken on in one of the whatever podcasts. He's definitely not a NETTR.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. This is Stephen Wolf. We should be critical of both sides, just not one or the other. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you're saying. Yeah. Is it no enemies to the left more Marcusian though?
Well, the thing is, Schmitt was highly like Walter Benjamin. I'm not sure. I haven't looked exactly into Schmitt's influence on Marcuse, but I know that Walter Benjamin was aware of him, and Walter Benjamin was buds with Marcuse, buds with Gershom Scholem. Also, not Jacob Taubes, but Hannah. I know Hannah Arendt comes in here somewhere. Hannah Arendt was influential in basically the anti-genocidal movement, like post 1960s, after the Eichmann and Jerusalem trial. She wrote the book The Benevolence of Evil, and then she also wrote the book Eichmann and Jerusalem. And that was like one of the main Nazi orchestrators who fled to Argentina, was found and extradited to Jerusalem. And that trial was in the early 1960s. That's when we got the word Holocaust. And it like, because a lot of information and data came out in the Eichmann trial, and a lot of concrete stuff that wasn't exactly public information previous to that. But
this guy said any TTR is no enemies to the right. He's saying that he's definitely not no enemies to the right, because, and I guess that's kind of true, because he does talk a lot of shit to all the other conservatives.
Well, there's degrees to that, right?
I say, yeah, he does. He pretty much tears into them pretty hard.
Yeah, so and I see that too, but it's like, does he tear into people who are more right-wing than him? Or does, because that's what it is. It's not tearing into people on the right. It's do not tear into people who are more right-wing than you.
So if he's ultra right, then there's only so many people that he can't tear into, because he's right.
So you see how this sets up a space for a evil fascist dictator, like a homicidal maniac, to rise. Because it's like, oh, the only one who can't be criticized is the most extreme. Because it's not, if you're, let's say, middle right, you can criticize everyone to the left of you, even if they're on the right. You just can't criticize anyone more right wing than you.
It's just really scary whenever you're able to say this is God ordained. Like we're supposed to take over America. Like we're supposed to do this. God said so. That's what.
That's how Hegel. That's where Hegel comes in, right? Because God becomes tricky when you bring in Hegel, because Hegel was a theologian, but he was also like he's a Christian. He was I believe he was a Lutheran. But his idea of God.
I thought he was a Jew. That's crazy. I didn't.
I
was supposed to say that word. Fuck. Algorithm just killed us, dude. I didn't even mean it. Like, it was so normal, too. We're good. Don't worry. Yeah, what about Hegel being a Lutheran?
Hegel, like his concept of God, he's a pantheist, right? He draws a lot of his ideas from Jakob Böhme. Jakob Böhme was a Christian Kabbalist and a pantheist who drew his ideas from other people.
You okay there? You kind of lost it. Oh man, it's all right. You can breathe. You can breathe for a second. That's interesting. Is postmodernism a screen for Schmittianism? Possibly.
Is postmodernism just Schmittianism? I think is the real question.
Andrew came up arguing with white nationalists quite hard, made enemies with Fuentes till a piece that I didn't know that. I did not know that they went against each other, because I would love to see that. I would love to watch those clips and stuff.
Was he arguing with them because they were white nationalists or because they were Catholics?
That probably Catholics, of course, because they're both white nationalists. So they would, but I mean, you're both fighting for the same.
Is Andrew white nationalist though?
Huh?
Is he white nationalist though?
Who?
Andrew Wilson? I didn't know he was white. Is he white?
They're not white national. No, you're right. Yeah, my bad.
Nationalist.
No. He's just Christian nationalist.
I've never heard him talk about white nationalism. Yeah, I don't know. I just haven't heard it.
I don't think he does. I just think that, like, I can't help. I'm just going to have a real moment here. I think that the reason why these guys blow up so much and they have so many followers is because there is a lot of men that are virgins, can't get women or anything like that. And the best hope that you could do if you're in that situation as a guy is just, take the Christ pill. Shame everybody, shame all the women to hopefully find a virgin one day. But I just think that's all like a giant coping mechanism, and they're taking advantage of the fact that there's millions of men that are coping. To some
degree, like, oh, if I'm not happy right now, the problem is up. And some people are internalizers, and people like, oh, like I'm horrible, and they're like, you probably met one of those people at least once. They're unbearable to be around. They're just like mopey, like woe is me. They're whiny little bitches. And but the flip side of that is blaming everyone outside of you for like whatever unease or discomfort you're feeling. They're one's projection and one's like extreme internal, like pathological internalization. It's almost like it turns into a form of narcissism, I think.
That's what I see it as too, yeah.
But yeah, because it's easier to blame, to be like, oh, I'm like the world is happening to me, I'm a victim of my circumstances, and therefore I can endlessly critique. That's kind of what the leftists do. They never really engage in like solution production. It's endless critique, critical theory. It's just critiquing everything. The reason I'm miserable is because of everything else, and I just need to critique everything until somebody fixes it. And it's kind of a version of that.
Kind of feminine to me. Sounds like some girly shit. I like Thomas Massey or Mass. He holds everyone accountable, including the alt-right. I think he considers himself a libertarian. He does have more right-wing views, but still, she said capital L libertarian too right there. No, I need to look into that. I've never heard of that guy. I've never even seen.
I love Thomas Massey.
Who is that guy?
He's a senator from Kentucky.
Really?
Like America First, yeah. I love Thomas Massey, yeah.
I need to look into him. No, that's Good point. The Jays, yeah, I should have said the Jays, man. My fucking dumbass. John Jacobs, because they were white nationalists, he tried converting the white nationalists to religion. You'd have to go back 4 years for those.
Yeah, Schmittian ideas, they've literally just gotten really popular, like in like the, I guess the popular zeitgeist in the last two and a half years. It's like this Schmittian resurgence is relatively new. And it kind of corresponds with like the rising popularity of Alexander Dugin, who's like a Russian post-liberal philosopher. But these ideas go hand in hand with post-liberalism, and post-liberalism has slowly been rising since 2020. And like the pandemic catalyzed it and brought Schmidt and Schmidt's ideas back into massive popularity.
That's what I meant. Postmodernism is the rebrand. Yeah. Yeah, Andrew is a Christian nationalist, believes in God and loves the country. What's wrong with that? Based, in my opinion. I see Christian nationalism as like a spectrum, and there's like the people on one side of the spectrum are like, we need to take control of everything and like push really hard for this stuff, and there's like the other side of Christian nationalism, which I believe in, which is like, I'm just gonna like naturally just try to fix things, and like if people end up in government positions that are Christians and make better, decisions or just vote for better things, cool. But I don't think that we need a giant movement for it. I think that it should naturally kind of happen, kind of like what you were saying earlier, right side? Like it's just out of like good for good reason. But they have valid concerns and criticisms. But yeah, sometimes I consider myself a Christian nationalist in that extent that I do want to push for more. And live love. You know this. I push for people to get into politics as much as physically possible, and I want Christians
But
specifically.
that's not Christian nationalism. That's pushing for Christian civic engagement. Christian
But what is that
nationalism
called?
is rewriting the Constitution to
Yeah, I don't want to rewrite the Constitution. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I actually believe that's I'm actually gonna start studying the founding fathers a lot more here soon, because I think they were onto something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but I think they might have been onto something there. They made a pretty good country at the end of the day. It's easier to blame the world or even the divine for your own issues than taking accountability and or changing. Yes, very true. Soren knows as an orthodoxy. He's a senator, best we have on our side. Definitely need to look into him if he's one of the best. What a wonderful dialectic you have. Shout out to Yosh, man. All right, let's get back to this fucking video, dude.
Property rights would be a great example of where someone wouldn't be allowed to do whatever they want to do if they were on someone else's property who didn't wish to allow them to do that. I think that a lot of the later stuff we'd probably have to get into in the back and forth. And
I want to answer Live Love here, because this is my homie. Yeah, but what's the counter to it then? What we have now, and is it working? That's my question. Yes, sir. I agree. Not like what I'm saying is the counter is exactly what I do, and what everybody should do. I think is just try to get more involved. People are involved in their local, and I think the local community is really slept on. We talk about the nuclear family so much. We talk about like all this stuff, and we need to be talking about just the community, just being more local government. Right, I know you talk about a lot of this stuff. Like you say it way better than me.
Yeah, civic engagement at the local level, because there's so many millions of dollars flooded into like federal elections that you're probably not gonna flip a congressional or Senate seat. So where a lot of change can be made is at the local level, because that's oftentimes there isn't a bunch of money thrown around there. So you can get like a city council seat, or you can get like a state senate or state house seat. Those are easier to flip, or like weed out, let's say a swap candidate or a rank and file Republican candidate, and get someone under the R label that is more attuned to your interest, as opposed to someone who's just serving big money.
Yeah, like John said, yeah, run for your school board, your county board. Yeah, just so everybody knows, whenever there's school board meetings, any of you can go debate. You can all go up there and say whatever the fuck you want. I don't know about whatever the fuck you want, but you could definitely go pretty ham. Sometimes there's a long line though, and there's always, in certain cities, there's always one that's the one that everybody goes to. Here in Dallas, it's I think, yeah, it's South Lake Carroll. Everybody goes to the South Lake. Like, it doesn't matter what you want to talk about. That's where everybody's going to go talk about it at. And then when it comes to the county, he's saying county boards also. For your city boards, guys, there's like anywhere from fucking 3 city boards to like 10 or 15. there's parks and recs. There's all types of shit. It just depends how big the city is and how much stuff like they're managing. So try to just get on one of those boards. And there's even like within like a district, there's multiple. What is it called? Sext, or I forgot what the technical term is here in Texas. But like there's little province, or is it a province? I can't think of the fucking term for it. But it's like a super little area, and you can manage that whole little area. It's like you're like a mini congressman.
Hey, Fabian Liberty is he knows way more about libertarian than me. I can DM him and ask if he wants to like hop. Would you be okay with him hopping on and like joining?
Yeah. Who's that?
He doesn't like me very much, so he may say no.
Wait,
maybe
what?
we should both message him.
Wait, who?
His ad is Fabian Liberty.
Who is this guy?
He's like from a specific school of libertarianism.
Shit, I should message Andrew and be like, jump on. But I bet he's streaming right now. Can you jump on a stream? Yeah, I messaged him. You said he doesn't like you?
We had like a tiff one because like there's lots of libertarian things that are libertarian arguments that potentially put children at risk.
I think it is districts live love. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It is. Yeah, district or precinct, I think is what it's called.
And he said something one time, and I like thought he was one of those libertarians. Turns out he's not. And I was like, "Oh, this is interesting." We had like a back and forth. So, but no hard feelings if he doesn't have hard feelings towards me. But there's a lot of libertarians who say some. I'm not saying he's one of those, but they're certainly out there.
Do weird stuff. Live love. Absolutely agree. We need to focus on our local love. We actually have a say there versus massive government. Say, I am still not convinced we have a say considering the last two elections and what happened. Yeah, for real. Like, yeah, you might as well just focus on the local. If he contacted you, that's because I sent him. Oh, shout out to John Jacobs. Andrew is streaming in 30. Shout out to him. Might join. Nah, he won't join if he's streaming in 30 minutes, and I don't think that he's gonna see this. He's been really busy. He's been blowing up a lot lately. Scott's streaming right now. I don't know if he'll hop on, but I told him, thank you, bro. Thank you for hitting him up. Scott equals Fabian. Thank you, bro. All right, I gotta get my caffeine right side, so I'm gonna start the video, and then I'm gonna go grab my fucking coffee.
Good.
When we're asking each other questions, I think there are lots of examples of degeneracy that you could bring up and ask whether I think we ought to be allowed to do them or not. The question to me isn't so much whether we ought to be allowed to do them, it's how society ought to treat them and what exactly has led us to the point where these awful things are so celebrated. So I'm sure there'll be more time to get into all of these things, but I would just say that I think from what I'm hearing at the beginning here, there's a big misunderstanding of what exactly it is I stand for, and also what kind of the tradition of resisting centralized authoritarian control is really all about. But I'm happy to talk more about this.
All right. Opening statement's done. So I'm going to try to stay out of it as much as possible. We'll let you two go back and forth. You only hear from me if the audience can't hear because there's too much talking over each other. Other than that, got about an hour, 15 hour, 20 minutes. You guys go ahead.
Dave, can you demonstrate for us how you own yourself?
Well, what exactly do you mean by that?
Do you own yourself?
Funny.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, I'm demonstrating. We're both demonstrating it right now on this show.
Well, you're not demonstrating that you own yourself.
What do you mean by own?
Well, I think that ownership of a thing is a...
So was this just arguing over semantics right here and just not understanding, like having two different definitions of what ownership was?
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading John Jacobs. Yeah. Send me a Discord invite. Fuck, what's my Discord?
Yeah, this Scott has a debate panel on 5. He generally does Prime K's debate panels, but in his server, he says he's reviewing his debate this Wednesday. I mod for him. You want a Discord invite? Yeah.
I don't remember my Discord name. God damn it.
Oh, here we go. How do you own yourself? Yeah, no, it's just this was a really, really funny part, just because I've seen Andrew do this so much, and he's really good at doing the whole that we really don't have rights, like our rights are just enforced by the state, which is just men at the end of the day, patriarchy. So I really do agree with that. But there was multiple times in this debate though where I was siding with Dave, and I was like, no, like this is.
But that's a very collectivist framing though, because think about so by that logic, should an old man not be able to be a politician because he's no longer capable of upholding his like that logic? It kind of falls apart when you like look at the specifics. This is why like you shouldn't do collectivist framing. You should look at it like in terms of community or communitarian, in my opinion. Because of problems like that. Because then it's like, oh, well, then you're viewing this group as a coalition and this group as a coalition. That you're framing two things as diametrically opposed forces, where if one group gets something, the other necessarily has to lose something. That's not how you want to frame it if you're on the same team. If you're in a political coalition, like on the same team, you don't want to have a faction within a faction when it's not necessary. That's why the constitutional framing of natural law is because it's like saying that all humans, by virtue of them being humans, have an ontological value. And they derive that from biblical principles. It's not explicitly biblical, but the idea of like an ontological, like an intrinsic value to each human that's separate and above that of like the value of an animal is distinct and must be respected. So it's that kind of like holding that principle and taking that like from like biblical principles, like there is an ontological value by virtue of your birth as a human being. And you don't really need to justify that. And that doesn't need to be justified. So when you start adding caveats and contingencies, you're infringing on that kind of like power. And like it's dangerous because you're infringing on that power of that concept in and of itself. Because you say, oh, well, your ability to exist as something, an individual with X value above that of an animal or above that of a rock or a tree. If I can place limitations on that, or I can place not like constructs that limit that, then that kind of spirals into the ability to scapegoat people and then eliminate them. Because now you're saying your ontological value as a human being has inherent contingencies, and those contingencies can be as arbitrary as I would like them to be.
Yeah, dangerous. Yeah, Andrew is good at walking in a corner, but it is its semantics and wordplay. Yeah, but it does look really funny on camera. Andrew's argument versus rights is a smashing down and removing distinction between rights of government versus citizens and people versus people or people versus systems. Yeah, live love. I mean, I would agree with him that words have meaning and we should be able to define them, but the problem with that, some words have several meanings or each person views them differently. Yeah, the nuance gets very far whenever you think about it in that way. Get back to this.
Just a social construction. That ownership itself is just a parameter of agreed upon criteria.
Oh, okay, but if you were
hang on, let me finish the point.
Sure.
For which, so that's how we know. So I own that guitar because we agree that I own that guitar. That's it. That's the only reason I own it. I
actually wanted to ask you something, right? So I've been listening to Jay Dyer like crazy lately, and he did something recently where like he joined the stream and he was like, "Hey guys, I was wrong about something. I love to correct myself when I'm wrong about something. So I've been doing some research." And he was like researching things in like Leviticus and certain books of the Old Testament and things that he thought were referencing Jesus, in the Old Testament. How is it not sola scriptura when an orthodoxy person is trying to understand the writings for what they want? Is it because the Holy Spirit only goes through orthodoxy people? So anything that
no, so he's probably relating specifically to right.
Because it sounded like this was what he came up with. It wasn't something he read from a saint.
He's probably relying on apocryphal writings and like patristics.
See, that's what I thought too, and I listened the whole time really closely because I wanted to make sure he wasn't referencing just something that he thought it was. And I thought it was very, very interesting because it was basically exactly what a Protestant would do, trying to just reference what he thought it was. Now, maybe I need to go back and listen to the space because there's a space. Maybe at some point he said, this is going back to this or from a certain saint or apocrypha. But I could have swore that he was just, and I was even making up my own excuses. I was like, maybe it's because it's Old Testament. Maybe because it's Old Testament, like it's kind of free for interpretation because all we really care about is the New Testament, So I was even trying to, make up excuses for him in my own head, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I had to ask. There's more to that.
Yeah, I had to ask you though for just in case, but I'll get back to it. Hold on. What did y'all say? Basically, Andrew is asking, how does Dave logically ground ownership? Fabian could answer this. I'm sure he could. Did the Discord invite come through? I don't see one in the chat. Where did you send it? Yeah, add me on Discord, bro. The link to my Discord is in the bio or down low. Oh shit! If you're on her channel, then you can't see it. You need to go to Purple Pill Pod. But if you can go, add me on Discord, bro. I will totally find it.
Yeah, I don't see an invite in my.
Or on Twitter, you can add either one of us on Twitter. If you look at the bottom of the screen, that's our Twitter @. Where was the debate at with Jay? Twitter. It wasn't a debate. It was just one of Jay's. He was actually doing a space where he was just literally just teaching. Like he was just talking and teaching. He wasn't even debating anybody. Let me go back to the video.
Anything which is that you can point to that would demonstrate that this exists outside of a social construction we agree to.
Okay. But I'm missing your point here.
My
So
point
you
is
just
that I
have-
think it's a social construction when you say that you own yourself. I don't think
Oh,
that
I
you
didn't
do.
say it's not a social construction. But
Well, then you don't own yourself?
that's a false binary. I'm not. Hold on one second.
No. That's a law of logic. You either do or you don't.
No, I didn't say. No, you're asking me if I do or I don't. Do you own that guitar?
Yeah.
Okay. But
So
you
this
just
is
said it's a
actually
social
not
construct.
how this
Yeah,
law of
but-
logic works, but I digress. Yeah, that is not how that works. But
Yeah, but so that. No, I want to see where he trips him up right here. That shit's funny.
I gave you the criteria for the social construct
Sure,
would
and
be
I
an
said I own
agreement
my,
of.
and I said I own myself.
Right, but when you
and we
say-
should- so as much as you own
Nope,
that guitar, you've
This
proved
is
nothing.
incorrect. When I say, do you own
That's fine.
yourself? And you say, I'm not sure. Law of logic
No,
would.
no, no, no,
Hang
no.
on, let me
I said
finish.
yes.
Yeah, the law of excluded middle is going to show this. It can only be yes or no. Do you have self-ownership? Yes or no. I own the guitar because we agree we do. Do you only own yourself because we agree you do?
Well, no, I don't agree that that's what ownership means. But you said yes, and I said yes, so we're both exactly even.
Well, then I want to know
what.
Then I want to know how you own yourself.
Well, look, if you actually look up ownership in like a dictionary, I think the definition that you gave would be a little bit different than that. So do I exercise my control over myself? Do I do so morally? Yes, I think so. And I actually think that in order for us to even have this conversation, we both have, in a sense, agreed to that principle.
I don't think we have.
It's me versus you. Do
Yeah,
you
how
own-
have we
do you own
agreed?
the arguments that you're making so far in this
No,
conversation?
you don't. How do you own an argument?
No, I mean, when I say that,
yeah,
I mean,
that's
is it
not
yours?
how the law of
Are
excluded.
the
It
words
came
yours?
out.
What?
That's not how the law of excluded middle works.
Did you go get a Stanley Cup?
No, I just filled my water.
I'm about to say you're like all the other.
It's a pond, so I can drink pond water. It's a life straw.
Wow.
Yeah, I can like go to a pond and drink straight out of the pond with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're such a fucking dork, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, go catch some geckos while you're at it, I guess, too. Weirdo, dude.
Out of my mouth,
Are
sure.
the
But,
words you're saying yours?
but how
the
would
words I'm
that
saying
make the
mine?
application that I own that thing?
Well, look again. Define own.
I think that the definition of ownership would be a social construct in which you and I, via agreement criteria, decide that X thing becomes property which is assigned to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So
by
if that's
that
true,
by that definition, do you own yourself?
I would say by the definition of that social construction, I could say that you own yourself, sure.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because if the
What
social-
did we just
because-
do this whole time?
Let me explain. Because if the social construction, what if we change the social construct and we decide that you can own a person, Dave?
Right. Okay. And what if we change the social construct and says I own your guitar and I own you? What
Right.
do you
That's
think the
exactly
point?
right. What if we
Okay.
change the social construct?
So like I like to think that like these conversations fall apart always to nuance. Like even my first debate with Andrew, like when I broke it down, like it was like, man, if you just bring up nuance here, like it kind of these arguments fall apart. Is it really that simple? And that's
No,
all Dave-
not even remotely.
It seems like Andrew's argument falls apart whenever you just
Yeah,
bring
so
up the
I
nuance
don't know
that Dave's
like
bringing
if he
up.
was kind of like throwing that out there because he didn't think that Dave would know how to rebut it. That's not how the law of excluded middle works.
How's
So
it
the
work?
law of excluded middle is like specifically a law in classical logic. And if you accept classical logic as the paradigm that explains the world totally, which it like there's no proof that it does, right? Because there's schools of quantum mechanics that actually disagree with the law of excluded logic. And there's also like the Copenhagen school of like with their interpretation of quantum mechanics. They're
And like
more in line.
Gödel, it can't be perfect, right?
Well, right, because of Gödel, there's an idea that like you'll have true statements that you can explain within your axiomatic set in a formal system. But with the Copenhagen School of Quantum Mechanics, it's like not like just like particle wave theory, for example. You can have a particle or wave, right? But maybe defining it as a particle or wave is a mistake. What if you define it as a potentiality? So it's a potential particle or wave. It's particle wave, but before that, it has the potential to be either. So it's not a particle, but not a wave. And so that kind of complicates things, like when you get down to quantum mechanics. So like to say classical logic holds universally, first of all, if you view the world as a formal system, right, stemming from a given axiomatic set, well, Gödel automatically gives some issues to classical logic. But also there's other like dynamics where it doesn't hold true. For example, there's this concept called intuitionalist logic, there's like paraconsistent logic, and then there's fuzzy logic. And in all of these examples is where this would break down. So classical logic and the law of excluded middle only applies if you view the world as concretely and totally from a classical logic paradigm, which means everything can be explained by classical logic. And that's not necessarily true.
So it falls apart. Bran was saying Haywood clarified no enemies to the right was his intention. I don't know who Haywood is. Soren, what did you say? She is a dork, but she is an awesome dork. Stop simping, Soren. Oh my god, dude. What? How do you have simps? This is so weird. Oh, now you got my people simping for you too. Being a pretty geek. What the hell? Come on, Lip Love. That's the opponent. We don't simp for the opponents. QM gets around by describing the aggregate, not the singular. Quantum mechanics gets Quantum mechanics also doesn't violate excluded middle, be it says the wave particle binary doesn't matter.
There are some schools that do violate it. And it just depends. Because there's some really quirky theories out there with QM. And so the problem is like with characterizing it as a potentiality, it's neither discretely is or is not, because it also kind of, you also look at the kind of like theories of time or theories of, there's a Nobel Peace Prize winner in 2022, basically proved the idea of a non-local reality, which is that like reality, I couldn't explain to you the physics of this experiment. They proved that almost like the reality is self-rendering. So it's like non-local. Like, so when the way your eye interacts with particles does this weird thing where functionally it's kind of like a video game. It's like their like theory that they allegedly proved. And that throws a wrench in classical logic because it's like, oh, things render as your eye hits it, right? So it's neither is or is not, because it's not a thing until your eye hits it. And depending on the angle of your eye hitting it is what it depends on, it is or is not. So with respect to like objectivity, it is objectively a thing or it is not a thing. It's complicated, right? Because it's more relative. A thing renders when your eye interacts with the light as it interacts with the object. And so then is that thing not a thing until you observe it? And so that's like, okay, now you're looking at the dynamic, like let's say we have an XYZ graph. So is a thing at X? Does a thing being a thing require X point in time and X event converging in order for that thing to render? And so it's like, is that now, because it requires those two contingencies, can you say that thing is objectively extant if those two events are not converging on that thing? And so that's when it gets a little more.
We're talking about the damn split experiment.
No, this is a different one. It's a Nobel Prize from 2022.
Yeah, but like whenever it comes to any of those arguments, isn't it kind of like, I don't know, kind of like crazy to try to argue any of those type of stances that like anything changes despite us looking at it or not?
Well,
Like,
no, because if you're going to say classical logic applies universally, but then it doesn't, but then it breaks down when you get to like when you get down to the smallest particles, then you can't say classical logic applies universally.
okay, I get what you're saying. Live love. Oh, Andrew is live. Gotta go. Great stream. All right. Well, thank you for coming. Check it out later. Finish it later. Definitely. So she is a woman. So simping is part of being a woman. Yeah, y'all are supposed to be the Sims. So that is fine, I guess. But nah, man. We're gonna have to go debate Andrew since he's taking all of our viewers all the time, man. That motherfucker. To simp or not to simp? That is the quotation. Yeah, I guess you meant to put question. Sure, I got you. Majored in physics, so I get it. What's majored in physics?
Majored in physics.
Oh, majored in physics. God, y'all get fucking Grammarly, bro. Like, holy shit. God, y'all are typing horrible. And I gotta read this shit.
Jacob.
Yeah.
Flattered.
She knows all the shit off the dome, bro. She's my human encyclopedia when I got to. I'll be like, what is blah, 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 blah? She's just like, and I'll Google it, and it's like fucking 90% correct. I can't type. My bad. Yeah, I know you can't type, bro. That shit's hard for my brain too.
Construction of ownership to mean you can own a person. Does that mean that people no longer own themselves?
Well, the difference here, right, is that, and it's the word that I mentioned that you didn't, is that I would say that ownership would imply that you're justified in that claim.
How are you justified in that claim?
How am I justified in the claim of owning myself?
Yeah, you just said if you agreed it's a social construction. So if we agree that it's a social construction, then we can own other people as via a social construction. That would be justified.
Well, I don't think so. So the major difference there, right, is that as we're having this conversation, and clearly what's the goal here? To persuade, probably not to persuade each other, but at least to persuade the audience who's listening to us, because we recognize that they are in control. Forget the word own, because that's triggering, evidently, but they are
not triggered by the word own.
Okay. When I say triggering, meaning that's going to start a whole nother debate about semantics. So
yeah, but semantics are important in a debate.
Okay, well, all right.
Yeah, this is funny. I was dying laughing this whole time.
Yeah, so he's saying the concept of ownership is a social construct, right? But the problem is like Dave's argument really isn't about ownership in a legalistic sense. There's like two things going on. Like Dave is arguing for self-ownership from the perspective, that's a way of articulating that concept of like ontological value. It comes from natural law. So it's like the idea of self-ownership is a proxy for that idea that comes from natural law, for like where like I own myself in the sense of like these things cannot be infringed because of the fact that I have this special ontological status. And so that's proxy for saying, by virtue of having a special ontological status, we have set up a government that recognizes that. And he said, what is objective here, right, is not this like construct of ownership, right? That's obviously dependent on time, place, society, history. What's objective is he's asserting is that I as a person, he as a person has a special ontological status. And we set our government up recognizing that ontological status. And so self-ownership just means that that ontological status interacts with the government, and therefore that is viewed by the government. The acknowledgement of that status is self-ownership.
Yeah. No, but that's where I feel like there was just a misunderstanding of a nuance on the word. Well, it's just I don't know. It's just nuance. Like there's a lot that you got to explain for it to be known, but it's way better, more entertaining for the debate if Andrew cuts them off, or they just like go kind of back and forth more. So I don't know. To me, it's like
the problem is Dave wanted to have a policy debate. Andrew wanted to have a debate about metaphysics. And it doesn't sound like Dave has that kind of toolbox. And so he's discussing things in like when you say self-ownership, he's using legalistic and policy terms as a proxy for metaphysics because he doesn't necessarily have the toolbox to discuss metaphysics. Andrew is having a metaphysical debate. Dave is having a policy debate.
So, like, when it comes to actually going and trying to help change a system, though, or anything like that, which way is actually better to know more about?
Well, to communicate with like lay people, like a theoretician is a theoretician. Yeah, that's right. Would want to know about metaphysics, because you're kind of like you're generating theories based off of kind of a set of loose principles, non-concrete, abstract principles. So that would be good to have a metaphysical based understanding and like Aristotelian ethics, Aristotelian logic, blah blah. But if you are discussing things from a political standpoint, discussing the merits of specific policies based on an already accepted underlying set of axioms, because Dave is arriving in the debate assuming that this, a lot of people like do this when they don't realize they're doing it. He's coming to the debate assuming that there's like this implicit acceptance of this idea of an ontological privilege status. And so he doesn't necessarily see a reason to dredge that up because he just assumes it's accepted. And when he comes to the debate, Andrew is partly like, no, I don't think it's very well. He's not very well done, but he's questioning Dave's kind of presupposition of this special ontological status, and Dave doesn't understand that's what he's doing.
Yeah. John Jacob nailed the difference between the two. Andrew researched Dave. Andrew generally likes metaphysics precepts. Yeah. He still tries to get terms descriptive reality down. Dave assumed shared axioms. Yeah. That was very, very accurate.
All right, let's not do this tactic of interrupting every 2 seconds. So let me just finish my point here. So we are both presuming that the people who are listening to this are in control of their own thoughts, and we could potentially persuade them toward our cause. And so if we're doing all of this, we kind of are recognizing in some sense that it's more valuable to persuade people than it is to, I don't know, just enforce our will on them. And so in that sense, I would say that, yes, there is some kind of norm that there's a justifiable path where you can persuade people versus force them.
Sure. Well, I agree that you can persuade all sorts of people and that can be part of a societal norm and that everybody can agree that that's part of a societal norm. That does not demonstrate that you own yourself. Thus, the key principle for the non-aggression principle, which is self-ownership, that's where the violation comes in. Do people own themselves? Is that a justified position or isn't it?
I'm saying that, yes, I think it is. But again,
then can you demonstrate it?
Well, what would you...
Right side, do you think people own themselves?
I believe that we hold a special ontological status that would
based off of this system that we're in.
Well, no, I believe we as humans, as created by, let's say, the ineffable divine creator, by virtue of that, have a privileged ontological status, right, as image bearers. And that was kind of that's the entire underlying principle of natural law, is that humans do have this ontological status. And that's where what the Constitution is based on is natural law and the idea that humans, as so endowed by their creator, by natural right, with natural rights. And that's in the Constitution. And so they're almost, Dave is arguing for this kind of ontological status. But he's assuming it's a presupposed axiom. So he's saying like, oh, we're already assuming, we're basing these ideas off of the idea that we are endowed by our creator with rights based on this ontological status. What Andrew seems to be doing is trying to get him to admit that. Because right now he's using I own myself as a proxy for that, and he's not going back to the axioms that natural law is based on.
Yeah, I see. And poor guy, I don't think he had any idea who Andrew was or like what he does. So I feel bad for him.
Mean by that? What would it mean to demonstrate that you own yourself?
You would have to prove that you own yourself.
That I can control myself, or what? Again, just be clear about what you're asking.
Well, here, let me give you an example. Yeah, I'll give you an example to the contrary. I have seen.
But when in these debates, isn't it really nice to like make people clarify things, and they can kind of slip up on their own just by making them clarify their own thing, which I feel like Dave did a pretty good job at making Andrew kind of like sound not too smart sometimes when he had to explain some of his points. Like he kind of made him almost slip up a few times, I felt like.
I think just from what I've seen, because I didn't get too much further, ultimately, I ended up thinking Andrew had a stronger argument, but debates aren't necessary, especially these types of debates. They're not necessarily won by who has the strongest argument. They're won by optics. They're not won through argumentation, like plain and simple.
Yeah, and he got
So-
heated a couple of times, and like that just looked.
And he was unlikable at certain moments where it was just like badgering. And then Dave did a good job of playing the back, because Andrew would put Dave in the back foot, and Dave did a good job of playing that role on the back foot and kind of emphasizing his position relative, like when he was put on the back foot and like, hey, let me speak, let me finish. And he kept saying that, and that's communicating past Andrew's communicating with the audience, and it worked. It's effective.
Dave was amazing at framing things multiple times, like and
framing the emotional situation.
Yeah, I thought, but like obviously, I don't know anything about Dave, but I think he's a comedian, and like if he's also pretty good at political stuff because he's a libertarian and stuff, it's like I'm kind of interested in watching more of his stuff, because I get the feeling he might be pretty good at being entertaining if he does those things together. Yeah, Scott's tried talking to Dave to help him with grounding theory before it didn't go well.
Scott is Fabian Liberty, or Liberty Fabian.
Throughout all of human history, that human beings seem to be able to own other human beings without much problem. That doesn't seem to be a problem. As long as the social construction of ownership of the time states that you can own another person, you seem to be able to just fine.
Right.
So this axiom of self-ownership is not obvious to me. To be an axiom, it has to be self-apparent and self-obvious.
So what demonstrated that people owned other people throughout time? Prove that to me. The same way you just said to me, prove to me that I own myself.
I did.
No. Hold on.
I'll prove to you again.
Hold on. Let's try to not. We're only a couple minutes.
You interrupted me. I didn't interrupt you.
Well, hold on. You just asked me to prove that I own myself, and then you asserted that throughout history people owned other people. So prove that.
Yeah, but we already did, and let me explain how. You and I already agreed that ownership is a social construction, and that throughout history, the social construction had changed where people were able to own other people via the social construct. So whatever the social construct is of the day, that's all it is. As long as you agree that ownership is a social construction, you basically have to bite that bullet, right?
Wait, no, I'm not even understanding what you're saying here. So we agreed it was a social construct, and then your next statement after that was prove to me that you own yourself.
Yeah, a social construction doesn't exist in objective reality.
Right.
It's a term.
Prove to me that anyone ever owned someone else throughout history. And all you said was it was a social construct.
You mean like a contract of ownership between slaves or something?
No, it's your question. So you tell me how.
Yeah, my claim is that ownership is a social construction. Do you agree or disagree with that claim?
I think it is a social construct, but there also can be ethical and non-ethical or moral and immoral.
Well, then if you make the assertion that it's anything more than a social construction, then the burden of claim is on you to demonstrate how it could be.
Well, okay. I mean, again, you're dodging my question here. I asked you the same question you asked me, and you weren't able to answer it either. By the way, part of the reason why I asked is because I don't exactly understand the question you're asking me. Are you asking me to say how I could prove that it is moral that one person should own themselves rather than someone else own them? That's not
the question. So here's the question. Let me explain it to you.
Okay.
The non-aggression principle itself revolves around the idea that human beings own themselves, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the thing is that you and I can agree that there's been tons and tons of slavery throughout human history, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So those people clearly own these other people. So this has to be a social construction of agreement is what is ownership. We agree that you own it, therefore you own it. What I'm asking for is some type of justified evidence that that is not the case and that there is some moral ought or some type of demonstration, philosophically or otherwise, that a human being actually owns themselves.
Okay. So just to be clear here, if I were to say, if you're saying ownership meaning just strictly control over who has something, then yes, there have been lots of times where people can come just take all your stuff and then claim they own it. And if you're saying the law recognizes it or the society recognizes it, then essentially they own it. So
they can do that with people too, right?
Right. And in a sense, I agree with you. And that
then you don't own yourself.
Okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I mean, dude, we got a long show here, so let's just let each other talk. So in a sense, I agree with you. Yes.
He was getting good right there to frame it as he's being like the bad one.
You can take possession of something. I don't think anybody is arguing that, and I don't think it's a very impressive point to make, that yes, people can take possession of something, and that could be codified by law or society. What we're talking about is something slightly different, which is justified ownership over something. So then the claim is like whether it's morally right that you own this or not. Fair enough. And I'm sure there's lots
I'm just
of
looking for the demonstration of what is morally right. Sure.
Well, okay. If you're looking for the demonstration of what is morally right, I'm sure there's lots of areas where you would believe something is morally right and something else is wrong. And the demonstration of it would be what? That this is what you believe. This is what seems to be right and wrong. This is what has been accepted. No,
my justification would be divine command, not seemings or phenomenal conservatism.
Okay, sure. So divine command. So, and how would you exactly determine what is and isn't divine command?
Let's assume for a second that I was, I don't know, like delirious, right? And just thought I talked to God and he gave me commands, right? If it's just preference, if we're just going off of preference, just things which Dave prefers are true, and Dave just prefers that you own yourself because he does, then any preference that I came up with in this delirious state where God was speaking directly to me would be just as valid as whatever preferences that you just axiomatically come to because you just want them to be true. What my claim here is that libertarianism at its foundation, at its fundamental foundation, is flawed because this axiom of self-ownership isn't actually true, but rather a social construction which is asserted as though it is a truism when it clearly is not. So it's a fundamental flaw. The reason that you guys come up with such absurd conclusions like that prostitution ought to be legal and all these other things is, and by the way, Dave, you have to end up with that. Otherwise, people don't own themselves. Do you think the state should come in and, like, you know, stop your brother from unaliving himself, for instance?
Do you believe that we have self-ownership?
Do I believe that humans hold an ontologically privileged status?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
Do you think that they should do that?
Well, hold on, all right. Stick with your point that you were making at first, because you're just jumping all around here.
Well, no,
What was the first thing you were saying.
Well, I already
here?
gave you the point. I'm saying I
Well,
reject your
no, you
axiom.
didn't, though.
I reject the axiom of self-ownership until otherwise demonstrated. That's my point.
Okay, so what would you, so you're saying that if I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the first part that you're saying here because I'm not getting it at all. So you're saying if somebody hallucinated that something was right and wrong and it was horrifically not right and wrong, that somehow that disproves the idea that anything is right or wrong?
If it's only axiomatic and based on preference, it would be just
so
as
how
valid.
do you determine if anything is morally right or wrong?
If it's from a preference base, you couldn't.
Okay, so how do you determine that anything is morally right or wrong?
I do it from divine command. You do it from preference.
No, you do it from divine command. What does that mean? Explain that.
So this means that I follow Christian ethics. I use transcendental categories inside philosophy to create justifications for the values which come from God's laws. That's what I do.
That's a lot of words to not say anything. How do you determine?
Did he just frame it as that, or did he really just not say nothing right there?
No, he said something. Yeah, he definitely didn't say nothing. It might have meant nothing to Dave, but yeah, he wasn't not saying anything.
Yes, that was funny though. He did frame.
What's
He
funny
did frame
is, like,
funny.
if Dave could elaborate, all Dave would have to do is just elaborate on, like, let's say the ontological argument of self-ownership, which is, right, that we hold an ontologically privileged status, and therefore, like, the Constitution is set up to specifically recognize that ontologically privileged status. Then, like, that's a very similar argument to what Andrew is making. The disagreement would be how to set up the government around that ontologically privileged status. That's the real question. It's like, how do we set up the government around that, let's say, bubble? The problem is, like, now it's just silly because now it's basically a dick swinging match. And it's like, oh, I recognize this weak point, and even though you didn't come here to debate metaphysics, I'm just going to beat you over the head with this over and over and over and over again. That's basically what's happened. They're really not, the arguments aren't super different with respect to that status, but they can't get past that.
Yeah, it's funny how they end up almost being the same because they both go back to Christian ethics at one point, kind of. If you want, Andrew, first bring this argument out in his opening with Matt Dill Hotley. I don't know who that is. JF Garapi. God, man, y'all's typing, bro. Called it a zombie argument. I forget the type of zombie argument. What's a zombie argument? I don't know what you're saying. I'm referencing the whole preference this thing. Damn it, I can't type. I know you can't type, bro. Holy fucking shit. Dude.
You know what transcendental? Do you know what transcendental categories
I don't
are?
understand the words.
It sounds like you don't understand.
Okay, explain it to me like I'm really stupid. I don't understand any of the words. So explain it to me. How do you determine if something is right or wrong?
He did a really good job there just then. Like, see, he saw he's on the back foot and he was like, "Let me lean into it." Okay, fine. If you're gonna treat me like I'm dumb, you're gonna be like I'm stupid.
Yeah, no, I thought he did so good, so many times here, and he gave me a lot of tips, kind of just watching this dude, and I don't even think he's a debater. Like, he literally just, or is he a debater?
He's a comic, so he's quick on his feet.
Yeah, he's really quick, man. Like, you could tell that this was a good match for Andrew.
What I would do to make these determinations is we start with objective versus subjective. Is it a subjective value or is it an objective value? If we start with it just being a subjective value, then who cares? We never need to go any further than that. We just never need.
But would you say that comedians for most of history are like pretty smart people?
I would say you have to be pretty smart to be a comedian. Let's say a comedian that interacts with the audience. And you also have to have a level, like, you don't have to be a super genius, but you have to, like, it's not just about, you have to be quick-witted. That's definitely a prerequisite, but it's also being able to read people really well. Get a feel for your audience and then, like, also play to them. Like, I would be very bad at that.
I think everything's downstream from comedy. I know that sounds crazy, but I just think that comedians kind of like have the opportunity to rule the world in a way. And like George Carlin, I think woke up more people than anybody. Like I really believe that he was somebody that was a big comedian that really started a lot. And
I
he was
think comedy has some effect on like the cultural zeitgeist, but it's one of those things where people are capable of compartmentalizing. Like they can laugh at themselves, they can laugh at other people. And like it's one thing to know something rationally. It's another thing to actually integrate it into like your worldview. Like so you can know something is literally true, but just because you know something is literally true doesn't mean that you're capable or you're comfortable enough with it to apply it and actually kind of modify your like heuristics that you've developed for the way you kind of organize and categorize the world. So those are two different things.
my boy John Jacob, you know, comedians definitely have to be intelligent. They have to be able to draw connections quickly between hings. Man, that Grammarly, bro. You gotta get that Grammarly. Hings, man. I didn't even know that was a fucking word. Can you let me know what hings is?
To go any further for justification. So what I've determined is that your values here in libertarianism are subjective value based. Therefore, there's never reason for me to justify anything objectively to you because any subjective preference I have
Andrew.
is
How?
Yeah. So he's fundamentally like he's misunderstood. He hasn't correctly identified Dave's argument, right? And this is part of the problem when you have a policy debater and then you have a metaphysics ontology debater.
No, it's policy.
Well, Andrew does not understand, or he's not catching right here, that Dave, like, the idea of self-ownership is a proxy for like an ontological argument. And because he's saying, oh, that's subjective. It's not subjective. He's saying that you have an objective ontological value, and then saying the concept of self-ownership is how that concept is actualized or like applied in the actual real world context. So you can have like a metaphysical abstract idea, but that doesn't mean anything until you like actualize that, right? And so that idea of self-ownership, that's what he is saying that idea looks like in practice. Andrew missed that. Andrew's saying, oh, well, because like, and maybe he does know, maybe he's just like, this is like polemical, as less Socratic, but he's saying, oh, well, this is just subjective. This is how you feel about it. But that's not Dave's argument though. So I think he really misunderstood or is intentionally misinterpreting Dave's argument.
Probably intentional for some good clicks, you know. Soren, I think it depends on the person. I changed a lot of my views watching certain comedians, but I also saw a lot of people around me laughing it off and ignoring wise views of reality, sweetened in. Very true. Everybody that's watching right now, please retweet if you're on Twitter, like the video, show some love to the right side by going and subscribing on her Twitter, or you can become a member on my YouTube channel if you want to show support. Thank you guys. Please like the video. Yeah, let's get back to it.
Is just
Andrew,
as valid.
You're not answering my question.
Literally, that's the most precise answer you could ever get.
Andrew,
if you're
how do you determine
I
something
just
is
told
right or
you
wrong?
divine command.
And then I asked you what that means, and you
I
said
just
nothing.
explained.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
you just said that you think my basis is
okay. Fine, Dave. I'll make it
what's
super
yours?
simple because God tells me so. Is that better for you?
Sure. No,
Okay.
that's the answer. That's
the answer.
Okay.
God tells me so.
God tells you.
Yeah.
Like, and through what means does God tell you this?
He directly communicates right into my brain. He's like, that's just wrong.
How is that not Protestant, bro? Like, what
Oh,
the?
man.
I'm confused. Like,
Did you see his face? Did you see his face? He's like, he's got like.
that shit was great, dude.
That was funny.
See, but I think Dave is about to bring up how is that different from the crazy person who said that he thought of, you know, that God told him to do something. Like, how is that different though?
Well, because they're both saying God told them, right? Because if you look at the natural law argument, that's functionally
It's
what
not different. They're both saying something like
they're saying the same thing, but like Dave can't say it in terms of metaphysics, and Andrew's not going to give that to him. So,
this is one of the best parts of the video. Down. Wait, Zero Rules. I just got off Twitter. I'm done arguing for the. Yeah, just stay on YouTube, bro. You'll argue even more on fucking YouTube.
Yeah.
All right. So, but okay. So just to be clear, the point of that is that Andrew, it sounds very good when you attack someone and say that's subjective. But when your response to that is God communicates directly into my brain, that also, I mean, I don't know what the word is for that.
Subjective.
But
would be
subjective would probably be the word.
But that's my whole point. That's how I'm granting your entire argument. It's like, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, objectively.
But your counter is also subjective. So
right. So then that means that my preference is no worse than your own preference.
Well, I mean, no, it means by your argument.
Yeah. If I'm using preference-based, I'm using preference-based arguments, or I'm sorry, preference-based morality, and you're using preference-based morality.
Listen,
then we're equal, Dave.
To be clear, I don't think I am using preference-based morality.
But I don't think is being equal like is that a W? Like is that like who gets a point right here on this part of the argument?
No, this is like this part. I watched this section. It was just such stupidity that it was just like
I'm just so confused. Like how it makes a difference if it's my God versus the crazy person's God. This is a terrible debate. Dude goes from just quoting other people's work to score points to the son of a Sam. I didn't watch the end, so I guess
I'm gonna grab some caffeine real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Well,
got it. So can you make justification then?
1 second. Let me try to finish the sentence here. I don't think I am making subjective based morality, but you accused me of that. And so my response to you is, so what's your objective based? And your response is God talks to me directly into my head.
Yeah, for the purpose of demonstration.
All right. By the way, God also talks to me in my head. And so
perfect.
All right, fine. Like,
yeah.
All right.
So if God talks,
own standard,
there you go.
You haven't won anything. By your own standard, we're even.
It's not here to win it. It's here to demonstrate it.
I want to try to let's try if we can, because we're only a few minutes into this. Let's try. This got more contentious than I thought it would in the first few minutes. Let's try to just, by the way, because I want to have a good conversation with you, and I've been told by people who I love and trust that you were a guy to have a good conversation.
Yeah, but you keep on evading every question that I have for you.
Oh, all right. I don't think I have. But
so let's answer.
Ask me a direct question.
Great.
I'm happy to answer.
Should the state come in and stop your brother from unaliving himself or not, Dave?
I would want them to. Yes.
Yes. Would you want the state to stop a man from having sex with his sister if it would lead to a non-reproductive act?
Christ. Wait, if it would lead to a non-reproductive act,
yeah, she has no uterus.
But that was supposed to be worse than if it would reproduce.
Yeah, it would be worse. It would be less
I'm
worse.
just saying that seemed like an unnecessary caveat to throw on there. But okay. Wait, Jesus Christ! What you're talking about, like adults or children?
Adults.
Okay, fine. Because for children, obviously, that'd be. Yeah, I guess I would want them to.
Okay, so you want the state to utilize authority?
Well, not just the state. I would want anyone.
Okay, so I don't
anyone
understand.
with the force to do it, or anyone with the strength to do it.
So then those people don't own themselves.
No, I don't think that's the conclusion.
Well, if they own themselves, can you demonstrate what they're doing wrong?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
but that's a very silly and very look. This is a very like childish interpretation of libertarianism.
You're still not answering the question. You're just rattling it.
I didn't. I immediately answered the question, and now I'm responding to the point you made. So I immediately said, yes, anyone with the authority to do it, please stop, or the power to do it, please stop. And then I was responding to what you said. So I did answer the question. What I'm saying is that the idea that if you own yourself, and this is the fundamental mistake that you made at the beginning, therefore I can't say anything is immoral, is ridiculous. And not only in.
Yo, chat. Let me know if this thingy is too distracting. Y'all like the Matrix vid in the background? Let me know if that's too distracting. Let me know in the comments, bro. I gotta try it. I gotta try it out. I'm sorry.
The libertarian worldview, but in any worldview, there are lots of things, I'm sure in yours, where there could be things that you don't think are illegal, but you still, or you don't think should be illegal, but you still think are wrong. So that doesn't mean anything. If I think people own themselves, I can't think there's something horribly wrong about this.
That's not the point. So I'll explain.
Okay,
again.
sure. So please,
if you want the state to go in, if a brother is banging his sister and she can't reproduce, I don't know how you can demonstrate.
Why does reproducing matter in this?
I'll explain why, so that you can't bank on reproduction as being a harm because it could have like some kid who's all fucked up. So I'm just taking that out of the equation.
Okay, I gotcha.
I'm just taking that out of the equation, right? She has no uterus, they can't reproduce, or maybe they're homosexuals, right? And they're just related. If they own themselves and they're adults, that is exactly what you would make the argument for gay marriage. They're adults. These adults are consenting with each other. Can you actually justify why that's wrong?
Sure.
Then justify why it's wrong.
Well, I can justify why it's wrong. Okay, there's two separate questions here. And this is almost like, I think what you need to pick apart. So look, there's two questions. One is, could I justify someone using force to stop them? And then there's, could I justify why it's wrong? You get where those are two different things?
Yeah, I'm just asking why it's wrong.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so let's do that.
Okay, do you get why those are two different things, though? You get the point I'm making?
Yeah, sure. So can you answer the question now?
Yeah, dude. Listen, man, do you want to like have a decent back and forth here, or like, do you want to not?
You're still not answering the question.
Okay.
Can you justify why it's actually wrong for two consenting adults?
Yeah. See, the thing is, I am answering the question. You're just kind of being a dick,
trying
to win the debate.
When are you going to answer the question, Dave?
All right, give him a chance.
So is that actually, like, does anyone listening to this think this makes for like good debate tactics? No, you actually are not like recognizing that there's a difference between these two things. So
I just told you I do.
Sorry, I had an Amazon package.
All right, do you guys want to do this, man?
Oh, what Amazon send?
It was a book.
Of course, it was a book.
Yeah.
Of course. No, so I put the Matrix up. I asked Soren, I asked everybody, is it distracting? And Soren said it's not distracting. If anything, it's soothing. Right side. So we're testing it out. I think the people like it. Okay.
Sounds good.
Dave can't say it's bad to make laws against.
I hate putting my hair up.
No, you missed like one of the funniest parts though. Or I guess they're still talking about it.
And I fucking like honestly, dude. This is
You've
just like,
talked.
if
We've
this-
talked way more than I have, Dave. I just want you to answer my question. Can you justify it or not, bro?
So anyway, I'll go back to saying, do you guys want to do this? Do you guys want to like do a show here, or like what's the point of this?
You wanted.
Right, right.
I asked you specifically if you
Right,
wanted a
right.
conversation or
You could
debate.
say-
You said a debate. We're debating.
No, I didn't say that. I said
did say
we
that.
could do whatever you want to do, dude.
Yeah, so we're doing a debate. So let's not do a meta conversation. Just answer the question.
The debate
Okay.
doesn't mean you talk over me every time I try to
Right.
answer.
I
the
Here's-
just
question.
here's
want
what
you to
we're
answer the
gonna do.
question.
Here's what
No,
we're gonna
I
do.
understand
Let's
you do,
say-
and I was, but you're
Dave, one
just kind
second.
of
Here's what we're
Sure.
gonna do. Dave can expound here on what he thinks is occurring here in this debate, and then before you come back in, Andrew, we'll give Dave a chance to
Okay.
specifically answer the question that you've asked. So Dave's going to do two things. He's going
ask me the
Do you know what sophist is?
Sophistry, yeah, it's basically saying using convoluted and complicated language to intentionally confuse the argument and make the audience think you are more intellectually adept than you actually are.
Do you think that Andrew ever uses that?
Yes. And the law of excluded middle, I think, would probably be an example of that.
I think last time I read the definition, it's also for entertainment purposes too, specifically. Maybe I'm wrong there though. Sophist, a paid teacher of philosophy and rhetoric in ancient Greece, associated in popular thought with moral skepticism and specious reasoning. A person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments.
the question
Clever
again. I'm
but
sorry.
fallacious
Can you
arguments.
justify?
Wait, what?
Clever but fallacious arguments.
So don't you have to use fallacies to like prove a lot of things? Like I find that you have to, because if you use a stat to prove something, you're just appealing to authority.
No, okay, there's fallacies. So in order for something to be a fallacy, you have to be explicitly self-conscious. Like you have to be asserting a framework. For example, if you subscribe to classical logic and you violate the law of, let's say, non-contradiction, then that would be a fallacy. But let's say you subscribe to some other form of logic that does not necessarily assert that rule or that law, then you can violate the law of non-contradiction. Let's say you're Hegelian. You contradict your shit all day. But
On purpose.
well, like it's Hegel's system of logic. It's a system of logic, right? So you have to be internally consistent. But this is why I hate fucking fallacies, because it's like people don't understand this. They're like, oh, you're committing a fallacy, but then that's also assuming that this person is like subscribing to the same school of logic that you are, or subscribing to a school of logic that fallacy would actually apply to.
But like even like a Coca-Cola or a beer company, using boobies like on a commercial to like, hey, buy this beer and you get boobies, like there's no like there's no framework. Like nobody's using like any type of logic framework when they're making that. Like it is a fallacy.
That's an allegory. There's allegories and then there's fallacies, right? Fallacies is a fallacious line of logic that you're committing. Like when you're reasoning through something and you commit a fallacy, that's implying that you're basically your logic is self-contradictory or internally contradictory. And I hate fallacies like, appeal to authority or like et cetera, when people just like throw those out there, because it's like that is a subjective application. So you can say the appeal to authority is an objective principle, but just because it's an objective principle does not mean its application is inherently inductive and inherently subjective. So there's an element of subjectiveness when you go to apply these. This is why mathematical proofs are not done with like English language. Mathematical proofs are done with symbolic logic or with or like with math or symbolic logic, if you're a logician, they're not going to be done with like, I like, you're not going to have a subject predicate to prove a let's say a logical theorem or mathematical theorem. And so that's the problem with these types of things where it's like there's appeal to authority fallacy. Okay, well, it's like you can't prove it. You can't give me mathematical proof to show that's an appeal to authority fallacy. It's entirely qualitative and subjective in application.
Well, I mean, but anytime, but like, and Andrew says this all the time, a lot of studies aren't accurate, especially in psychology.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's up to every study's
they can't be repeatable. Like
yeah, but just because that's true doesn't mean this study is not repeatable.
so it's a by study basis, you would say.
Well, so when you say appeal, like if someone says, "Oh, well, this study says," it's not.
Yeah, it doesn't automatically destroy it. We got to look at the study to see if it's a good
Yes,
study.
that's the thing. Like the burden of proof shifts to Andrew to show that this study
Is a good
falls
study.
into that category of replicability.
Yeah.
So just saying, "Oh, well, like this is fallacious," or like this because this is this is psychology paper, therefore it's like, well, no, because 65% of papers do replicate, or 55%. Then actually, by a coin flip, by Bernoullian statistics, it's more likely that this person presenting the study is correct than you are, just by sheer numbers. So it's like you throwing out just like, even just throwing that out there, Andrew's more likely to be wrong than he's right.
No. There was a girl that made a 3-hour documentary recently on evolutionary psychology and like the manosphere and stuff. She did it good. It was a really good deep dive, but Michael Sartain and Rollo watched it and like reviewed it, and they massacred her. She didn't bring up one time, because the biggest thing for like evolutionary psychology is they always reference one person, Dr. David Buss, because he's the only guy that really did like cross-cultural studies across 37 different cultures. So like he's the only one who did it like right, I guess you could say. And she didn't one time in this documentary, this 3-hour bring up one time about the 37 cross-cultural studies, because she can't beat that. You know, it's kind of hard to like, it's the one thing that they always reference back to because it's really hard to beat.
Well, at that point, the only way you beat that is to like go into each of the individual data sets you use and attack them on an individual basis. That's obviously like a lot of effort. So
yeah, if you're debating somebody, it would be too hard to do it, basically.
Yeah.
Why two consenting adults who are brother and sister having sex is morally wrong.
Yes.
Then do it.
Okay, because I think it's for the same reason you would think. I think it's against nature. It's evil. It just seems horrible. I don't know. Do you have a better answer for why it's wrong?
Well, yes, divine command.
Divine command. Okay, fine. So I also say divine command. That's why it's wrong.
Well, but then
There you go.
the axiom of self-ownership would be wrong.
No,
How did
it
he-
wouldn't. No,
well,
it wouldn't. And if you had listened to me when I
that's
was
so
responding
weird,
the first
though.
time, you would understand.
Well, here,
that.
let me now make my argument back.
Yeah,
If they
go ahead.
don't own themselves, right, or if they do own
Mhm.
themselves rather, and they're two consenting adults, just like two homosexuals consenting adults, why is it actually wrong for them to do that? You say because it seems like it's against nature, which is the natural fallacy. Couldn't I just apply that to homosexuals as well and say, well, it seems like it's against nature?
Yeah, sure. Maybe you could.
And do you think so? Your moral oughts are based.
So whenever people bring up the naturalist fallacy, can it sometimes be true? Like is that one of those things, once again, nuanced, you know, like this fallacy is probably a fallacy most of the time when people say it, but sometimes it can be true because it's actual natural.
well, it's like what claim are you trying to support by saying it's like
We'll say
I
they're
think
naturally
it's
better throwers of spears. Like we have a better rotating for our shoulder to be able to throw things better.
Well,
That's something
then
that
the word
Dr. David Buss
naturally is just like an adjective, right? It's not necessarily like naturally better. That's not naturalistic fallacy. Naturalistic fallacy would be like appealing to the way things are based on a natural observation in nature. Oh, this is how it is in nature. That's naturalistic fallacy. Saying naturally, that's an adverb, like naturally throw better. So just because you have
I'm trying to think of a different one, but we get this all the time in the evolutionary psychology field, because a lot of the things they reference are considered, you know, not like the thing that comes from nature, like the thing that we do just because that's what nature did or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
around just things that gross you out?
No, divine intervention, bro.
Divine command?
Yeah, there you go.
So if it's divine command, then you're going to abandon libertarianism and you're going to
No.
come over to Christian ethics, right?
No.
No. But I thought you made your justification based on divine command.
So okay, listen, it's clear that
Great point, dude. You're right. You have divine command, and you're asking me why it's wrong for a brother to fuck a sister. Listen, dude. I know, like, I don't know anything about you. I don't know why Jacob thought this was going to be a good idea. I know you like dominate 20-year-old like OnlyFans sluts in debates.
I also dominate 45-year-old comedians in debates. What's your point?
41, motherfucker. And
This guy was quick on it, man. I liked him.
listen, no, you're really not though. You're asking questions about why it's wrong for a brother to fuck a sister. Oh, okay.
He's
I don't
laughing
know,
at his own joke. Did you see?
Yeah.
I think it's wrong and yes, awful. And also, do I think that the government, if we're talking about adults, is it being outlawed going to be a great way to regulate that? Probably not. What even is your like vision? I mean, this is like the dumbest fucking question to get into like what the role of government ought to be. Yes, you're right. If the FBI is breaking in and stopping 25-year-old and 28-year-old brothers and sisters from having sex with each other, that's okay. That's
yeah, but they do that. Just so you know, they do that right now. Are you opposed to it? They actually arrest people for doing this and they drag them off to jail. And they put.
Yeah, I was very confused about this part. Okay, extremely confused. Is this real? First off, is Andrew correct? Is in some states do they actually do that? And second off, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Really,
yeah,
honestly, don't give a fuck about this.
It's a law on the books, but like it's kind of like Lawrence v. Texas, where the law against, like, for example, the law against sodomy, it was on the books, but like it was never actually prosecuted, and it was like prosecuted once. And so that one prosecution made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Like, so there's like laws in the books that are 200 years old that are like, you can't eat a pineapple while walking. Just because a law is on the books and can be prosecuted doesn't actually mean anything with respect to, like, they're probably like, I'm sure it has happened, but just because it has happened doesn't actually mean anything.
So what do you think? Do you think that people should be hunted down like he's joking about, by the FBI and fucking drag those people off to jail for fucking
No, it's a
with
waste
their
of
sisters?
it's a waste of resources.
I know. I think it's just. I think that's so. In my opinion, like that's an insane stance from like the Christians on this. Like, would you agree that that's kind of
Right? Because it's that issue of like, should you? What morals should the government be able to, let's say, legislate on and then punitively punish? Because if it's
or just give a ticket, give a ticket.
Should be prosecuted every single time you lie? Like, that's a sin. Should, like, seriously, every time you tell a white lie, should the government be able to prosecute you?
$50 ticket.
Like, that's what Dave's getting at, and Dave is ultimately correct. Like, because like basically Andrew's argument like devolves into abject absurdity, because it's like, okay, well, if you're legislating based on like a Christian ethic is like a lie is a lie is a lie is a lie.
Yeah, and he never brings that up. I'm surprised because that is a good point to bring up as one of the most like lowest sins, I guess you could say. Oh my God, Hillary, you're such. Thank you, Hillary.
Sure. In jail for doing that.
I'm not nearly as aware of this as you are, Andrew, but I'm not going to fight against that law.
Yeah, but here's the thing then. What I don't understand is that if the argument for self-ownership is that consenting adults can do whatever it is they want to do, because their consenting adults are not hurting anybody else, this would be a violation of the non-aggression principle. Why couldn't a brother and a sister engage in this in Dave's libertarian land? Why couldn't they? Why shouldn't they be able to, honestly?
Sure. Well, why shouldn't they do it is for moral reasons. I suppose you could make an argument that if people really do have freedom, then a grown, like grown adults who are related should not be bound by law and should not have a cop bash them over the head with a baton for like having sex with a cousin or something. Okay, but you're taking this to like this weird extreme example where
that happens now.
Oh, sure. Okay. Anyway, so you're taking this to a weird extreme example where, okay, let's take it to the other extreme and say, do you believe that the government should rush into your house anytime you're doing anything where they determine that that's degenerate or not moral or productive? You're smoking a cigarette right now. Is that enough of a reason for someone to come get you? Like, would there be any realm where you would say, maybe the government shouldn't be regulating every inch of what I determine from divine, whatever that is moral or immoral?
Yeah, so actually this makes my point for me. This is great. So the reason that I just go ahead and concede a lot of these points because there's no real reason to fight them. For instance, if you agree with me that the only justification that you can have is that, well, because God told you it's gross, and so therefore you ought to not do it, then this would mean that you agree with me in divine command and should be a Christian ethicist. That's why that's done. That's why I just make it super easy for you to go ahead and agree. And you did. You agreed. Absent. So I'm just going to ask this straight out. Okay. And no, I don't believe in that sort of government overreach. And I can give you my systems and reasons for why that is too under Christian ethics, where we both take into account consequence, but also take into account duty. So I'm going to ask this: absent any kind of divine command, God didn't tell you anything. Would you say that it's not moral? And can you justify why it's not moral for a brother to hump his sister? Could you do that absent divine command? Like, honest question, Dave. This is super important.
Sure. So I would say this, right? I grew up an atheist. Well, I mean, I'm Jewish, but I grew up like not a religious person. It was just, kind of what I was born into. And I was pretty much an atheist for most of my life. And then I had some experiences as I became a young adult that made me think about God and kind of get in touch with him. And then it was really when I had my first child that I really found God. So I would agree with you that, yes, there is something from God that instructs me as to what is right and wrong in this world.
Sure.
However, before I ever believed in God, yeah, there was just a deep feeling inside of me that would have been very wrong. And I do believe that was always from God. So
okay. So then absent God.
What that proves.
So then absent God.
Nothing in this argument.
Yeah. No, it does though. And I'm going to explain how. Because you're saying that absent God is just your preferences. It's just how you feel.
No,
that's what makes what's moral or not moral. What would make it immoral? Absent God.
See, here's the thing, dude. Andrew, I think you're doing a thing here that a lot of like internet blood sport debaters try to do, which is that you're trying to win before you're actually listening to what I'm saying.
I can steel man the entire thing if you'd like.
Try to listen to what I actually said and grapple with that. What I said was not before I believed in God, it was just subjective. What I said was before I believed in God, I always had this feeling, and what I believe is that was always God.
So to steel man,
that's a very different thing than what you said. All right?
Sure. So I'll just steel man the position. The position, to make sure I don't get this wrong at all, is that you believe that there was some type of natural law given to you by God before you ever even believed in God, correct?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Great. So I steel man the position. So to my question, which you didn't actually answer,
sure,
which is this: absent God, if there was no God, could you justify why this would be immoral or not?
Yeah, I don't know that you could. I think absent God, it's very difficult to arrive at morality.
Right. So absent God, so you're a divine command as well, divine command theorist, just like myself. So if that's true and you're a divine command theorist, and we have now shown how self-ownership leads to absurd conclusions like a brother being able to hump your sister.
No, but I disagree with okay.
Well, okay, why can't, if you own yourself, why can't you hump your sister? She owns herself, Dave. That makes no sense.
What do you mean by why can't you? Why can't, if you don't own yourself, why can't you hump your sister? What does that mean?
Good question. But my point is with the non-aggression principle, the entire axiom.
You're not asking anything, dude.
Yeah, I am.
So let's just say this. And man, I wish you had picked an example that wasn't so fucking uncomfortable to talk about. But here, you, Andrew, don't own yourself. Mm-hmm. Why can't you just hump your sister?
You could.
Exactly. So what the hell are you asking? What's the question?
But that goes to my point. I think that if you actually have self-ownership as something more than an axiom, meaning it's justified somehow that you actually do own yourself, it's not just a social construction, then you wouldn't be able to hump your sister if you did not own yourself, right?
What do you mean wouldn't be able to?
But if you do own yourself, you can still hump your sister. The point being,
Andrew, do you own yourself?
Under the current paradigm of the social construction, we would say yes.
Okay, but so if you didn't, you wouldn't be able to hump yourself. I don't get.
No, you still could, but that is the point.
So that's it. So you still could. So what are you saying?
So let me try again. Just listen to what I'm saying, like I just did yours. In fact, maybe you can steel man this for me.
Okay,
maybe like I just did for you.
Let me listen and I'll see if I can.
So my point is that self-ownership is why you should not be allowed to aggress against another person because they own themselves. Correct?
Okay.
Is that correct? Isn't that the basis of the NAP? You own you, I own me. That's why we cannot aggress against each other, correct?
Sure.
Okay, got it. And yet here we're both talking about using state authority to aggress against people who own themselves, who aren't actually doing anything you can justify as being wrong outside of Christian ethics. And so the thing is that seems to dispel the NAP. Now, can you steel man that back to me?
Okay,
I know.
So you're saying that if we own ourselves and everybody and an act of aggression would be violating someone else's self-ownership, then it wouldn't be an act of aggression to what? Kill yourself, incest amongst adults, things like that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's the problem with that is this is why I really like the problem with framing it. It's a reductive way of characterizing, that ontological argument. But the problem with self-ownership as a proxy for that is it sounds like then the government cannot dictate behavior in any way. But like if you have this idea of natural law and natural rights based on the special ontological status, then it's a little different because it's not necessarily saying like self-ownership is like a rough proxy for that. And it's because that you can put constraints on how that natural law is interpreted and applied and the context of natural law, but to like reduce that down to the idea of like self-ownership, that it sounds like if you own yourself, there can be no constraints on ownership. And so now it comes to that problem like we discussed earlier. Now there's the idea of ownership introduces this context-dependent relative definition, which is like, oh, dependent on time, place, culture, society, a set of laws. But the idea why it's just I don't like that as a concept. I like ontologically privileged status is because then it's like you can dictate, you can shape how those natural laws stemming from that principle interact in a contemporary context. But with that self-ownership, it's like that's like, oh, saying the laws in this contemporary context are already established as axioms, as opposed to the axiom being the ontological privileged status. And so that confuses us, because now Andrew is like, oh, well, if you own yourself, why can't I do so and so and so? Because if you own yourself, it's an absolute ownership, right? Well, no, because if that's actually a proxy for like an ontologically privileged status, then it's not that you cannot put limits to the bounds of that ownership. It's not like that ownership isn't an infinite absolutizing principle. It's there as an intrinsic like guard post, as a boundary, kind of like that concept of the ontologically privileged status. It's not necessarily that ownership is not necessarily meant to be interpreted relativistically or contextually. But Andrew was saying he's understanding that term ownership in the context of the Constitution. But that idea of ownership, it's not supposed to be interpreted as contingent upon the Constitution. It's supposed to be interpreted in the context of outside of it. And the Constitution comes in and guides, or is guided by those principles that come from that concept. And so Andrew is viewing it like inside this box. Like, oh, there's a Constitution, and your self-ownership is contingent on the Constitution allowing you to self-own. But no, the Constitution is contingent on this principle of ontologically privileged status, and by proxy, self-ownership. So the Constitution is based on and stemming from that principle, as opposed to that principle stemming from the Constitution. You see that where Andrew is assuming like that principle stems from the Constitution, and what Dave is saying is, no, the Constitution stems from that principle.
Okay, and then so who came up with this? Like, was this something that the founding fathers even talked about?
Yeah. Like this is based on like Lockean natural law, and they quoted.
Who's the first philosophers that like thought of this type of stuff? Like, if you want to read it.
This is in Thomas Reid's Common Sense. Common Sense Philosophy. He was a Scottish Enlightenment thinker. Locke, Voltaire, starts with an M. God damn it. Starts with an M.
So our founding fathers, did they like these people a lot, and they read a lot of this stuff?
Oh yeah, because they were drawing on Athens, Rome, British common law. They created a new government system, but that was essentially a synthesis of all these other systems that they picked and chose what they saw working within those systems. Montesquieu, yep, that's correct. Yep,
Montesquieu. John is clutch, bro. This dude be clutch with the names all night. Prince Kermit, dude. Shout out to Kermit, bro. Thanks for chilling. Andrew is using reduction ad absurdum.
Exactly. Yep, that's what that's doing. That's what that Constitution argument was.
Ad
that's
absurdum.
what that is. Yeah.
What is that?
It's a fallacy where you essentially reduce something. You reduce something to an absurd degree, to like you try to simplify something to a single axiom. Let's say when it's a multiple axiomatic set. And
like the word ownership.
Yeah, so he's taking the word ownership that actually implies like it's predicated on like these metaphysical axioms, but he's implying that it's just local and relativistic.
That makes so much more sense now. But Andrew is using reductio ad absurdum, also known as argumentum ad absurdum, or apopygolic arguments, is the form of argument that attempts to establish a claim by showing that the opposite. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Continued. Scenario would lead absurdity or contradiction. All logic fucking debate, bros. You nuanced Nancy's up in here. God damn.
So I'm
So,
still
so
not
if
here.
that's true, and the only moral oughts that we have for why you shouldn't do this is through Christianity.
No, I
which
didn't
is
say. No, by the way, I didn't say Christianity, but you said. But okay.
okay, fine. God, whatever the justified axiom is for God, for divine command. Okay,
Sure.
if that's the only way that we can justify that this is immoral, then the idea that you owning yourself and two consenting adults owning themselves in anarcho
I see that, John Jacob. I see you're a reader.
capitalist land can't be true, because
Okay.
you are willing to use and violate their self-ownership with aggression because you think they're doing something morally wrong, but you can't justify what they're doing that's morally wrong.
No, okay. So again, this is back what I was trying to say before, that I think there's these two things that need to be
They
separated.
would,
So there's the moral.
Dave would be a much more like he's a good rhetoricist. He needs to read more. He'd kill Andrew if he was able to articulate these concepts better.
If he had if he had
Yeah, but
the
he doesn't he's a policy debater. He's not a metaphysics debater, and so
that takes just requiring
I bet he would. But Andrew always pulls the debate into like his strengths. Like his day's gonna come when he's gonna meet someone where he can't just like use these like, oh, this is the law of contradiction, non-contradiction, or law of excluded middle, and like someone's gonna be like, okay, like press him more on that and be like,
Who's gonna know a point better than him on it? The nuance. Is your ontological privilege status a self?
It's rooted in natural law, which is ultimately a theological argument.
Wait, what? Wait, what did you say, right side?
Like that ontologically privileged status, it's rooted in the idea of natural law, which ultimately is it's not a Christian theological argument; it's a deist argument. Like so, a lot of the founding fathers didn't want to pin it strictly on Christian metaphysics because of that establishment clause. They kind of wanted to like leave it broad. So
did they use the word ontological?
No, but that's what that idea of natural law is.
I agree, but I was wondering if they actually used that term.
They use the concept of natural law, and so with natural law, it's a deistic argument. So it's based on some type of a supreme deity, like setting like humans apart. And that's what natural law is predicated upon, and the Constitution is predicated upon.
I like that way. I trust that way more too. But Andrew's point is, self-ownership. Feels like he's trying to walk through a problem here. Hopefully he doesn't have a sister. Work through a problem.
Oh, he means the incest thing.
Application of the initiation of violence. And then there's morality. And they're not exactly the same thing. And so if my neighbor, let's just say, my neighbor is not being a good husband and being a good father. Okay, so like let's say he's just very cold with his children and like doesn't pay the bills on time and doesn't work and is lazy and does all types of things that I judge to be morally wrong. Like I think he should be a better father and a better husband. But if I go over there and beat him over the head with a club to make him be a better husband and father, it's not as simple an equation as was he morally right or wrong? The question is it morally justified for me to enact this force against him in order to make, like, is that more moral or immoral than his initial sin? So that's the question that you get into when you start talking about government regulating a lot of these things. It's not as simple as you're making it out that, well, if people own themselves, then it has to be morally justified, whatever they do.
Okay, so let's see if we can't parse this out. And again, I'll see if I can just steelman this with my criticism. So the thing is that I agree.
What?
This is about the point of time where I stop. I have a feeling this entire debate is gonna be fucking semantics. This is like so fucking like. Oh my god.
But it's entertainment. This is the game.
We can look at scales, right? We can say that we can get to absurd conclusions if we were to say that there's no time or place to apply some sort of like aggression towards somebody, right? Otherwise, you would aggress on them for anything that you consider some kind of moral failure. And obviously, that's not what either of us are after.
That's not what Dave Smith was arguing at all.
And he's gonna keep going back to that too.
Yeah, and it's like,
remember correctly.
Dude.
So what I'm saying is that if we take it,
so like in this portion, Dave would get the point possibly.
Yeah, just because like Andrew is being so annoying.
Its logical conclusion. Libertarianism, which is what I said in my opening, as a consequence of itself, has to actually lead to degeneracy. And the reason is because of the idea here is that I own me and you own you. And if we consent to the two things we do together and it hurts nobody else, therefore not violating the non-aggression principle, which is the foundation for which this thing revolves. then how can you make ever a claim against homosexuals getting married or against incest or against any of these things? How can you possibly make that claim?
And I think he brings this up later on, but like, I don't think you only can argue against these things with just a Christian moral, but like, I think that through discussion and debate, you can make policies to fix certain issues. Like, it doesn't have to be based in religion. Is like he uses a word later on, and I guess that, and they're talking about that's what atheists say to use their points. Like when they win debates, that's like the one thing they bring up. There's a certain word for it. I can't wait till we get to it. Basically, that everything's nuanced and it just needs discussion, and through that discussion, we can solve the problem.
So you get to the problem, like, because Andrew's position is Christian populism. So the problem with that is it's like, okay, what the most popular, right, biblical exegesis then? So then, okay, well, it depends. Like, if that's your system of government, then homosexuality will be legal or illegal based on whatever exegetical system, is that right? Exegetical system you're applying. So even in Andrew's world, it's not concrete because, right, there's like levels of distinction, levels of like punitive punishment. So should homosexuality be like a capital offense, or should it be, are we going based on like the mortal sins in Leviticus, or because then there's a whole bunch of different schools of biblical hermeneutics. So there's 5 different types of hermeneutic. Like, for example, are you reading the text as metaphorically, literally, anachronistically? There's like 2 more. I can't remember them. Actually, there's 4 schools. I don't remember off the top of my head. So, like, what vantage point are you reading the text from? Because there's 4 different types of biblical hermeneutics. So it not only depends on like what kind of exegetical framework you're applying, but it also depends on your explicit reading of the text. It gets more complicated because it's like layered contingencies on how to apply those biblical laws. So it's not even as like, from just a legal standpoint, he's saying, like, what he's saying does not actually bear out. It's just as subjective and it's just as relativistic when you get down to the nitty gritty, because then it's like, especially with Christian populism. Now, if you came down and said Orthodox theocracy or Orthodox constitutional monarchy, well, now you have that comes with an implicit, like, or an explicit, like, biblical exegetical framework and biblical hermeneutical school, and then you would obviously have varying degrees of binding precedent based on the patristics and the church fathers and the apostolics, blah 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 blah. But you have to grade those. Is this binding precedent? Is it basically, is it influential precedent? Is it like down the list? Is it the equivalent of a legal treatise? So is it there, but it's kind of just, you can keep it in mind, but you don't have to use it. It gets really complicated, especially in the context if we're saying that we're going to operate in any sort of common law framework. So even Andrews is just as, like, I wish Dave would have pressed him more on this, because like if you even just press a little bit, then it's gonna like you can push this in equal opposite like direction with, and you can get to equally absurd kind of levels of like, oh, just accusing everyone but me is a relativist, everyone but me is a subjectivist. But unless he has a concrete answer to those questions of application of like biblical law to like a system of governance, then you're gonna have like, Andrew runs into the same exact problem he's accusing Dave of.
Yeah. It just keeps sounding like a sola scriptura. It sounds like Protestant sola scriptura shit too, to an extent, whenever you start trying to interpret shit how you think the country should be ran, for God. Let me go back. Nailed it, Bren. His point is that with those discussions, you just be discussing preferences. I don't want.
Well, the point with Andrew Wilson, though, is like, at that point, sure, he's accusing Dave of discussing preferences, but at that point, then you're discussing, with Andrew's instance, you'd be discussing preferences of like exegetical method or like let's say school of biblical hermeneutic. And so that's equally as preferential and equally as relativistic. Because there's Protestants, Catholics, there's like 500 denominations of Protestants, there's the Orthodox, there's multiple, like there's the Greek Orthodox, there's the Coptic Orthodox Church. Even there's like, because Orthodoxy is autocephalic, there's not even universal agreement within Orthodoxy. There's like constant little bickers and stuff. And so even applying any type of universal principle in a country this big, of this size, with this many different kind of like schismatic factions of Christianity, you're gonna have to make an argument that your Bible, like your biblical interpretation, is just as right as Protestants. Protestants are gonna have the same argument as you do. They're gonna say, "Oh, God told me." And you're both saying God told me, but you come to radically different conclusions from the text. So now what?
Maybe, yep. And then you're in a bad position. I don't want to seem like I'm always defending him. I vehemently disagree with his rights argument. John Jacob, the enforcement argument. Yeah, are you talking about the enforcement arm one? It gets more complicated trying to go back to the Greek.
Come out the biblical
interpretation. John Jacobs talking to Kermit. Yeah, I said earlier that he combines positive and negative rights with each other in order to bring in enforcement when with negative rights, he doesn't have that. Basically, Prince, if I convince you through torture God exists, does he now not exist? What if I do that to a country? Does God not now exist? Right.
Basically, a positive right is the government is making you perform a positive act, right? Negative right, government is compelling you to act. The negative right is that the government is restricted from acting. So that's a right the citizen has. Like, it's like, oh, you are free from the government acting in this scenario, this scenario, this scenario. Positive right is the government having the ability to having the ability to compel somebody else to act.
Right, and two sets of preferences are equal. This was a whole argument before. A divine being doesn't get you out of subjectivism. The divine being is still a subject and has its own preferences. To say otherwise is to make the divine determined by something else.
So we're not saying that the divine isn't like divine's not a subject. We're saying that like interpreting what that divine's proclamations are is subject to interpretation because of that transcendent immanent divide, right? Because there's the phenomenal and nominal. Like you don't understand in the Orthodox tradition. There's God's energy and there's God's essences. Like you can't ever truly know God's essence, and God's essence is like omnipotent and omnitemporal, does not change. But you can interact with God's essences, and that's kind of the idea of how, like when Andrew was like, God told me. Well, that's like through interaction with the Holy Spirit, interaction with God's essences and the immanent. But the problem is like, and like you have Protestants coming forward saying, "Oh, God told me this," and it will be the absolute opposite of what is revealed, like to the Orthodox saints or church fathers, for example. And so that's that problem. If you have two people coming forward saying, "Oh, God told me this," and they're two radically different things, and they're both pleading to like basically divine revelation, you have a big problem.
Unless you have two objective schools, which I think you're talking about with your response.
What happens if those two objective schools directly contradict each other? Then that means someone's not objective.
Somebody's wrong, yeah. The 2A prevents the government from preventing the people from bearing arms, finding that they infringe it all the time, negative rights. How do they infringe that? I got my guns.
I know that, John Jacob. It's
What?
principle of divine revelation then.
God told me was him shortcutting arguments to just get to, okay, we're both arguing subjective morals here. Yeah.
I was also using it as shorthand.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate question.
Okay, so a couple things here. I don't think that's the ultimate question, and I do think that I could make the claim against that in the same way that you could. And I think we already established this, right? That we can both make the claim for the exact same reasons, because we believe in God and we believe in morality and we believe that this is immoral. So we both have the exact same ability to make the claim. But if we're talking about what your more, I think, broader point that you made there, that libertarianism leads to immorality, I think is completely wrong. And I think this is like kind of the most important fundamental miscalculation that a lot of people on the right who reject libertarianism make. The idea that, well, freedom and liberty is really what leads to degeneracy. And that's just not true. And in fact, empirically and logically, we can look at the situation, particularly the situation of the United States of America, and go, look, as the government has grown bigger and bigger, you've seen degeneracy get more and more out of control. And I understand why there is a movement against degeneracy. I understand we live in a moment right now where I think our society is essentially disintegrating. And I think that that's one of the things that, Andrew, you kind of are, I don't know, prominent for pointing out. The disintegration of values and norms all throughout.
The reason I
society.
believe that those values and norms are being eroded is because of libertarians and social leftist elites who often will move towards this principle of non-aggression. They just do it in two different ways. The way one, which libertarian does it, is by saying, if I'm not violating you and your non-aggression principle in some way, then you really have no claim to tell me to do anything, and everything is affirmed through private property. The leftist just affirms it the opposite direction, says there's no such thing as private property, but they apply the same principle of, if I'm not hurting anybody, then what's the problem? And so as we dive into what is the non-aggression principle, the non-aggression principle is the principle that if you are not aggressing against somebody else and you own yourself, they cannot aggress against you. So via consent, you cannot utilize the state, Dave, to have them go and break up an incest family who is all consenting with each other and having orgies nightly. You can't do it.
I understand that's your perspective on this.
Should we have to stop those families, right side? Do you think that we need to stop family orgies?
Yeah. If they involve pedophilia, yeah, probably.
But like, if there's no pedophilia, like if it's just a bunch of like adults all fucking each other.
No, I think it's a waste of resources. Like,
yeah, I really just don't get the argument if they're a bunch of adults fucking each other.
At that point, like, okay, let's prosecute lying.
But like, but let's peel a layer back here. I could say, if I'm playing devil's advocate, I could say, well, we're wasting more resources in the future if those fucking people make kids and those kids are retards, and then next thing you know, we gotta like take care of these people.
Well, you can criminalize having incest babies.
Okay.
Because at that point, you can make the argument that that's harming somebody else.
Okay. So, but like to like draw the line at, you know, making them stop having sex with each other, you would say just let the adults fuck each other. At that point,
then it's like, okay, well, now you have to DNA test like, okay, where are you drawing the line? Like second cousin,
because if the baby comes out, like you could tell if it's an incest child, can't you?
No, really not always. Really, very rarely, because it's like the percentage of deformity based on like, let's say first cousins. It's only like 6 or 7% like increase and like chromosomal abnormality. So like, it's really not that much higher. They're really bad. So the problem is it compounds over time. If you have like 3 or 4 generations who are having incest babies, then they're going to be real fucked up. But like the first time it happens, there's not that high of a chance. The second time it happens and the third time it happens, you like have you seen the Habsburg jaw? Yeah, that's what happens.
I mean, I've seen like from the movies, like The Hills That, or I don't know. I've seen inbreds before, so I feel like I kind of know.
Yeah.
Wait, no, Zero Rules. He said there's so many gun laws, they've been wiping their ass with the 2A for a while now. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people just fucking break them anyways. You know how many people don't even get a concealed carry license? They still conceal carry. Like, everybody doesn't give a fuck. Let's be real. Adam Hecker, Andrew's got to slow down the smokes, man. You got to go through 3 packs every stream he's on. Yeah, I mean, I honestly wouldn't judge him that much for the cigarettes if he was really physically fit, but I think he is starting to get physically fit because he got challenged to a boxing match or something, which props to him for.
By who?
I don't know. I just heard him talking about it the other day on one of his streams. So hopefully he's going to be going through a fitness journey. It'd be kind of cool to watch him do that. Honestly. Well, Spurgio, every one of the founders who signed the Declaration of Independence were felons, yet felons are restricted by federal law. Hey, I'm a felon too, man. That's fucked up. I guess I can't get into anything either. It's all right. We can get that shit expunged, man. It's all about money, man. Money talks, bullshit walks. That's all you need to know. Typo. Spurgio. Sorry, at least I didn't call you a Protestant. Yeah, thanks for not calling me a Protestant. And you can always spell the Spurgio wrong, man, because that's what makes it so spurgy. One of the smartest kids in my class at high school was from my homeroom teacher and his cousin. What? So sometimes they make a genius when they.
And they admitted that. Like they
Yeah,
said,
right. Yeah, for real. No, y'all want to.
you would
Y'all
never
want to hear
catch
some.
me admitting something like you wouldn't be able to torture that out of me.
You want to hear the weirdest story from one of my close friends? So one of my close friends growing up, this is so weird. He didn't know his dad for like years, for like most of his life. And then like when he was like 15, 16, he like met his dad and he was able to like go build a relationship with him again. He was having a hard time because he was like living with his grandma and he wanted to go live with his dad. So he went and lived with his dad at like 14, 15. His stepmom was like a hot younger woman. Okay. And so like
Oh,
him and his dad like and like he already had a kid, like she already had a kid with him and stuff with that dad. And so basically like she had 2 kids with that dad. And then she cheated on the dad with the son. And like when he was 16, okay? When he was 16 too. She got pregnant by him, okay? So they have a like, and now it's all messed up. Like their family's all crazy now, but I'm not gonna drop no names. But shit is crazy. We used to joke about it all the time because he worked with me, and we would joke all the time about how like whenever his like stepdaughter would come over, it was like, so is that your sister, your half sister, or is that like your, because they got married afterwards, like him and the stepmom, like after they divorced,
It's like a Macron and Brigitte situation.
yeah. But he was basically her, like his half sister's stepdad too. It was very, very funny, honestly. Good times. If it's an entirely libertarian position, damn man, it's like a ghost is in your spot. Like it just knocks that shit down out of nowhere. You need to get some good tax. Libertarian position, take and draw the line at enforceability. The law doesn't need to cover going after every case. Yeah, that's the way I see it. I just think that a lot of flaws come whenever we try to like regulate everything, or not regulate, prohibit. I'm really against prohibition personally. Are you against prohibition? Like, do you think drugs should be prohibited or regulated?
I go back and forth on this one.
Why? Do you think prohibition works?
I think it.
You inflamed
I
the
think what
narco.
should happen is like use and possession, like for personal use, should be decriminalized. But I think we should take the Lee Kuan Yew approach and probably crack down on dealers really bad, like really harsh.
So you think make it decriminalized for the bottom feeders and then just try to get the dealers?
Well, yeah, because the dealers are the problem, right?
But no, but you're still inflaming the narco state. You're still inflaming people's ability to make money through the black market. Like, why don't we shut the black market down?
That does, because what LCY did is if you got caught with a amount deemed to be, I guess, like a distributionist amount, you got put to death. So.
Well, that would be more like, you know, a Middle Eastern country, yeah, I guess. But
well, it cleaned it up immediately. But
like I would agree that we would have a safer country if we do something like that. But there's certain things that you get when you get more freedom. Like, I don't think I want to be in a country where people can, you know, like lose their life over some weed.
I agree. I agree. You can't do this like pussyfoot. It either needs to be no prohibition or it needs to be like you're putting
like Dubai.
Like Singapore.
Singapore.
Yeah.
You can't have gum on the street. Can't have porn, no gum, nothing. Yeah. But like I really just think that we really encourage a narco state as long as we
play
here.
the middle, yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I just don't think prohibition works at all. We can literally look exactly what happened during alcohol prohibition, and it doesn't work.
And we have Singapore as a case study. They have no drugs, None.
So, but like in a country like America where we have guns, though, like the thing is, like America is just a completely different culture. Like we have guns, like we're the policemen of the world. Like our guns are kind of like the reason why we're the policemen of the world is because we have a gun behind every blade of grass here. Like that's the only reason why.
That's not why.
That's what empowers it. No other country could ever beat us in a war.
Really, what more than anything, more like really that's not gonna do much. What keeps people from invading us is our geography. Like
Yeah, on top of that too. Yeah.
Draconian drug prohibition is very effective. You're right, it's small, but if you have like, so basically when you're walking into the airport in Singapore, you have like 8 signs. If you have drugs, drop them here. Like you want me drop them here. They have like 8 signs. And if you cross the line and you have drugs on you, they will execute you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and it works. They've had like 1 overdose death in like 5 years.
I just don't think America, I think that there's countries like that. Like I see it as a spectrum, like a freedom spectrum, and like you can have really restricted countries and they're super fucking safe. Like you can leave your child on the street, you can leave your $50,000 watch somewhere, and like it's not going to go nowhere. Like it's like I think that it's awesome to have those type of countries, but then there's a spectrum. There's countries like America though where you have immense freedom, but it's not safe. It's not safe at all.
It's nicotine. Yeah, I'm a fiend.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all nicotine's fault. I have no idea what you mean about breaking gun laws. Not just a waste of money. Smokes are a lot. Yeah, it is a waste of money, but that dude makes a lot of fucking money, bro. I don't think he cares about how much his cigarettes cost. Let's be real. If we're not enforcing adult incest, not reproduction, then in practice the law doesn't exist.
I agree. Which means
What does
what's
he
the
mean?
problem with drug laws, right? Because if you take this like pussyfooted like middle approach, then it's functionally legal, and like what you're doing is you're creating a black market monopoly. So like it either has to be draconian or it has to be non-existent, like Dr. Sammy said. I agree with that.
Maybe my town's just full of idiots and he seems smart. Pride, yeah, that's probably it, bro. Their family tree is a circle. Why do you think? Who do you think supplies the legal market? The legal market can be supplied by.
For fentanyl, for like carfentanil, what like? Well, we get.
I mean, the poppy fields in Afghanistan.
We get the opium from China. I'm pretty
Well,
sure
we get a lot from poppy fields in Afghanistan too.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm pretty sure they.
80% of production,
or do they get it from the Middle East?
I think 80% of production comes from Afghanistan. Yeah. Like that was one of the main reasons why we went over there.
When my dad was over there, he said basically like the Afghanis that we spent billions of dollars training, they were all high constantly.
It either needs to be draconian or not. Yeah. Idiot proofing the world is how we get into such a sad state of affairs. I'm not buying these crazy drugs. Are you gonna if they're
but we have unprecedented. We have fentanyl overdoses reaching levels higher than during the opioid opioid endemic.
So like, isn't that just another proof for my point, the regulation?
Well, that's what I'm saying is like because we're taking a pussyfooted middle approach. It might as well be legal, and what it's doing is it's giving a monopoly to the black market. So either you let it go or you crack down.
I think there's tons of money that can be made in regulation of these. Basically, all that tax dollars that could be made in regulating all this fucking drug trade, all going to the fucking Mexican cartels. Like that's retarded.
We can't put then that's a narco capital. That's basically okay. Well, because it makes a lot of money, we'll make more money if we do away with all consumer protection laws. So that means should we get rid of all consumer protection laws because they will make more money? That's the problem. Is like when you have what citizens are going to be smoking, saying they're smoking opioid derivatives or right? It's going to be people who are now dependent on the state. So if you have an anarcho-capitalist situation where you legalize drugs, you have to get rid of welfare. Gone.
Well, then let's just get rid of welfare too. Yeah, no, I'm totally done. And the thing is, they did this in certain countries in Europe. I don't know if it was Denmark, wherever the fuck they have super liberal policies on heroin and shit like that. When they did this, what they did is they set up these places for the heroin addicts to go do their heroin at, and it was just like a very like lit like little cubicle area with this giant fucking mirror, and they could
Yeah,
sit
and
there
then
and do
those
their
people, they went home and they collected their Medicaid check or their Medicaid check for their health care that they go, and they now have like hundreds of thousands of dollars and more problems with that
But like, what I'm saying is, if they got rid of that though, but the point is that
but
if
the thing is you
set things up-
can't.
but
like-
what I'm saying is like the reason why they set those facilities up like that is when somebody reflects, whenever you set things up correctly, you can actually stop a heroin addict from being a heroin addict because of how you frame things in their addiction. Like if you have this place for them to go do it at that's clean, and then that place makes them reflect on themselves in a mirror.
Freud, this is prior to kind of like the like mass like production of highly potent opioids. Like, was it Freud or Jung? Jung basically said the only way to cure alcoholism, for example, is for a person to basically go through a spiritual change, like they basically find God. And most of these rehab centers and these that hundreds of thousands of dollars treatment centers, they don't work. You have like 6 or 7 relapses before either death or maybe the 5% will finally like not get addicted anymore. But that's the problem is like who you can't get rid of the welfare state and have this situation implemented, because what's going to happen is you're going to see a bunch of like, it's going to look like Philadelphia, and you're going to see a bunch of people. They're either going to make a place like that uninhabitable. Crime is going to get ridiculous. Or you're going to have like the progressive bleeding hearts, like use that as like an information campaign to reinstate welfare.
No. Normalizing addiction shouldn't be done even with all drugs being legal, though. Singapore being an island helps, even though they're a shipping mega center. It is good, yeah. No, like my stepdad used to always go to Singapore, and he got me a shirt once, and it was like 9 things you can't do in Singapore, and it was like no porn, no gum. Like it was insane. Like you can't do fucking anything there. It sounds horrible. Doesn't sound fun at all. This conversation is kind of getting off topic real hard. Yeah, I know. Just saying, Soren. Thank you. What is that she's smoking on? What you smoking on?
It's Views vape.
What?
Vape, nicotine, Views.
I don't even see fucking smoke come out whenever you hit it. Is it even working?
Well, yeah, because it's a bad habit because I used to hit it in class, and so and so I'm used to like
being low key about it.
Yeah.
Like out your nose, like very slowly.
No, I just like keep it in until it goes away.
Oh, you just let the nicotine fully absorb into your lungs so you can just die.
Oh yeah.
That sounds very healthy. Yeah. You might be able to get it passed if it was exclusively the death penalty for crossing the border with the dealer amount of drugs. Yeah, I could see that. There is no neutrality. Establish your values. Your enemy will establish theirs. This is why libertarianism sucks. Yeah, it is hard to win the fight whenever your fight is do what you want. She's not for regulation. She's all hopped up on vapes and Red
Bull. Vapes and Red Bull.
That's pretty funny.
I'm not a degenerate on welfare. Like I can use vapes and welfare and get a law degree and a master's of biomedical engineering. So, how many heroin addicts have done that?
Yeah. No, that was a good one though. Consumer protection laws create regulatory capture by the industries being regulated inevitable, which then leads to less safe products and people being credulous about safety claims. Either I suck at reading or y'all suck at typing sometimes, man. Probably both. Very hard to break.
That's work. Okay, that idea only works if you don't have de facto monopolies. We do have de facto monopolies. You do have, and the problem is like, for example, like chemicals leaching into the waterways. You don't find out that happened until 20 years down the road when suddenly you have pockets of like metastatic, like brain cancer, like glioblastoma. And so you have to have consumer protection laws and like tort laws to protect against that, because not the effects of something like deranged and like egregious like that are not available. It's not as simple as the consumer can vote with their dollar, because you can't really vote with your dollar if the effects of some like crime against the population are only apparent 20 years down the road. Right. And oftentimes like in discovery, this will come out that like these companies knew they were poisoning the waterways. They knew of an effect of a chemical, and they knew that it was a extremely toxic carcinogen, and they will do it anyways because they think, oh, this effect won't show up until 20 years from now. And so you have to have those types of protections, those type of regulations. Otherwise, you'll just have these companies dumping fucking benzene into the waterways.
Prince Kermit, like I said, we are not a free market. We are an oligarchy of handful of mega elites. Yeah, I mean, free market really relies on intelligent base of people to make sure that there aren't people dumping horrible things. And we aren't very fucking intelligent, man. I think most people are fucking stupid, so kind of sucks. Man, right side, it's crazy. I thought I was about to fucking come up and beat you on the X fucking people. I'm up to 178.
Oh, so I deleted it and I restarted it.
Yeah, no, I saw that, but it's just
I like 600 views because I forgot to tag them.
Oh man, how do you tag somebody and it pops them? Like if you just type in the @ correctly on StreamYard, it like makes sure to tag them correctly on Twitter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you type in
the title,
perfect. What the fuck? I didn't know that. I'm gonna do it perfect next time. I'm just fucking stupid. I didn't know that.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm getting into. So actually what the non-aggression principle implies is that at best, government ought to be severely restricted, and at worst, government ought to not exist at all. Now, as we've had the rise in government, and I mean, look, in the United States of America, just in the last 20 years, in the last 20 plus years, which we could go back a lot further than that, you've had a tremendous growth in the size of government. And what happens as the government gets bigger and bigger is that all of the things that Christians and traditionalists tend to value get undermined. And so this institution of the government that is inherently based on violating the non-aggression principle does its absolute best to replace, take over, and monopolize all of the areas where traditionally family and community had domain. And
yeah,
so
but why would that be problematic if the non-aggression principle logically should be ignored for these moral oughts? That is the question.
Well, hold on. That's a separate question. The point I'm making is that it's not an outgrowth of the non-aggression principle. It's an outgrowth of a rejection of the non-aggression principle. That's actually what leads to all of this.
So then if we were to have the non-aggression principle with a shrunken government, are we still going to use the government in order to aggress against consenting adults who want to have incest? Or not?
As long as a government exists, it will be used to aggress against non-consenting adults. And
great.
So, yes,
then
I don't know.
Yes.
Listen, Andrew, you're trying to obsess over this incest argument. Okay, laws against incest. I'll grant you that. Sure, fine. Can we move on to any other topic now?
Yeah, but
we move on to talking about the state of the country as it actually exists.
Yeah, but this is the state of the country as it actually exists.
Well, it's pretty funny because we live under the most powerful centralized government in the history of the world. The biggest organization in the history of the world is the United States of America's federal government in Washington, D.C., spending over $6 trillion a year, employing millions of people with the capability of overthrowing regimes all around the world. And instead, the argument we're getting here is, but if there was no government, who would stop an adult brother and sister from fucking? That's kind of goofy, man. It doesn't really have anything to do with.
I just want to let you know that saying it's kind of goofy isn't an argument. You just said if we scale the government down to its umpteenth point of scale down, as long as there was still a government, you would want them to enforce action via violating the non-aggression principle for your preference. So if there was,
no, that's not what I said.
Well, it's an entailment. If the government's really, really, really big and enforce it right now, and then you say, but if it was really, really small, we would still enforce that because you want to have those laws, then regardless of the size of government, the degeneracy is still going to exist, right? And it's still going to need to be enforced against regardless of the size of the government.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question? What is it exactly you're asking me?
I'm asking you, if we reach anarcho-utopia, we scale the government down.
I'm not for a utopia, but
okay, but if we reach anarcho, whatever.
Is it wrong for Andrew to automatically assume that like what he's trying to reach is that anarcho utopia? Because like Dave never really says that. Like, is that something that like most libertarians believe in or something?
No, I wouldn't
say
that. I wouldn't say that most libertarians are anarcho-capitalists. That's basically a straw man.
Okay. I was very confused right there when I first watched it. I just don't get like why he made that assumption.
Yeah, it's basically a straw man.
You want as the ultimate, right? The government is now scaled down to the point where it's essentially gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you still want enforcement against this kind of thing? And how could you have enforcement against it without a government?
Against what kind of thing?
Like incest or gay marriage or any of these degenerate actions.
Okay, well, I think there's a pretty big gap between incest and gay marriage, but I will say that I think there's a gap between that.
What is it?
But I think they're two different things.
Yeah, they're two different things, but they're the same as far as two consenting adults doing what they want, right?
yeah, me and you doing this debate are also two consenting adults doing what they want, but there's a gap between those things. So anyway,
what does that have to do? I mean, it logically tracks that if dude, you can't go on these long rambling diatribes, and I do 4 seconds, I do 4 seconds, and you go berserk. Just calm down. Let me ask the actual question.
Dude, come on, man. I asked you to clarify your question,
and I'm trying to clarify it so that you understand it.
But don't act like I'm going on these long rants and you're not talking. I mean,
well, you filibuster. You don't say that much, but I'm still willing to engage.
Oh, come on, Andrew.
I'm super.
Is he framing him as filibustering? I don't feel like he was really filibustering.
Yeah, no, he strawman the ANCAP thing, and now he's like, this is
when it just got kind of crazy right there.
They haven't actually, like, Andrew always figures out how to weasel out of actually, like, having someone hold his ideas to the fire. I've never seen him actually be forced to justify, and that's why I think he's gotten away with his Christian populist argument so long. It's because like no one's ever actually he's able just to continue like throwing out this position because he's never actually gotten to a point where somebody's challenged him on it because he puts everyone on the back foot by badgering.
He's really good at that. Yeah, it's where you don't even ever get to win it if you tried. We also have,
now you know what to target him on.
Yeah, we also have a 2-tier class. Politicians get away with showering with their kids, and no cop is going to stop it. There's an argument, a contingent that you can't be a libertarian and not be an ANCAP. What is that?
Anarcho-capitalist.
I think Andrew snuck in the ANCAP angle straw man to help his own argument. As far as I can tell, Dave hasn't caught on to that one. Yeah, true. I'm gonna go pee really quick after I start this.
Concise, so I'm super concise.
Okay.
I'm going to get right to it, right, so that you understand what I'm saying to you. What I'm asking you is that the enforcement mechanism against this degeneracy, which you consider to be morally wrong, absent a state, are you still going to want an enforcement mechanism against these moral wrongs? You say, there's a big difference between incest and homosexual marriage or homosexual sex. However, the truth is that both of these things are exactly logically similar when it comes to two consenting adults doing what it is that they want when they want to do it without hurting anybody else. How's that not the case?
Well, again, as I just pointed out, we're also two consenting adults doing what we want without hurting anyone else. But I think that's very different. So I'm just saying that I'm not even saying I support either of those things. I'm saying I see them as different. No, the truth is that if we didn't have what we have today, and this is what happens with every very powerful centralized government, is that their biggest enemy becomes the family, the church, the community, because they don't like things that compete with them. If we actually got rid of all of the impediments between that, you would see an enormous return to normalcy in this country. You would see, I mean, look, starting even in the 1930s with Social Security, when you had the government take over the role of, we'll take care of old people when they get older. What you used to have was that parents would rely on their children to take care of them when they get older. Once you remove all of the disincentives toward normalcy and family and community, if the state was to be reduced to the size that you're talking about, no, my concern would not be, do we have federal agents with guns going in to break up incest amongst adults anytime it's happening? I don't even know how you would go about enforcing that.
What about people who just want to transition?
Again, the transitioning stuff is totally a statist product. This is something that's come out of the universities that are essentially government programs. That is.
You good?
Yeah. So apparently, Dave actually is an ANCAP, which is why he did not respond to that.
Had to reveal it to everybody.
Yeah. He didn't. Yeah, he just ignored it because it was true. So, God damn it.
Perpetuated by the corporate media and
I'm not disputing any of that. Should they be allowed to do it though?
No. Well, that's
no.
Okay, hold on. Let me say this to be clear. Children, absolutely not. You should not be allowed to do that. Adults, a doctor should lose their license if they were ever to perform a surgery.
But it's voluntary.
Sure.
And they consented.
But a license could also be voluntary, and a medical board could also be voluntary. So what does that mean?
Well, so that's interesting that you bring that up, considering that the AMA was just a large corporate entity that was not government regulated. Did it get government money? Started off as a trade organization, in fact, and what it did was it defamed all other types of medicine, and that was not the government doing that. That was a private institution which was doing that for the purpose Carnegie.
Right.
Another private institution, Carnegie. The thing is that private institutions are just as susceptible to this type of overreach as the government is. Well, now, hang on, let me finish. My turn.
Sure. Go ahead.
So as we dive into this, though, these medical licenses, why would you even need to have a medical license in an anarcho-capitalist system? You wouldn't even need to have one. And the voluntarism then of this man who wants to go in and have this elective surgery done, why would that be a problem? There's no medical licenses, Dave. It's anarcho-capitalism, baby.
Okay, so if you're going to say that the worst case scenario in anarcho-capitalism is that some random man could go in and someone would give him this like surgery, okay, fine, I guess. I think that if you're asking why there would be licenses or why there would be voluntary organizations, because that's what human beings always naturally gravitate toward. But regardless of that, none of that is really the problem. The problem in our society is that this insane shit is being pushed on everyone, and it's being pushed by giant corporations who are connected to the government. It's being pushed by the government class, and most importantly, it's being pushed in the government schools. You know, one of the things, and
It's also being pushed by private institutions and think tanks who go to lobbyists and influence the government.
Let me finish.
Let's Dave finish. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so one of the things that I would say to people listening to this, because I hope you guys will like kind of try to internalize this a little bit. Look, this whole shit, all of this insane degeneracy is being pushed by the most powerful people in this country. And it's not as if this just organically arose out of nowhere. And I hope you guys would at least consider the possibility that, look, the government always, by its nature, moves into the areas that were traditionally left for family and community and churches. And even something like educating the kids. This is one of the biggest problems that we have, that the government is in control of it. And why? And what would happen if they weren't? It would fall back into the realm of families and communities and churches. And what do you think would be better? What do you think would be better? This being run by Washington, D.C., or this being run by your local church?
See, this is where like it's really hard for me to not take Dave's side, because I strongly agree with that principle of bringing it back, less government, you know, just or local. If it is government, like local government, like I can't help but just heavily agree with him here. And I don't think that the best thing is our country just being ran by, you know, a Christian, you know, nationalist, whatever. We could just reduce government and then go back to the local and just have Christians running the local. I don't know. It just sounds smarter than me.
I thought, well, Dave, did you see Dr. Sammy's? Dave is the ANCAP.
No.
He's under school of Rothbard.
Yeah.
So that's why he didn't say anything. But there's a really funny tweet from Nicholas Nassim Taleb. He said, many libertarian texts are political philosophy for children, except for of course Rothbard, which is political economy for children by children.
That's messed up, man. That's messed up. I'm falling in love with it. Stop saying that.
That's the best. That's probably Nassim Taleb's best tweet.
Story. Yeah, but if Dave is an ANCAP, then the idea stands out even more. He should have picked up on the straw man even better and distanced himself from his own position in order to win the argument. Yeah, so this is what happens when people can't distance themselves from their own beliefs and just argue the argument. Basically, Andrew is in his head right now. He's won because he's there. He's rent. He's rent free. He's over. Yeah. Andrew does have a point about the licensing scheme. After private corps orgs create licenses, laws get created to punish people from practice without the license.
Yeah, but you aren't punished for, like, for example, no one's gonna punish you for stitching yourself up, right? It's always the licenses punish you for performing a service for other people in a professional or like pseudo professional capacity. Like, for example, you can represent yourself pro se in court. You just can't represent somebody else if you're not a member of the bar.
That's kind of the point I'm making. And if that means I have to sacrifice the FBI going on hunts for you know, people having incest, I'm willing to make.
Yeah, I mean, these are almost great points. Stuff that you forget, like these institutions like the AMA and this type of thing, which started out, you know, 150 years ago. That the government came in, they used to come in with antitrust laws and break these things up. And under anarcho-America corporatism, these antitrust laws would not exist. These people would become.
Do you know anything?
Let me finish, Dave.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so anyway, over and over again, we see what happens when corporations also gain a huge leverage on power when it comes to no check on them from any government entity. This was, in fact, the entire point of Franco's Spain and why Mussolini came up with the idea of fascism to begin with, which was that the state needed to stop large trade.
See, I'm in this weird point where, like, I want, like, little regulation from the government with certain things, but I want lots of regulation with it in certain things, especially in relation to the free market.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like Andrew Wilson is like talking about Mussolini, but Mussolini was not, right, a Christian, like, theocratic fascist state. So when you start talking about Christian theocratic fascism, it's when, like, so then it's not populism. That's not populism. So
yeah, Mussolini was a fascist.
Yeah.
Fascist. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's like he's talking about Mussolini, and then he's also a Christian populist. That's not how it works.
trade organizations from swallowing up small trade organizations. That was the point.
All right.
Let me finish, man.
Sorry.
They
I thought you were done.
They recognized that this was an important thing because what ends up happening is corporate power can also become elite and it becomes a government unto itself. Anarcho-capitalism is not going to stop that from happening. And on top of that, when we're talking about these moral oughts, these moral claims, there's not going to be medical licenses. There's no driver's licenses. There's none of these things which would protect you from this degeneracy, which your libertarian idealism leads us to every time. You can't even tell us why any of these things are wrong to do, Dave.
Okay, I already told you, and I have the exact same answer for what you have for why they're wrong. But listen, let me ask you this: have you? Because I know you call yourself a paleocon on Twitter. Are you like? Are you familiar with
This part's good if you haven't seen this yet.
like the paleoconservative thinkers? Like
Pat Buchanan is my favorite. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, for anyone listening here, read every Pat Buchanan book you can get your hands on. They're the absolute best. And Paul Gottfried too. You really should read him. He's just so good. And Sam Francis and all of these guys, dude. Go read them, and you will understand why this is just not right.
No, it's not, because Pat Buchanan would agree with me. He would say these moral oughts. He would say these moral oughts are going to require state enforcement no matter what. That's why he was a paleocon.
Okay, but what Pat Buchanan would not agree with you on is this idea that if there wasn't the government regulating these things, there'd be no reason for anyone to have licenses or something like that. It's just not true, dude. And
who would license them?
Listen, all of these guys, Pat Buchanan, Paul Gottfried, all of these guys, Sam Francis, they all said that a huge part of their program was a drastic cut in the size and scope of government.
Because they didn't like the military-industrial complex.
No, not just that.
Does anybody else know a libertarian who would join the stream? Or somebody?
I don't know any libertarians. I feel like that's something that's hard to actually find unless they're like a big pundit, like somebody that's actually big on that. Anybody that's in chat though, please go.
Let's spice some things up. Let's argue with somebody.
Yeah, no. Actually, I'll put a link. Hold on.
We should probably do this from now on. Where like,
always post a link.
We end up agreeing on like most things.
Yeah, we need to find somebody who just
disagree
I always think I'm gonna disagree with you, and then I end up being like, yeah, I guess you're right about that shit, man. Oh. The way to win against Andrew would be to make sure he doesn't have access to his cigarettes. That's a cheat code. Only libertarians I know are on panels on Mondays.
It isn't necessarily, it could be a Christian nationalist. I would enjoy that. That would be fun.
Yeah, even a Fuentes one would be fun. I lean libertarian, but no self-respecting libertarian would run for office or claim to be a libertarian. If that ain't the truth about a libertarian right there. That's a real libertarian.
Yes, Andrew, believe me, I know this stuff, so I'm not wrong about this. Yes, they wanted to cut in the military-industrial complex, but not just that. They wanted to destroy the managerial state. That was their entire plan. Paul Gottfried said, and this was his view, which I thought was a perfect way to say it, which I think you should really consider, that he goes,
I'll tweet out and you tweet out. I can tweet out, like, is anybody like of a Christian nationalist bend or libertarian bend and or who would like to come have a conversation?
Have you ever heard of those guys that they were talking about, like like those authors that the Paleo Christ guys?
I mean, I've heard of them. I've heard their names. I don't know much about them.
I want to check into their shit, man. It sounds very interesting.
Radical libertarian. And he was very clear that he's not a libertarian because he believes in rights in the same sense that I do. Like he was saying, I don't believe in your right to live any degenerate lifestyle that you want to, but I'm strategically a radical libertarian because he recognized that the only way that you could ever return to normalcy, culturally speaking, was to get DC out of the mix, that the centralized federal government cannot be this in control of the way children are raised, the way people are educated, the way people get.
See, this is where I ultimately agree with him. Like there's like a root cause of all the issues, and I agree that it's like that regular, or like the government getting in everything, that is the root cause of all of it. And like, would you say that is kind of true, or do you think that like it's not about fixing it at the root, it's more about putting a band-aid and just putting a bunch of laws on telling people to stop doing stuff like the Christian nationalists want?
Sorry, one sec. I was typing out my posts looking for.
You're good.
People.
You got a lot of followers, so you should be able to be like, hey, share this too. Tell everybody to share this. What's NRX?
NRX.
Let me Google it. Currently, NRX just means a new drug prescription. I guess he's just a new drug prescription guy. Just fucking with you. Says NRX, neo-reactionary. Do you know what that is? Neo-reactionary?
Like post-liberal?
He said Yarvis types. Neo-reactionary Yarvis types.
So post-liberal, basically, yeah.
Post-liberal what? Post-liberalism?
Yeah, basically liberalism's failed, et cetera, et cetera.
Healthcare and education and housing without it totally perverting the natural
State
order.
and local governments are just as susceptible to these things, Dave, from lobbying and everything else. And you can't
No,
stop.
they're not.
You can't stop lobbying, and you can't stop people who have the will of saying.
Yeah, I agree with him. It's way harder to lobby on a smaller local level, I feel like, than it is for big government to do it.
I own myself from demanding that they be able to be represented, from demanding that they be able to have lobbying, from demanding that they own themselves. They're consenting.
That has nothing to do with self-ownership, but okay. But
it clearly does, Dave.
Listen, I would highly recommend, instead of you just trying to win this point against me, go read what Paul Gottfried and Pat Buchanan had to say about this.
Why? I don't understand. Why can't you make their argument, Dave?
No. I can make their
then
argument.
Make it.
I'm saying, Andrew, you're already in the mode of not trying to hear a point I have to say.
I've heard everything you said.
Fire back immediately to get the win.
Yeah, I don't agree with you, so I'm arguing with you. That's how that works.
Right. Okay, I'm saying that these guys who you call yourself a paleoconservative, the people who were the leading thinkers of paleoconservatism, made these points really well. I'm just trying to say maybe go get it from a source where you'll actually be able to listen to it from. I'm
listening to it from you right now. I'm arguing with your points because I don't agree with your points. Okay. And when we get to these ought claims of what we ought to do, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You're like, oh, I think doctors should have their medical licenses revoked for doing this bad thing. But if we're really looking at what self-ownership would be in anarcho-capitalist land, it wouldn't be these licenses to begin with. I don't really understand why it is.
Plenty of licenses.
From who? Who would they be issued by?
Organizations, the same as they are now. What do you mean?
So the organization which issued the license would have some sort of authority and would be able to use force, right?
No, not necessarily, but they would be able to use their own version of, like, someone could be banned from their organization. Are you actually making the kind of like Bastiat thing where you can't separate government from society and that there can't be anything other than look, obviously all of the government involvement aside, but we all know that we were told a couple things not to say before we got on this show, right? Because of the YouTube government. There's lots of different.
Yeah, why would you have a problem with YouTube? That's a private organization doing what it wants, Dave.
John Jacob, do you mean like people like Nick Land? Would he be considered neo-reactionary as well? I'm not as familiar with Curtis Yarvin, but I'm familiar with Nick Land.
I don't know who any of these people are. You smart motherfuckers.
What are you asking me now?
Why would you have a problem with YouTube? That's a private organization doing what it wants.
You guys, by the way, can you guys see? This is what's frustrating to me. If you could see, I just made a point. It was an excellent point, and then you immediately just pivot to something else and move the goalpost. So anyway,
it was your point. Dave.
The point I was making was that there can be private organizations that can have their standards also, and then you pivoted to saying, "Do I support YouTube and what they do? In what context? What do you mean?"
No, what you said was we had some TOS or things which would be TOS that we couldn't talk about on this private platform, but you must support private platforms existing because you're an anarcho-capitalist.
No,
so what's the problem? So you don't support private platforms existing?
Listen, man, do you support private restaurants existing?
Sure.
Okay, if they brought you, you ordered a T-bone steak and they brought it to you and it was freezing cold, would you support that because you support private restaurants existing?
No.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with anything?
It proves exactly.
But you believe that the restaurant should have the right. Wait, Dave. You believe
something existing doesn't
that's super weird, Dave. So you don't believe that restaurants should have the right to serve you a cold steak?
No, I do.
Well, then what are you talking about, Dave?
Did you honestly not get that?
If I could,
I thought that part was so funny when I watched it the first time. Like I thought that was just hilarious. Wait, what did he say? I don't know, Land. I haven't read either of them. I know Sargon has basically gone post-lib. James Burnham would be the closest. Do you know who that is? James Burnham. These people know more than you, right? So I'm just kidding.
I didn't honestly get that. No, it made no sense.
All right.
Listen. What
Point to you, dude.
What David's saying is, I don't support you doing that. But what Andrew's saying, but do you support the right of a private organization to make their own choices? To which I believe Dave's answer is, yeah, they could make that choice, but I personally don't like that choice. I'm not in support of that choice. But I think Andrew, the point he's making is, yeah, but if you had an anarcho-capitalist society, these bad organizations would exist and they would do bad things. You would have to say they're allowed to do it.
Well, okay, fine. If you want to say, oh, if we had an anarcho-capitalist society, this thing in my head would happen and it could be really bad, whatever. I'm not going to sit here and even argue about that stuff. Okay, fine. I'm talking about how about in the real world? We live under the biggest government in the history of the world, and look what it's led to. Let's talk about the world we actually live in.
Okay, let's talk about the world that we actually live in. It's my belief that the leftist paradigm, which is a libertarian paradigm of the non-aggression principle, is how leftists are able to control inside of this ginormous government apparatus, which they're continuously expanding. I think that they utilize victim classes like LGBTQ and others and say if they're not hurting anybody, then what's the problem? Libertarians have no way to counteract.
Do you think the like truth is somewhere in the middle of these two, like in between anarch and the you know, like the Christian nationalist stance?
No, I honestly think both their positions are kind of dumb.
Well, yeah, both like I really can't agree with the anarch shit, but I really can't really agree with Andrew either. I think it's something in the middle.
Yeah, I don't like either of them.
Act this because they can't justify why it would be a problem either. So what they end up doing is saying, well, we can't really say shit, can we? We can't really tell you that that gays can't be married. We can't really tell you not to expand victim classes. We can't really tell you any of these things because ultimately you believe in the same principle that they do, which is do whatever the fuck you want, as long as you're not.
Huh?
Nafi liked it.
Nafi liked what? He wants to join in debate for the anarchs.
Oh God.
He's been wanting to debate you. Have y'all debated yet?
No, because we're supposed to debate some Thursday, and I forgot what Thursday, and I guess I didn't show up.
I can't wait to see that whenever y'all do it, because that's gonna be fun.
It's the problem.
It's like picking on a.
And I didn't do it on purpose. I forgot, and then I was asleep because my sleep schedule was reversed. I'm studying for the bar right now. So it was I accidentally missed it.
Are you done with are you like how much longer you got for school stuff?
I graduated, but I'm studying for the bar right now.
And then when's the bar? When do you take it? Like in a few months?
July.
July?
Yep.
After that you're done.
Yep.
You just get to make money.
Hell yeah.
You're like an adult.
I'm doing patent law. My undergrad's in biochemistry. I just got a law degree and I got a master's biomedical engineering. So I'm doing patents for medical devices.
Yeah, basically the big money stuff, bro. If you need a sugar mama,
oh yeah,
hit her up. She's gonna be the future sugar mama.
I make medical devices more expensive for poor people.
Yes. Okay, Einstein. I know, right, John?
Hurting anybody, man. The good is the good, man. We'll smoke the dope, man.
All of this is that's just completely ridiculous. I think that libertarianism, if you follow it to its logical conclusion, would tell you that the Civil Rights Act was not justified, would tell you that government funding all of these universities is not justified, would tell you that all of this stuff, I mean, it would tear down the entire thing.
Wait, it would tell you slavery was or abolishing slavery wasn't justified?
What?
Would it tell you that abolishing slavery wasn't
What does that have to do
justified?
with what I just said?
Because that was an act of government, right?
Wait, hold on. But what does that have to do with what I just
Because
said?
when you're talking about civil rights, we're still going back to self-ownership.
The Civil Rights Act has nothing to do with slavery, dude.
No, but it has to do with self-ownership. And pre-Civil Rights Act, there were slaves, right?
No.
Yeah, there wasn't?
When did you think the Civil Rights Act happened?
The Civil Rights Act happened during the Jim Crow era. But what I'm talking about with slavery specifically is did they have
100 years before the Civil Rights Act?
Yes.
Actually,
Did
no,
they have rights
that's
to
not
own?
correct.
So was Dave just doing a good job at framing him looking bad right there, or was he actually making himself look bad right there?
So the self-ownership thing, well, because it's that ontological disagreement again. So it's it's almost Andrew's parody of Dave's position, but Dave doesn't have the terms to correct him. And also Jim Crow was I know the Civil Rights Act is not kind of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I'm pretty sure Jim Crow ended way before that, 20 years before that. I could be wrong though. Let me look up.
John Jacobs said you'll be pulled into finance so quickly. Dude, you're gonna I don't see now, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe you're gonna make so much money in patent law you're not gonna want to leave it. But I feel like you're gonna find a way to make money in something else and you're gonna go where the money's at. Maybe I'm wrong there. Finance will be up your ass getting you in a device. Yeah, what's crazy, right side, if you learn sales skills, you realize if you went and worked for Fidelity or any big finance corporation, how much money you can make.
Well, that's what Vivek did, because Vivek has the same exact background as me. His law degree, biomedical engineering. So that's what he did. He worked on DD on basically pharmaceutical companies, medical device companies. He worked for one of the major investment banks or something.
Just gotta get that position where you get percentages, though. You know what I mean? I make medical devices more expensive for poor people. Awkward smile. Sergio. Okay. I didn't say. I said Einstein because John said Einstein. You don't see it. Wait. Oh, Soren is on YouTube. He does see it. Okay. Whatever, bro. What the fuck ever. Oh, but you're on my YouTube, Soren. You can't see her YouTube comment.
What the fuck?
Soren's on my YouTube.
What the fuck?
What? You're one of the few viewers on my YouTube. Thank you, Soren. That is so sweet of you, bro. I guess you like me more than fuck. I knew you liked me more than Right Side. That's crazy.
I thought Soren. Now he's
He's
a
my
Sergio sim. I thought he was my sim.
Nah, dude. He's definitely one of my stands now. Andrew
What
tripped up a
the
few
fuck?
times right there. Yeah, he definitely tripped up a few times right there. Yarvin is interesting, but he sets a trap. He implicitly Jewish supremacist.
No, you said the word. You said the word.
Oh fuck. This is really hard. We're gonna have to just get off YouTube at some point because it's so hard. In general, the remaining Jim Crow laws were overturned by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Yeah, in general, you're right. She references Vivek. So Hagelborg for president 2032. Yeah, you got to get in local office.
Oh fuck no.
I mean, you're talking about the local level.
Listen.
I'll manage your campaign. I got you. For sure. You just gotta go put in the legwork, do a bunch of block walks.
I'm not the politics type.
It's not about what you want. It's about what you need. You need somebody to tell you what you need, and that's what you need in your life.
I'm not that likable, unfortunately.
You don't have to be likable in politics. Do you think everybody?
You have to be able, you have to be kind of likable.
Really? You really think that?
Yeah, I think so. You have to be able to sell yourself. I'm not because I can't hold my tongue.
You think Dwight D. Eisenhower sold himself?
Well, yeah, he will by virtue of being, a World War II general. So.
Yeah, but the guy had no.
He didn't need to sell himself because he was already a world famous World War II general.
But what I'm saying is some president or some people in politics have no personality. They're as dry as it gets. There is definitely some people that are dry as fuck and become president.
Well, that's because they're walking yes men for fucking Lockheed Martin.
I'm just saying anybody can do it is what I'm saying. You can't be a Hillary Clinton. I'm very true. You couldn't be that bad. Okay, here I am. I switched to the proper stream. Man, you took one of my viewers. Fuck.
Yeah.
You suck, Soren. That's ridiculous, dude.
I've not gotten any biters yet.
Anyway,
If y'all know anybody,
slave-
DM them. Poach if they're on a stream. Poach them. We need someone to yell at.
We'll see. Next time, I'll advertise it correctly. I'll put in the post next time whenever I'm advertising it. Make sure if anybody wants to come to the debate, message me for Discord link, and we'll make sure to get everything set up to where we can have people beforehand already ready to know that we're gonna do that. Probably will help out a shit ton if you do it that way.
Who's had a right to not be slaves? But anyway, the point that I'm making is that
then
we can get clips of us yelling at people or something.
Yeah. You're definitely smarter than me at this stuff. I don't know why I do this content creation stuff. I need somebody to carry me through it.
Well, I think you provide what you are good at is identifying what content people want to see. I think at this point it's just a matter of framing it and packaging it, which is getting people to yell at.
Yes. That is true. Finding enemies. It's actually really hard. Because all the dating coaches I keep trying to debate, they just block me after I ask them to debate me. And it's how the fuck am I ever gonna find any of these weird dating coaches to debate if they just block me every time I try to do it?
And also the problem is all the Christian nationalists block me. So
yeah, it's really sad. I think I'm everybody's scared of me or something because every time I try to do it, and I'll even be really nice in the comments, and it's they're scared for it's the nice
I will provide them with one retard squisher meme, and they're and they block me.
Well, actually, there's a bunch of discords of people that like to do all these debates, so we just need to go to all those discords and find them, and then we'll slowly bait them into our trap.
then we have logical extensions here, then, Dave, that we have to contend with.
Okay, leave Dave finish his point.
All right, Andrew, whatever, dude. All right, listen, the point that I'm making is to just say that what's happening in a college campus.
Oh yeah, and I was gonna say this week or next week we should start the X raids. I need to make like the thumbnail for it.
That'll be fun. Yeah.
Where we can go like raid like the X people. We just got to see if we can even find like good spaces to go
You
raid.
poached Prince Kermit.
Huh?
You.
What is?
So I got Soren back, but then you poached Prince Kermit.
Ah, yes. I will take it. Kermit's a real one, so I'll gladly take him as. Actually, that's better than Soren. Thank you, Kermit. I'm very happy to have the better person on my side. That's fine. He's way smarter, actually. Soren wishes he was as smart as fucking Kermit. Yeah.
Soren, are you gonna take that?
Which is essentially.
Of course he's gonna take it because he's a simp. Of course he's gonna take it.
A government program. I mean, all of these colleges, whether they're like state schools or whether they just had all of their loans, guaranteed by the federal government or directly given out by the federal government, it's a big giant government program. And the idea that they would ever sustain themselves in a market is ridiculous. And the fact that there are young people in those groups now want to identify as not the gender that they were born in has nothing to do with the non-aggression principle or self-ownership or anything about liberty.
How does it not have to do with
philosophy on
government?
government?
Yeah, it does. That's
no,
bullshit.
It doesn't at all.
Yeah, not only that, but I've been demonstrating it over and over, and you have no defense from it. If you own yourself, why can't you choose your gender? Why can't you get your appendages cut off? Why can't you do these things, Dave? Why shouldn't you be able to?
Wait, if you don't own listen, this is the thing I think you're not understanding, Andrew. I don't even get what you're saying here. If you don't own yourself,
which I don't think you do.
Right. Okay. Why shouldn't you be able to get your
That's my whole principle is just because there is no actual self-ownership.
Okay. So okay, I'm saying if
that's
you're
a non sequitur, Dave. It makes no sense.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What's a non sequitur, Andrew?
What sequitur is saying, but if you don't own yourself, you can do those things too. It has nothing to do with whether you do or not.
Right, but you said, what if you do
They're
own
just
yourself?
arguing about semantics for 3
I know, it's so funny. Isn't that funny though? I was dying laughing at this point because they just were going up like past each other
It's
like crazy.
oh god, are they not bored?
Well, like I think that's what makes it so entertaining sometimes is when two people completely misunderstand each other or like go past each other, because each person's viewers, like if there's a bunch of people that are supporting each person, they're like seeing it from their worldview and being like, he's a fucking idiot for not understanding this. Like both sides think they're right, and I think that's so funny.
But it's also like you would think they would have been like, okay, fine, we'll agree to disagree. Let's move on to the next point. It's been the same fucking shit for 3 goddamn hours. Like, God.
It's not. It hasn't been 3 hours for them. Remember that. It's just 3 hours for us.
What if you don't? So that's the point.
Yeah, what does that have to do with it? That's the non sequitur.
If I may, I think that there's 2 ships passing here. I think that the argument that Dave's making is this: if we decrease the size of the federal government and the government in general, as if he's suggesting, culturally, there wouldn't be the sort of brainwashing that's going on through those organizations that make these things. Andrew's saying, though, he's saying, but the principle of if you own yourself, you can do whatever you want is foundational to a lot of these egregious behaviors that we would see. And so even if we shrunk the size of government, if we did so based on the mentality of, well, you could do whatever you want as long as it's agreed upon by consenting adults, we would see a lot of behavior that he finds to be undesirable or grotesque or sins, such as incest, homosexual relations, etc.
Oh, all right. Let me ask you this. So I think we could probably all agree that between, let's just say in the last 100 years, okay, the size and scope of government in this country has grown enormously. Obviously, if you are familiar with the paleo-conservatives, they were, hearkening back to the old conservatives who fought the New Deal back in the 1930s. And I could go back a little bit further than that to Woodrow Wilson creating the central bank and the income tax. But you have the New Deal, you have the expansions of government in World War II, the expansions post-World War II with the creation of the CIA and all of that stuff, the national security apparatus, the global empire. You have the Great Society in the 1960s. You have, I don't know, you fast forward to George W. Bush creating the Department of Homeland Security and the war on terrorism and Barack Obama and all this stuff.
Straight up, what's the better strategy? Wiping out all the bullshit or putting a big Christian band-aid on all of it?
I don't know. At this point,
be real.
if these are our theoreticians, then we're fucked either way. So just say,
Is this the best of us? This is what did all the
best
clicks?
we got, we're fucked.
This is the best we got, boys. Boats, not bridges. Rob Noor did a good job summarizing 3 hours into 30 seconds. Did he do it? I need to watch what this guy. If somebody summarized it really well, I would love to see it.
The best way to characterize this would be like a raging trash fire.
I think it's what I just said. It's like you got to choose between like those two things that I just said, and it's something in the middle.
Do we have more degeneracy now or then? Does it seem like the growth of government
Yeah,
has...
but that's a correlate. If I could point to you where there's
No, no,
large,
I'm honestly always for the type though that I think that we should destroy all the fucking institutions that are fucking shit up. Like get down to like the root of it, not put a band-aid on anything.
just asking, but I'm
Yeah,
asking,
so I'm
is there
gonna
any
explain-
correlation or any causation in
there's
there?
some correlation, and I'll grant that there's some correlation. But I can also point to large government apparatuses where the state is entirely in control, where there's no degeneracy because you just face the wall in those governments, right? So the thing is that just correlating that because government has grown in size and degeneracy has also grown in size, it's not a good argument because I can point to complete authoritarian regimes where there's none of that at all, and the government's totally in charge. So the thing is that
So what
government
regimes are you thinking of?
I would guess that like places like North Korea, right? If you
Right.
engage in degenerate actions, X bad thing happens to you, I would assume. So I'm just saying that the correlate itself is not enough to say that that is the cause. I think that NGOs are also a huge cause of these things, even NGOs which start absent any type of government movement at all, or massive think tanks which are privately funded. And oftentimes you see what will happen with like the LGBTQ community and things like this. They create their own independent think tanks and NGOs, which then begin a mass lobbying campaign against morality. And once you have a lobbying campaign against morality, there's no real good reason why you should reduce government because you can't make good.
Now, Andrew brings up a lot like lobbying here in this next points. Like, like, what's your opinion on lobbying? Like my opinion on it is that we just shouldn't have lobbying. Like, it should literally be illegal. Like, what do you think?
You shouldn't make it illegal, but you should severely restrict it, and you should not allow corporations to lobby in a way that you should not allow corporations and corporate lobby interests to get around campaign finance laws with like for example, the Citizens United decision
With super PACs and shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas like somebody from another country can send in fucking billions of dollars if they so felt.
Or maybe even like you can lobby, but you can't like how would you do that? Like you can't lobby with money.
No,
Like,
there just shouldn't be lobbying at all. And even if you try to restrict
Well,
it, like
lobbying is like
think about that.
going and sending a letter to your politician, like asking them to do something, and then lobbying is like
I mean,
providing X amount of
that's
money.
where there's literally somebody who is in Washington whose whole job makes so much money is to like go
We
there.
have a disagreement.
people what to
John Jacob says Citizens United was correct, and Prince Kermit directly disagrees with Citizens United. Well, because Prince Kermit, the problem is Citizens United defined U.S. corporations as citizens. Like, so there's like a individual citizen is considered like legally treated the same with respect to like lobbying, campaign finance laws.
Prince, how do we restrict it to just U.S. citizens?
I have mixed feelings about Citizens United.
But how do you restrict it to just citizens? Like my big thing is like we can have a super PAC and then literally some billionaire in India can literally give all the money to the super PAC. Like that's
Yeah, but a corporation's birth certificate are their articles of incorporation.
yeah. Yeah. They're an entity also, right? They're basically.
Well, yeah, that's what Citizens United did. Citizens United considered corporations to be citizens, like the legal equivalent of citizens.
How do we restrict the government?
Yeah, well, the part of Citizens United that I take contention with is defining corporations as citizens, which is what it did.
And what else what do you think about term limits? Are you a Ron Paul fan?
I like Ron Paul.
I love Ron Paul.
I think if you are above the age, it should be like with pilots. If you're above the age of like 60, then you should have to have yearly cognitive functioning tests.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no. I really think term limit at like 8 years for Congress isn't that bad. Like or 12.
I would prefer an age cap over like a term limit, honestly, because like the boomers, they will just not let go. They won't let go. They won't die or retire.
Yeah. I guess an age cap is better now that you make me think about it. Like they both have really good benefits, I think. I can't believe you're not for term limits like Ron Paul though, and you said you used to be.
I'm not. It's not that I'm against term limits, but like, I'm probably pro term limits. But I prefer over term limits. I prefer an age cap.
Or not.
Well, yes, obviously Prince Kermit, but that's not what Citizens United says.
Articles of incorp are not certs of live birth. Apples and oranges, fallacious.
Claims for why you should. Just like why should we do any of this stuff? What happens with these LGBTQ think tanks, especially? They'll even go into Christian churches, things like this. They offer them bags of money to reevaluate the messaging inside of these churches. These are apparatuses which then go and bribe the government. And these are private institutions. They all start.
See, that's crazy, bro. Going and like bribing the Protestant churches, like being like, "Hey, we'll give you $100,000 if you let women start preaching."
Well, they more so do that. APAC does that a lot.
You think APAC does that?
I know they do.
Wait. They go to Christian churches and say that.
How do you think? I gotta be careful.
You're telling me a Jewish order?
I gotta be careful here.
Wait. Shay, I said the word again. You're telling me the J corp, like
not
what?
the J,
J group.
The I. Okay. Some of them, like this has been going on since the early 20th century. Some of them have even written the sermons and the prayers for politics.
I don't believe you.
Yes, they have. Yeah.
I want proof of this right now because that's
I'll find it. But
that's an organization that
there's been a century-long campaign to basically get evangelicals to take an interpretation of the Bible that interprets Israel as a literal place, like throughout time, and like the people of Israel as being the nation of Israel as being attached to that place. And so they've influenced biblical hermeneutics in a way that kind of alters the way Protestants now see their duty to the state of Israel.
Yeah, I'm not okay with any of that. I don't think the J people should be doing that to us. Sorry. I didn't say it. You're right.
As private institutions. The government's not commissioned.
But then they go and bribe the government.
Yeah, but the government. But here's the thing.
Part of it.
But here's the thing. I think that private institutions will always either form a government or make moves to subvert a government because it's in their best interest to monopolize force. It's in their best interest to do it, just like it's in our best interest as Christians to monopolize the force apparatus of the state as well. If you want to scale back aspects of the state, fuck, great. I want to scale back aspects of the state too. Well, that really ultimately has nothing to do.
What aspects do you want to scale back?
Oh, I'd like to scale back, especially social spending when it comes to social safety nets. I'd like to scale back a lot.
Why would you want to? I'm just curious. I don't mean to interrupt you, but so why do you want to scale back social aspects of the state?
Because I think that many of those social aspects are violations of ethical concerns. So an ethical concern of robbing Peter to pay Paul, various things like this, I think that those are unethical. Those are ethics concerns.
Okay, and why? Why is that unethical?
It's unethical because I follow Christian ethics, and under this particular ethical framework, we would say that this type of theft would be incorrect, and that the state apparatus is not really their concern to move into that.
By his logic, it's hard, because the entire let's say Western-centric idea of you not inheriting the debts of your father, as in your father's estate, can owe a debt, but you cannot have that debt transferred to you in a sense of their estate not being transferred to you, outside of their estate. But in Christianity, there's this idea of generational curses and generational debts, right? And so Christian ethics doesn't necessarily preclude the idea that you can inherit the debt of your father. So
Kermit says Citizens United was a bad decision that should be reversed. It's as bad as Dred Scott versus.
Yeah, Dred Scott was a doozy.
That would be charitable organizations, which would move into doing distribution that way.
I'm so curious about this, so I just have to ask because you kind of grilled me before about what my ethics are. So what is it? So
we share the same. We share the same ethics. So I don't know what your argument is.
I'm not making an argument. I'm asking a question. So robbing Peter to pay Paul, why is that unethical? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying that if you have centralized relocation from the successful to the non-successful, the reason that this becomes an ethical concern is because you're engaging in theft, obvious theft.
Okay, but isn't that always what government does by its nature?
No,
is robbing Peter to pay Paul?
No, I don't think that taxation is necessarily theft in many circumstances. I think it can be theft.
What makes it theft in your description, but not in others?
In which description?
So you just said it's obviously theft to rob Peter to pay Paul. So what made that theft, and what makes it not theft in other situations?
Well, maybe I'm not understanding the question correctly. Give me an example.
You just said in your example.
I feel like he's dodging right there.
Well, this was robbing Peter to pay Paul, and it's theft. So what makes it theft in that situation, but not theft in other situations?
Like what other situation are you talking about?
Dude,
I just need a comparison real quick so I understand what you're asking.
What makes it in any other situation that government takes money from people not theft, but in the one you just labeled theft?
You mean, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying, why is it theft to take a bunch of money out of a rich guy's account and give it to a guy, who's just poor because you want to, versus some other unique situation like infrastructure spending or things like this?
What you just said, Andrew. Stop buying time, man. I'm just curious.
I'm not trying to buy time. I just want to get it clarified. I just want it clarified.
Okay,
I don't think that infrastructure spending is theft. I don't think that taxation, property taxation even is theft. I don't think those things are theft. I think that a direct...
Is he not kind of dodging the question of what makes it theft? Because he's trying to peel back to the layer of who's deciding what's theft and what's not.
Yeah, it's a semantic argument.
But Andrew's kind of dodging it very well if you think about it.
Direct taking of your account.
Oh God, 30 minutes.
Social group based on immutable characteristics is theft. That would be theft.
I'm just curious. What makes that theft?
That you're taking a thing which does not belong to you and creating a distribution of the thing which doesn't belong to you.
But so why wouldn't that be true for property taxes?
Because you don't actually own the property.
Right. So, but you just said if they're taking something that doesn't belong to you, so do you actually own that property?
No, this is why I'm saying that the construction, the construction of ownership is just that, a construction.
Yeah,
so property
Andrew,
is a construction.
Hold on, Andrew, I think I have you in something here, and I think you know I do. Why was it theft
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying it.
Why was it theft in your example? Why did you own it in your example, but not in mine?
Because I don't really understand your example. That's why I'm trying to get it clarified.
It wasn't mine. It was yours. I'm saying
yes, the example of scaling back to rob Peter to pay Paul. I would say that is theft. However, taxation for property, I would not say it is because
when you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, why is it theft?
Yeah, because it's based around the construction which we have for theft or non-theft for property. That's the point.
If I can try to clarify, I'm not trying to make anyone's argument.
Yeah. Just clarify what he's talking about.
By them bringing up robbing Peter to pay Paul, are they talking about whenever they take money from somebody and then give it to welfare?
Yeah, like Social Security, for example.
Specifically that?
Well,
or Social Security?
It could be welfare, but also Social Security is a big example because Social Security pays out to payees with current payor funds.
Okay. Yeah, because I agree with that. Oh yeah, major departure into taxation. I think they go on for 30 minutes on this. Yeah, I'm starting to be grateful that we're watching this at higher speed. These two are starting to get boring. He's cutting the.
This is like.
He's getting hard.
It's
we're almost
not even halfway.
No. It's almost over because they go to comments really soon.
Oh, okay.
Actually, almost over. It's not as bad as you think.
This is what's going on. Dave's saying, look, if under your theory, all taxation would be theft because it's taking away from a person and giving to someone else. You seem to be saying it's not theft if it's giving to sort of a public.
I had horses.
That's not.
Houston. I have horses. You have.
You're such a weird girl. You like horses. You know that in the manosphere, girls that like horses are considered a red flag.
What about girls who like chameleons?
I don't know about that, but there's something. It's like horse girls.
Is that too specific?
No, yeah, that's way too. But horse girls, nurses, flight attendants.
Nurses are.
There's just certain things that they're stay away from these ones. They're dangerous.
Theft. But property tax, presumably, you would say this property tax to pay for welfare for single mothers. That would be.
Oh, did you see what he said?
He said.
Are those is a Shire expensive?
No, those are big.
Shire's big, right?
Shire and Clydesdales are big. Do you do you compete in pulling competitions or something? I had I had to sell them 2 months ago, but I had a national show horse. So that's basically just a standardbred Arab mix, and I had a dual registered AQHA and APHA. I did I used to do hunter jumper when I was in high school, hunter jumper and dressage, and then I did I switched to team penning and barrel racing and goat tying.
Why are you a dude, bro? That's weird. I'm just fucking with you. Girls should only barrel.
I thought horses were a female thing. So.
Nah, girls should only barrel race, I think. But whenever it comes to all your stuff when it came to horses, was it something that you really wanted to do, or were your parents really into it and that's what
it was me. I wanted to do it.
You just randomly got into it like crazy?
Well, because I grew up riding horses. My aunt had horses, so it was and it was something that I wanted. Like I would go over to my aunt's house and do it. Like I'd ask, and then I got my horses from. My aunt gave me one of them, and I bought the other from like a kill-pin situation. So they were like, because I had to buy it with like my fucking food truck money.
Have you ever broken a horse before? I guess not.
Broken?
Yeah.
I'm not broken, but I finished one from being green bro because I used to have. He was cowbred. I did a lot. He was really good at team pinning. He was. I don't know if Prince is familiar with quarter horse lines, but he's Peppy Sam Badger bred, which he very cowy. Which means if you ever seen a horse like who's very cowy, they'll like. Without being directed, they'll like cut like naturally, and that's without being trained. So I didn't finish him, but like I put a lot of miles on him and ended up selling him.
Are there girls that can break horses?
Yeah. It's because it's really not like breaking a horse isn't as like it's not like the movies make it out to be. It's really not.
I've watched my stepdad do it quite a few times. It was just very dangerous. Like, I mean,
well, sure. It depends on like what. There's different ways to do it. So there's ways of like gradual, and there's ways to just like
jumping,
like rough. Yeah.
Also, dude, would you be down to do a 24-hour stream soon if we can think of a good thing to do the whole time?
I'd be down.
Dude, that would be so fucking dope. Everybody, if y'all want a 24-hour stream, make sure to go subscribe to Right Side to give her more inspiration for it. Einstein is a horse girl. Oh man, she would be a sugar mom.
A roster of people to yell at.
Dude, that would be pretty cool. Actually, if we could build a list, that would be pretty fucking cool, man.
Why do you have drafts, Prince Kermit? What do you do with them?
You must be working with them, right? They're workhorses.
Yeah, but like most people just use tractors now.
I mean, maybe it's for show. You're gonna be a good sugar mama. Everybody thinks this is crazy. You are.
Theft or to pay for LGBT issues or something like that. So he's saying, why isn't the property tax always theft? And you seem to be saying it's only theft if that money is given to particular entities. He's asking why that's the case.
Oh, based on immutable versus non-immutable. So if you are utilizing infrastructure and things like this, and you're paying for that infrastructure, you have local levies which are gone through and voted on for that infrastructure. That can't be theft because essentially the majority of your population is volunteering to move that money into the government coffers for that purpose. Whereas you're not, there is no such thing as voluntarism when it comes to the government levying your account. That's not voluntary and never has been. However, you have
Soren, me and Right Side are fucking crackheads. We could easily do a 24 for the first time.
Come on. I've been up during finals that like every single final season, like for like the past 2-3 years. There hasn't been one final season where I haven't been up for like 40-50 hours straight. It's been
Sorry, we see Right Side do that shit in spaces like every weekend, bro. What are you talking about? And she's gonna backpack me. I'll put a little fucking trundle behind me. I'll take a 2-hour nap. As long as she's fucking going, like we're good. And I know that all she got to do is take her ADHD medicine, and we're fine. It's no big deal at all.
Have what's called. I'm gonna explain. You have what's called duties, right? Duties. Duties can trump theft. For instance, you could say if you own yourself and the government conscripts you, that they're stealing you. Are they stealing you, Dave?
I'm sorry. Are they stealing
If the government conscripts you, you have a duty to go. A duty to go defend your homeland if you are conscripted for war. Is the government stealing you?
If they're enslaving you, sure.
It's enslavement to be conscripted in a draft to defend your homeland?
I thought the semantics was just so funny on this.
No, that was good. That was good. That was funny.
They're stealing you. I don't know, man. Like
that was a zinger.
Well, I mean, look, you see. To defend your homeland, how about if they conscript you to go over to Ukraine and fight the Russians? Is that enslaving you?
Yeah, I'm not sure that it is because I think you do have duties.
So if your government led by Joe Biden decides that you're now conscripted and you will be on a plane over to Ukraine to fight on the front lines, they haven't enslaved you.
No, I don't think so. I think you have duties still in society. Don't you think you have duties to be conscripted? Like if you were attacked.
No, I think we have lots of duties, but I think if Joe Biden tells you to go die on the front lines,
you might be able to make good moral. Yeah.
What do you think about this take? I would fucking hell no. Like I don't think that.
No, I think if there was a draft now, there would be like, they know it wouldn't work. I don't think they do it because they know there'd be like.
He's about to bring up point that like
tappings.
he's about to bring up the point that like if you were in Ukraine, like would you want to leave? And like yeah, I like totally think that like that war is like yeah, I could maybe be in position to be like, no, I'm not gonna fucking go there. Like you got me fucked up. Like and Andrew really stands on this point, and I just don't know why. Like I don't know. I don't think I have a duty to fucking die for a country that's like messed up and shit. Like hell no, dude. Way to roast her. I didn't roast her, bro. I just told that's just life. I try to take a shot every time he said duty. I switched to water. No, this part is funny whenever he does this. When he brings up the duty shit.
This is honestly probably the most painful debate I've ever witnessed.
No, this is the most painful part right here.
Dude, you might be able to make good moral, bro. You might be
resist that.
Dave. You might be able to make good moral objections to this type of draft and the duty itself. That's fine. However, if your homeland's attacked and you're conscripted, that's okay, right? But how is that not enslavement then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it is. Or maybe
well, right, it's not. Or it is. It's enslavement to be drafted to protect the homeland if it's attacked by a foreign enemy, Dave?
Yes, essentially, yes, it is.
Yes, okay. So,
look,
great. So no duty at all. No duties.
Here's the thing is that it's funny because you start laughing, but then like you can't, when I say if you were grabbed, gun put to your head and dragged out to the Ukrainian front lines and forced to fight on the Ukrainian front lines, you can't say, yes, that is me being enslaved.
I think you can make moral objections to it. Yeah.
Hold on. Then you turn it to what if like people are, invading our country. Okay, so I'll say this. If people were invading our country and people like a foreign army is coming up through my neighborhood, I think you sure could make a moral argument that I have a responsibility to go to the front line.
Right. This is the point when we're talking about the draft. We're not talking about each other.
Let me just finish this. So I think you could make an argument that I have a moral responsibility to go to the front lines and start fighting to make sure my family is okay.
What if you don't have a family?
Huh?
What if you don't have a family?
Andrew's so annoying.
So anyway,
Oh my god.
What if you didn't? Would you have a more?
Andrew's so annoying. It's like a chipmunk in my head at this point.
You know you love his voice.
God damn it.
You know you love it.
Full obligation then?
Great. So let me just finish.
Okay.
So, but if I say make the judgment that I go, you know what? There's too many of them. We got to retreat and we got to try to surround them and come back. And someone puts a gun at my face and goes, no, you have to go to the front line right now. Then yeah, in essence, they have enslaved me.
So then you're making my point again so that you understand.
No, I'm
not. I'll explain how. When you're talking about duties, you asked me, you said, would it be a duty? So I'm talking about what is a current duty. So I'm saying, yeah, currently that would be your duty. But to moral objections, which you could make would be about just. You could say it's an unjust war, so therefore it doesn't fall under my duties. You are making the exact same claim. This is an unjust war. It doesn't fall under my duties, right? So if I'm conscripted, though, for a just war, like an invasion, then it does fall under duty. So then it's not enslavement, right? However, in both situations, it still would be enslavement by your ideology. You don't really have duty here.
That's not really the distinction. The distinction is whether voluntarism versus force. So no, I'm not saying that like if there could be a just war where someone still flees and abandons the war. But that doesn't mean that if they were look, even whether you think it's justified or not, it would still be enslaving someone to force them to be a soldier in that war.
So if you're conscripted and your homeland is under attack, you have no greater duty to defend your homeland.
It depends on the situation, man. Look, there were lots of people in Ukraine who fled, and I don't know that they were wrong. I don't know. Listen, a situation like the war in Ukraine, the United States of America and NATO provoked Russia for decades. Literally, just poked this fucking bear.
Dude, this is on a tangent that has nothing, no bearing on the moral.
No. It has total bearing. Give me 2 seconds, and you'll understand what I'm saying. They poked this bear over and over again until Russia invaded, and then when Russia invaded and Ukraine was about to get fucked up, look. I understand where there'd be people in Ukraine who wanted to jump on the front lines and fight again. But I also understand where there'd be people who go, listen, I got to try to get my family out and get the hell out of here. So it's not so black and white as to like whether like there's this situation where someone invades your country and it's just justified to fight back against them. I think maybe if you're listening,
we're talking not about that. We're talking about conscription, though. So I do. And I'll still man the point. Yeah, I'll still man. Let me still man the point.
Last point on this. Then
okay.
Closing statements because we have a lot of super chats and questions from the audience. So.
Yeah. So let me just steel man your point. Your point is, look, this isn't so black and white. There could be situations where I could see conscription as being a duty. I could see it as not being a duty. I'm not arguing that. I just want a concession that at least sometimes it must be. And if at least sometimes it must be a duty, then you do have greater duties than just owning you. Just owning you can't be enough. There must be additional duties on top of that, like conscription.
Sure. Well, okay. Look, if you're saying just owning me, again, I have a ton of duties on top of just owning me. I have a duty, an obligation to protect my wife, my kids, to provide for them, to give them a great life.
If you own yourself, why do you have such a duty?
Again, from what we said at the very beginning, it has nothing to do with owning myself. I do own myself. And why do I have such a duty? Because I believe in God and God wants me to be a great father and a great husband.
So God owns you.
Okay. Listen, there's never a good place to end. I know that it sucks. We could keep going on with this. What we're going to do is do closing statements.
All right.
Up to 7 minutes apiece. We will start with Dave. You can say whatever you want. Andrew, don't interrupt. And then Andrew can say whatever he wants. So you can summarize. the debate. You get any positions that you wanted to clarify, whatever you like for 7 minutes, then we'll get to some audience questions. So go ahead, Dave, floor is yours.
All right. Well, look, let me just say before we go to these questions, I will say I have the feeling that Andrew annoyed me a bit in this debate, but I have a feeling I would really like the guy if we just hung out. And I actually have enjoyed some of the back and forths that we've had on this. So I would just say that I think there's been some points that are made here that I don't think accurately reflect the position that I'm taking, and perhaps I've been unfair in some of the positions Andrew's taking. So if let's just say I own a book, like let's say, I don't know, one of these books right here. Okay, here, I got a book. Okay, I own this book. Now, it's a really good book to me. Now, let's say I get that book. Now, I've read it. I've actually read it twice. But let's just say I bought that book and I own it. And instead of reading it, I burned it. And you were to say, wait a minute, Dave, do you own that book? If you own it, it would be wrong for you to burn it rather than read it. The point is that, yes, I probably agree with you. It would be a better thing for me to do to read that book than to burn it. That has nothing to do with whether I own it or whether it would be right for someone else to come by force and take it away from me. I think that's kind of like the difference that's been, we've been talking past each other a little bit. I think that some of these outlandish examples about, well, if you really believe in self-ownership, then you can have no moral qualms about what anyone does with their self-ownership, just isn't accurate. And I think that in the world we're living in, and this is something, again, that the paleoconservatives, their best thinkers, please, anybody listening, go read Pat Buchanan or Paul Gottfried or Sam Francis or any of these guys. One of the things that they understood was that part of the reason why American society has degenerated so much, part of the reason why we've had such a divergence from normalcy in our culture is because the government has gotten more and more powerful. And if you want to have more power in the hands of communities and churches and parents and families, you want to reduce the size and scope of government. So that's what I would say. And whatever Andrew wants to finish with before we go into questions.
I agree with him so much right there. Andrew is extremely annoying. What if you don't have a family? Okay, survival and self-preservation. Every fight or flight situation requires individual thought process through your own moral compass. Yes.
He is extremely annoying.
Okay, sounds good. Andrew, you got up to 7 minutes. Go ahead.
You would like me. I'm a real fun guy to be. I'm just a fun guy, Dave. Okay. So the thing is I did enjoy the debate. Just so you know, I don't take any of this kind of stuff personally. I think that this type of discourse, as brutal as it can be, and as entertaining as I think it is for people because it's so brutal, I don't feel like you're a guy who holds personal grudges. And it seems like you kind of enjoy, as much as you might not have enjoyed some aspects of it, I think that you probably enjoy the back and forth as much as I do. Ultimately, though, you have to reevaluate some things here.
What's so funny?
Wow.
Look at your hot dogs. You have your hot dog knees up right now. Everybody look at her hot dog.
I'm burying my head.
I'm gonna meme your hot dog legs for sure. I'm gonna literally do that as one of the thumbnails for one of the clips that
Oh boy.
I like to see a stream of you two watching this debate on loop for 24 hours. Thank you, Rob.
No.
That's what we're gonna do. When we do the 24-hour stream, it's just gonna be this debate over and over and over again for y'all.
I'd have to tap out. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, we have to, for the 24-hour stream, we're gonna have to like build a really good, like, what's it called? Build like a schedule.
And it can't be stuff like this. Is just.
Yeah, dude, you'd lose your mind. When someone says he's a fun guy like Andrew said he is, he definitely isn't. And he probably smells like tobacco. You don't like tobacco smell? I had a godfather who always smoked like one of those old school tobacco pipes, and I miss that smell. Like, I like that smell.
This hurts.
I think ultimately, and I'm still going to bring you around to my way of thinking. And perhaps next time we won't do a debate, but we'll just do a good old-fashioned convo. The first thing is that you kind of pretend and are pretending to the audience that these are extreme examples of things which I bring up, but they're not. These are things which are happening right now. We have incest laws right now. We have laws against LGBTQ or for LGBTQ right now. These are social issues of our time, transitioning social issue of our time. These things are not things which are in a far away, far off land, in a far away future. These are right now, right here, right in our face, and we're discussing them as though they're right in our face because they are. And so when we get to the moral ought portion of this, you realized, I think, early on that you can't really justify self-ownership as anything other than a construction, and that your morality comes from God. That's why I was willing to just kind of grant all the absurdity and say, sure, it's just God talking in my mind. Dave says, me too. It's like, great. Well, then we agree. It's all divine.
Yeah, like, did we watch the same thing? I'm just really confused about his statement right there.
I think this is their closing statements.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like he just sees it from a different perspective. When he says, I'm a fun guy, I mean, I thought, yes, you are a mushroom. Oh, a fun guy. Oh, mushrooms. Hot, fun guys. That's only the druggies will understand that.
Yeah, if you did this for 24 hours straight, you definitely have to be high on something.
Man, there's no ownership. It's just a social construct. Perfect. Now we know where we can go with our moral ought claims. How we
ADHD
get to where it is that we're going. Unfortunately, for these oughts, we're going to need enforcement. There's no way around it. And that's going to require some type of enforcement apparatus. Now, maybe it doesn't have to be the state. Fine. But I didn't hear anything absent the state. I never actually heard Dave say a word about why people can't engage in these if they own themselves. Unfortunately, he never really gave us any good reasons for why, if you do own yourself, why you can't engage in these absurd activities other than he just really doesn't like them. Other than
That would be.
I'll make a clip starting.
I get him.
I'll make a clip starting right there. He's saying that Andrew's old-fashioned talking is where he continues to avoid words like metaphysics and ontology. I feel like he says ontology sometimes. Not wrong.
To appeal to what I would, which is divine command. And if that's the case, you don't own yourself, and the non-aggression principle no longer makes sense. He never could justify that, ever. And that was kind of the core at the heart of this debate. When we get into duties, he says, I do have some duties and obligations, but when I ask him where they come from, it's from God. Again, it's divine command which gives him these duties and obligation, not libertarianism. Libertarianism as a core isn't doing anything to advance what could be a duty inside of society. It's just unfettered rights. And all a right is a privilege absent a duty. When we get into whether or not can a person be conscripted, sometimes maybe.
Oh, shout out to my boy Don Juan. I gotta stop it just for him. Brum, 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 brum. What up, y'all? What up, dude? Thank you for the $2, man. Wilson confusing ethics and morals. Yeah, kinda. A little bit. I hope you had a good flight into Miami, bro. I saw your messages before the show. Let me get back to this bullshit.
Don't know, kind of, possibly. It just, it's context matters. It's like, okay, yeah, context matters, but at the core, can they, without them being slaves? I think that Dave kind of understands, yeah, there's a time and a place for that, where there's a greater duty that we have to appeal to. Overall, because it was combative, and we are coming at it from really different worldviews, I don't think we got to the heart of everything that either of us would have liked to have gotten to the heart of. But I did enjoy the spirited debate, and again, no grudges at all, Mr. Smith. And in the future, I'll just come on your show, and we'll have a good convo or something like that. But I do hope you did enjoy yourself at the very least. So thank you.
I did enjoy myself, Andrew, and thank you very much. I don't agree with your synopsis of
what.
I don't think that Dave will be inviting Andrew on.
Actually, did you see that? No, we saw the tweets. They said they're gonna do something together again.
Yeah, but that just seemed like yeah, I'll see.
It's like it's like those two girls who don't like each other. And they're like they're still cool even though they like low key hate. They're like, hey girl, like.
Yeah, I hate that cunt.
Like you really like hate that bitch. You're like,
she's such a bitch.
Yeah. As soon as she walks in, she's like, she's such a fucking slut. You know. Immediately. That's so funny. That's what their conversation literally looks like on Twitter. Is so funny because it is like it's public, so sometimes you gotta act a certain way, bro. Like
my opinion, but I am definitely down to do another podcast together.
Well, cheers to you, sir.
Definitely down.
I had fun.
We can drink. Are they nationalists? Are we gonna make that legal? All right, good.
Yes, good.
Wait. I'm so confused. So in this Christian nationalist state, we're allowed to drink?
Yeah, because Andrew's Christianity says we can drink. Just don't ask the Protestants because they'll say.
What about cigarette? Like smoking's okay too?
Depends on which Protestant you ask.
But what type of smoking? Like, are we allowed to smoke weed?
Well, if you're my mother, none of the above. So.
Wait. This is crazy. So, like, what's the populist on this? Like,
the populist is probably mainline evangelical, and that tends to be. You tell people you don't drink, but you actually do.
Oh, this is not going to work out with the law, bro. I can't get behind it. You should watch Dave Smith's debate with Curtis Yarvin. I'm gonna write that down right now. Dave Smith, Curtis Yarvin. Thank you for the tip, brother. Appreciate that.
Assist.
I enjoyed. I thought it was great. I would love to talk about. I was writing down things if I was debating either of you. I would have said to both of you, but we don't have time for that tonight. So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to go through half of the super chats. There's a lot.
Do you want to look at the super chats where they roast each other, or was tired? You trying to get off? What do you want to do?
We can keep going in an army.
Right, let's see what some of these are pretty funny.
So audience, I ask you to please bear with me, and because we have a lot of people that are on the call as well. So we have about an hour and 15 minutes left. So the first thing I want to say is thank you to anyone who subscribed or that donated subscriptions to people and memberships. We really do appreciate it. It means a lot. We're going to try.
And as a quick intermission, I'm sorry to cut in. Dave, while you're at maximum audience, can you shout your channel out to tell everybody where they can find you and where they can follow you?
ComicDaveSmith.com is my website, and at ComicDaveSmith on Twitter, and I'm part of the problem on YouTube and all over the place. But yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know that I had worked on this great rhetorical flourish that I was ready to use tonight that I couldn't deploy. So I'm just going to tell you what it was. It was going to be okay. So it was supposed to be this this idea that it came up where you would say something like well, I'm a comedian. You know what I mean? I'm not going to know the great ins and outs of these moral odds. And then I was going to respond with, oh yeah, well, I'm an entertainer and I'm super entertaining. So tell me a joke, funny man. It would have been rhetorical.
I can imagine Andrew Wilson standing in the mirror practicing. And he's like, maybe I'm a comedian, and I'm not as much of a handsome genius as. and then Andrew Wilson is just like giving his rebuttal in the mirror, and then he's just standing there. I just imagine standing there super proud of himself. That is 100% his persona. It's like practicing shit in the mirror.
Well, I mean, you kind of do have to practice some stuff because it's like being an entertainer online.
Debating someone in your head and having this line prepped, to the point where you have this other very hyper specific line. I had this line where you said that you were a comedian. That is hyper
Pre-thinking it and stuff.
Well, notice how it's also it's almost a caricature of the other party, where it's I don't know anything. I'm a dumb comedian. And that's what he responds to. He prepped his line. He prepped his debate based off of as if Dave was an OnlyFans girl on whatever podcast.
Yeah. Captain, Christians are allowed to drink or smoke as long as it isn't excessive or put above all else. If it's an addiction, then no, it's not considered permissible. Yes. Andrew doing fucking comedic affirmation in the mirror. Is that a De Niro you talking to me thing? You talking to me?
Rhetorically effective, Dave, but I never got to employ it. So I'm pretty upset about that. I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty upset about that.
All right, well, listen,
look at his face. He's let me out. He's so fucking done. He's so done. He was that face he just made, that wasn't a face of that wasn't, he wasn't laughing with Andrew. He was let me out, help.
Yeah. Joe Jacob, he does review prep streams. The joke probably came up there. Yeah, that's 1,000% what it was.
It was a good plan.
It was a good plan. It just never happened.
He's no.
So I'm going to not read each subscription donated, but we do appreciate it. But I hope the audience will understand.
Just 20 and up on the supers, bro. 20 and up.
All right. So here we go. You sure? Just 20 and up? All right. That's fine. So we got from Daniel Morgan. Dave, what objective standard do you ground moral laws such as the non-aggression principle, or anything for that matter, in? I know you believe in God, but if that's just general theism, by what standard do you ground any objective morality?
I mean, it's a good question. I think that I don't know that me or Andrew had a better answer for that than I always thought before I was a believer in God that it was kind of a silly argument that theists made when they said you can't have morality without a divine power. And the more since I've found God, I've agreed that you probably can't. There really is no other way to get to morality without a belief in a creator. And since I've believed in a creator, and I don't think that's not even really the right way to say it. Since I had my first kid, I've just kind of known. Since I've been aware that there is a God, it's been just more obvious that most of the things that are just deep rooted in us as inherently wrong or right come from that. And so I don't know if I have much of a better moral foundation than to just go that all of us deep in our core know there are certain things that are wrong and certain things that are right.
We're going to get you over on the duck side. It's happening.
I don't think so, but I do agree Dave, with that.
That was fucking retarded.
So what's your stance on that? Do you think that morals only come from religion?
No, I think that you can construct a moral system. How do you think cults do it? You can construct a internally consistent moral system from a set of axiomatic
axioms. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean those moral systems and you can feel guilty for violating those morals that you kind of invented. That doesn't make them correct.
And hasn't people for all of society always kind of done this? Every little fucking tribe or whatever probably always had their own little axioms.
Well, if you think about like what Protestantism is, it's basically saying like each person who reads the Bible can make up their own axiom.
Man, shut the fuck up.
Well, it's not make up, but like interpret these to be whatever they want.
Man, shut the fuck up. I hate when you bring that up. I hate when you say that shit. $2 from Don Juan. Hans Hope Hoppe. NAP fits to some of the 10 Commandments. What's NAP?
Non-aggression principle.
What is that?
It's what they've been talking about.
Oh.
Basically, it's foundation of like libertarian morality is like the non-aggression principle. Like the government should only like legislate basically acts of infringing somebody else's right. Like basically your fist stops where my nose begins.
I mean, I do think that's the center of all of it.
Cal Chopper Outdoors for 1999 says, one time for the stepdads. Now, technically, Andrew said I shouldn't have read that because
Don said libertarian ethics, right side L.
What my bad. Sorry.
it was only 20 and up. I figure we give him
That's
the
close
penny.
enough. We'll
Give him the penny.
Give him the
Well,
penny.
all right.
In Biden's
I've
economy.
known some good stepdads. By the way, Andrew, do you have a better answer for that than for me? Of like what's right and wrong? Like, is there anything better
Well,
than that?
usually libertarians will use argumentation ethics, which I know
Well,
you're.
yeah.
That was the word, argumentation ethics. That's what I kept fucking forgetting.
Oh, but that's a different thing. I love argumentation ethics, but I'm saying that's a different question.
It is actually a decent way to create justifications around moral odds. Argumentation ethics. It actually is.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think that ultimately, you can't really make. I mean, Zulu does this all the time. He seems to be pretty good at this. A guy named Liquid Zulu at creating justifications out of argumentation ethics. So I've enjoyed watching those debates, but I don't think that you can create good, objective, justified morality absent divine command. I don't think you can. No.
See, like I think everything can like kind of be solved from that. Like, would you not agree?
With no.
The ability to argue over the things and actually come to conclusions using logic.
Yeah, but that's for some things, but like at that point, like it's whoever comes up with the most convincing argument, like gets to establish
by like popular, yeah. So, but
yeah, that's functionally like tyranny of the majority or tyranny by best, like I guess by being the best polemicist. It's not actually principled.
But it can be.
Yeah, but it can be, but it's not necessarily. That's the problem. Like, I agree with Andrew there when it's like, when he said it's a good way of creating, I guess, like rational justifications for your moral set, but for figuring out what a moral or ethical set is, like that doesn't like because then it functionally is, oh, then my ethical set, my moral set is whoever can come up with the best argument for it. And so it's not necessarily because it's the best argument, it's based on who can present the best argument locally, like who in that time is the best polemicist.
But I would say, like in a time like right now, when it's easier than ever to be like more intelligent because of the internet and stuff like that. Like,
yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll take that back. But people are more sheeple to like people who can be smarter and like have more nuance or be better at having these type of arguments. I don't know. I think that argument gets stronger.
I think it's gotten like more fucking retarded.
You think it gets like that argument gets weaker?
Because, like Rob said, this free speech is too cheap now. Like any fucking retard can like throw their 2 cents out there, and then if it pisses off the right person, like you can get like the heads of state fucking quote tweeting it and being like, "Shut the fuck up." And so now that retard like is now just like causing shit. And like interacting with heads of state, and they have like no personal stake. Like they don't have to attach like their face to their opinions. So like free speech is now very cheap, and so therefore there's more bad opinions, more stupid opinions out there.
Yeah, and then one thing I always like to say is like the amount of energy it takes to put something stupid out or like misinformation. You know, it just takes 10 seconds to like tweet some retarded thing that's not true. And then, but to dispel that once it's blown up takes immense energy. It takes a lot of like, maybe it takes a lot of nuance or like a big post or something. It just takes way more energy to dispel something than it is to put it out there. Ethics are not
I know
morals.
ethics are the set of codes attached to. They're basically legislated or codified or established principles. Morals are personal. Ethics are systematized.
Ooh, good. I love it when you play dictionary. I was gonna say ethics, but I didn't want to be pedantic to whoever said it. Hans Hope uses argumentation ethics. Yeah, I like it. I'm a new fan. Rothbard uses aristocratic method of confusing.
All right, because Rothbard was mentioned, I have to read the tweet again. It's compulsory. All right, I'm reading the tweet.
Okay.
Many libertarian texts are political philosophy for children, except of course for Rothbard, which is political economy for children by children.
Walter Block uses cost-benefit analysis to come to a conclusion. Really? What the fuck is this? All these are libertarians with different stances. Rothbard uses natural law to make conclusions.
Yeah, but I don't like the way he does it.
Natural law doesn't sound like a good way to make conclusions.
What is? I like natural law.
Like what? Like, give me an example of natural
Well,
law.
we talked about this. Like, remember with that ontology idea, like humans being set apart based on like they have an ontologically special status, and that
Like
comes
men are
from
men and women.
and that's justified with natural law, and that comes from ordained by a creator.
Okay. Then yeah. Okay. Well, then I can support that. Then do I like Rothbard?
Well, it depends.
We like some things about him and other things we don't like.
Yeah, I'm not a big ANCAP fan.
Yeah, I'm not an ANCAP fan either. Sounds a little bit too extreme. I don't know why there isn't things in the middle. Like, why? This is purple pill. We're gonna meet in the middle, guys. The truth is somewhere in the middle. It's nuanced. Non-aggression principle means you can't violate property rights, including those of self-ownership, taken to its logical end. That means you can't steal anything, even to prevent stealing. That would be fucked up, bro. Let me save my shit. It's easier to be more informed because of the internet. More intelligent? No, very true. Right side would lose it if she'd read "Defending the Undefendable" by Walter.
Well, my point was that with argumentation ethics, you can justify anything. Like anything can be rationalized or systematized. You can create a new logical system and then be internally consistent within that. But like the problem is like that doesn't tell you anything about like it's like, for example, with economic theory, like it's constantly theoretical. Like it's constantly being applied in a theoretical way. We can't test it because it like we can simulate it. We can create computer simulations. But because markets and because of the way humans interact is so entropic and so unpredictable, economic theory is extremely speculative. And so in that same way, like we can think an idea is sound, is internally logically consistent. But in reality, when we apply it, it falls apart really fast. Like Keynesian economics, fuck Keynes. He's a bitch.
Wait. Oh, wait. By the by, your poster fell again in the back there, right side. It's been falling, dude. How are you just now seeing this? Fabian uses ethics equals what's barred from doing. Morals equals system to choose from what's left of what to do. Captain, do you think Andrew ever goes into debate with an open mind and changing his way of thinking? Absolutely not. He believes in being the strongest of his worldview because he's representing that for all of his viewers, so he's never going to do that. Children's ethics are a non-starter. What's he mean by that?
I think it's about Rothbard.
Oh, okay. $2 from Don. Thank you, bro. Right side is going to hate Rothbard even more. Dr. Sammy is wrong because you can stop someone since the NAP is forming ethics use of force. So defensive wars don't violate the NAP. Read Hans Hop. Have you read Hans Hop before?
Mm-mm.
Everybody, show some love, please. The real way you show love is you open your X browser twice. You go follow right side at X exclusionary, You also go follow me at Purple Pill Pod TX. You pull up both of our live streams and mute them, okay? And then you retweet it too. And then you go subscribe to Right Side on her thing because I don't have a subscriber button, so you subscribe to her. It costs like, I don't know, nothing. Just go click the button and see what it
Well,
says.
Kermit went to my ex. Kermit is watching my ex stream.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. I gotta make sure anybody watching right now, y'all are gonna be extremists for us. Like y'all gotta act like stands and sims. All right. And then for me, or go to YouTube now, open up 2 browsers, go to her page, Useless Eaters Pod, and also go to Purple Pill Pod, and then click the like button, subscribe, and then become a member for me, guys, and you get all of my course videos in there for $5 a month because I'm so nice. All right. But show some love, guys. Like the videos and share. Kermit defected again, but I haven't. Cough, cough. I'll follow her. She stops vaping. Yeah, stop vaping, right side, and you'll get a whole ass fucking subscriber. That's what happens whenever you get more healthy.
Conventional Man says the argument is so good it got Dave saying to himself,
Shit.
I think it's for $50, and then he throws another 50 down. Wow, this guy, he must have been one of those guys that got one of those jobs Biden was talking about today. Unconventional Man for another 50 says slavery has been illegal for years. Yet here's Andrew owning Dave.
Shit.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I don't think
That's
that's
happening.
I thought you could have got in with the shit there. Like we set you up on the first one, and you didn't even get in on the second one. Pretty disappointed in you, Dave.
I'm sure Dave will agree with this. Regardless who you think won the debate. This guy for $50, Sean, says Dave is getting frustrated. LOL.
I did at one point. That's
It's
fair.
okay. You can be frustrated. I get frustrated in debate sometimes too.
And what we'll do is, if we have time after the callers, we'll go back to super chats that weren't worth 20, but we only have limited time, so we're trying to get through a weekend. Blackest Panther for $20 says, Andrew thought he was debating an intelligent person and came in guns a-blazing. You overestimated Dave's grasp of debate or logic. Taking a debate stance doesn't mean you agree with the stance. It's a debate of ideas and not morals. Anyone want to respond?
That was mean. I feel like he held his own pretty well for him. Somebody said a comment to you. Who was it that said the useless eaters quote? Einstein referencing the guy in the 20s, 30s to say it, or the NWO guy? Who said it? Who's the
Yuval Noah Harari.
Who?
Yuval Noah Harari.
What year was that?
It was recently.
Oh, okay. It was like he was. He's the NWO guy.
Is he NWO?
By NWO, he means New World Order, right? Which is like
WEF. So I guess that's a
yeah. So that would be the New World Order guy because he's the guy in the Yeah. I'll follow her if she stops vaping. Yeah, we already read that. I'll just say I'm using Dave Rothbard's version of the non-aggression principle. HOP is an offshoot of Rothbard. I feel so behind when y'all be talking about all
I know Fabian. I haven't read HOP, but I know Fabian is a Hopian.
Subscribe to both. Love you guys. Thank you, Captain. Appreciate that. You're the greatest, honestly. Thank you. John Jacob, who was it that said the useless? Oh, yeah, we already read that. Yeah, that was the NWO guy I was thinking of. WF, yeah, was mine. Yeah, everybody says NWO if you watched Alex Jones at any point in your life.
It's more shit talking than a question.
Well, I think that the two are inexplicably intertwined.
Okay, let's go with Righteous Muffin for $20 says, Andrew, you and Dave are in the same place. He wants libertarianism, ran his.
Oh, look at this nice comment about you, Right Side. Brent said, Bright Side. He calls you Bright Side. Won my viewership based on her smarts and logic. Made proclaim the end of bros before ladies.
Careful, Prince Kermit. They're gonna start calling you a simp.
Yeah, well, no, actually, Kermit, a lot of people won't like me saying this, but I've always been a very much like, I'm more friends with my girls that are my friends than my guys. And it's just because, dude, it's hard finding good guy friends today, bro. Like, good guy friends, like, act like fucking women damn near, and they don't know how to provide value, or they can drag you down with you. I've been screwed over by more guys than women, hands down, in my life, which is pretty fucking sad. I thought my bros weren't supposed to be like that. So, Right Side? Nah, you said Bright Side, bro. You definitely said Bright Side. I think you're trying to say something right there. Anti-simp here. Yeah, you can't be following me and be a simp.
This way. You want Christian ethics ran your way. There are different sects of Christianity. Why is yours the correct one? Because you said so?
Because I can create philosophical justifications for my own. And my own is the original Church of Christ, by the way. That's why.
Would you agree, though, that perhaps the people that would come into power would not share your interpretation.
Of course, it's a possibility, which is why I advocate that Christians should be trying to seize power. I think it's a good idea. Dave actually advocates the same thing for libertarians. He recognizes the same flaw in his own party, which is, wait, we can't be so idealistic. We forget that we have to actually have power for our idealism, right? Like, there's no way around that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right.
I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now I don't know what this MX.
No,
fund is.
skip it. We don't take pesos here, sir.
Yeah, I don't know that shit. Only dollars here. All right. Nixon says for $20. Was just thinking a few days ago that this is a discussion I would love to see, and here it is. Huzzah! Agree? I thought it was really good.
Huzzah!
Let's see.
What the fuck does huzzah mean?
Hooray!
Is that a J thing I don't know about?
A couple more.
No, it's just a
John
like a
the
way of
Wise
saying
Tushy
hooray in the Middle Ages.
Oh.
He for $50 says libertarian morality. Chase Oliver, I assume gay man for president. Please run from the Libertarian Party. Dave, any thoughts on? I know I've seen some of your thoughts on Twitter, but anything to say about Chase Oliver and what that says about?
Dude, you got to be better than that
ideology?
guy. That guy sucks, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not going to defend that, but what do you know?
Just do it. Just run.
Republicans got to be better than Donald Trump, and picking Nikki Haley, who he just guaranteed would be in his cabinet, and I don't know. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks.
What do you think about Nikki Haley?
I think she's a neocon retard.
Did you see the signing the missile thing? Is that real?
Yeah.
Like, did she really do that?
She's a pro fucking. She's a globalist neocon. She's like a Henry Kissinger fucking open society type bullshit. She's NWO.
Well, yeah, I just don't like the whole signing the missile thing. That was pretty raw as fuck. The Monty Python thing. Who's okay? See, I didn't like Monty Python, so that makes sense. I stopped watching that movie within 3 seconds. It's an army thing from Europe. Okay, so that makes sense. $5 from Don, dude. Thank you so much, bro. Mises Institute website is the one with most traffic of people talking about economics. Rothbard is a
Don't make me read the Rothbard quote.
be influencing, no joke. Really? Well, I guess I don't know fucking economics at all. If Trump picks Nikki Haley for VP, he gets impeached from both sides the first week. I agree, dude. In 2 seconds, and he'll be convicted to get removed. Yeah, dude. There's no way. We're not letting that one happen.
Sucks to be a part of the thing and hope someone who's going to represent it will represent it the right way and not get that. So
You don't have to answer, but are you going to vote for Trump? Have you decided, or is it something you don't?
I don't. Honestly, I'm not a big believer in voting, but especially voting for president. But the idea of me doing something where it takes, I don't know, a couple of hours for you to have a one in one.
What?
No, I thought it was funny. I'm not a big believer in voting, especially for president. I thought
Did
it was
you vote?
funny. What? No,
Did
I
you
was,
vote?
no, I was quoting Dave. Yeah, I voted. I was quoting Dave.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I was just wondering if you actually had voted.
Yeah, I voted Libertarian.
It's a Dungeons and Dragons things. Fucking dorks up in here, bro.
I voted for and campaigned for Joe Jorgensen. Woo.
Look at you. You went and volunteered and everything. Did you door knock? What, or did you do just flyers on vote day?
No, I did the text and call campaign.
Oh, you text and call? That's nice. That's very nice of you. That's a good
They
citizen.
actually pulled me off of text campaign duty because I kept.
Did you keep talking too long on the fucking phone?
No, I would get into arguments.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You're supposed to be representing your candidate.
Listen.
That's the last thing you're supposed to do.
Listen,
And you're supposed to do fast
They
phone.
would respond with something dumb, and so I would reply.
Dude, what's crazy is
It was good. I came up with pro-libertarian arguments.
no, dude, that's so insane. And then the longer you're on the call, the worse it is for your candidate.
No, it wasn't a call. It was text campaign.
Okay. So you're arguing over text, even worse. What is wrong
You
with
get
you?
canned responses, and they would say something that there wasn't a canned response for. So I'd be like,
You're I guess I
"This is the
free
freestyle."
Yeah. Andrew continuously demonstrates what Christians shouldn't do. I agree, actually. Yeah, I kind of do agree with that. Don, dude, thank you for the 5, bro. I really appreciate you supporting. Wilson L., your church got taken Muslims. Alexandria, and Antioch, Constantinople. Four out of 5 cities of the Pentarchy fell. Wonder why Hagia Sophia is now a mosque. Oh my god! But isn't there still a bunch of? Is that the one with a bunch of Christian pictures in it still though? Like they still got like a bunch. I mean, it's a mosque, but it has a bunch of Christian shit in it, right? Is that the one that's in Turkey? Right? In Constantinople? Am I retarded? Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know if they have Christian pictures. I don't know.
I know one of those churches, it's been through so many different hands, they still have all the old pictures on the wall, and even though some of them are Christian and like Islam together. The script was invented to keep bored girl off the phone. The Hagia Sophia's in Turkey. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one where it has Christian stuff, it has Christian pictures on the wall and Islamic shit everywhere too. Pretty fucking cool actually. Rome got sacked 3 times but never taken over, and Rome was for the Catholics, right? So Rome is better. Are we? So is that why you're Catholic, Don? Is this explaining like why you're Catholic? Do you think Orthodoxy has lost a bunch and that's why you don't want to be with them because they're the losers, and you see the Catholics as the
Oh
winners?
wow, that's not very Christian of you, Tom.
Because he wants to be on the winning team. Why not? Captain for 100.
Don thinks Christian's about winning. Christianity is about winning.
Oh yeah,
Interesting,
Don.
Interesting.
That's not humble, Don. Dr. Sammy, we got to pretend that European churches aren't also under control of atheists. Really? They are?
What are the reasons?
Rome got taken over numerous times. Yeah. Don don't know his history. Yeah. Don, he is kind of right, bro. Like, one of the reasons I got 17 reasons not to be an Orthodox. He really against the Orthodox.
Yeah, well, Rome's not helping you with that, Don.
He says I win if I end up in heaven, but bro, let's think for a second here. You
He's
don't
a
end up
Catholic.
you could go to purgatory, bro. You gotta be careful there, you know?
Are you gonna like pay the
You got the money? You got your money?
penance? Yeah.
How much money you got? That's what it comes down to. Vandals, Lombards, Byzantines. He just wants to start counting at the papal state. Well, wait, Byzantines took Rome?
Well, Byzantine Empire.
I know, but they
Like,
took
Rome
they took
didn't
Rome?
officially fall.
I
It
just
was
didn't.
kind of like
I didn't know the
transition.
Byzantines took Rome. If that was true, I'm just surprised. All right.
150 millionth say in it. I don't know. I do way more important shit than that. I don't spend 2 hours on something that unimportant. So it doesn't matter that much to me. But yes, I don't know. That's I'm not going to vote for Chase. That's for sure.
Zen's forehead for 1999 says, Dave, the argument that Andrew is making is that duties from the prism of theist morality entail the violation of self-ownership, which the non-aggression principle banks on. It's a contradiction of the two worldviews.
Right.
So basically, if I can interpret it, what he's saying is, if you adapt Christian ethics, then there is morality that comes from that is directly oppositional to the idea of self-ownership.
No, okay. So
How
like, give
many
me an
packs of
example.
cigarettes does he go
Like
through?
Conscription.
Literally, like at least 1 or 2 packs per stream. Like this is.
Is this like just during his debates, or is he like does he like chain smoke like that like all day?
I'm guessing it's just during the debates, but when he's done, he probably like still smokes a decent amount. Like obviously, you know, like I just can't imagine. I wonder if the rest of the house smells like cigarettes, or if he restricts it to just like one room, you know, like just the basement.
Yeah, like that's in the house. Ugh.
Poor kids. I feel bad for the. Well, I mean, he says in a basement, so I don't think a basement's that bad.
Yeah, but it still like permeates in the house.
No, not really. I feel like if it's
Nothing.
in the basement, it's not that bad. But I feel bad for the kids if he smokes all over the house for sure. Probably he chain smokes during streams. Yeah. Knows he's cutting down for the box. Yeah, he is cutting down for the boxing match. I'm excited to hear about that.
Who's he boxing?
I know. I'm super curious. John, do you know who he's boxing? I really want to know. Don is living in a failed belief system. No pope in 70 years. Sounds like the gates of hell prevailed. Well, I want to hear the whole no pope in 70 years point, Don. I'm really curious, like what your full stance is on that. $5.
Vatican II.
Man, this is my man today. $5. Thank you, bro. If it wasn't for Catholics, the Balkans would have all been wearing burqas. Oh well, the Battle of Lepanto. Yeah, well, thanks for Charlemagne for the Papal States. Hey, Charlemagne was my fucking great grandfather. Y'all watch your fucking mouth, Don. totally forgot the name. I'm actually making like my ghostwriter name for my mate choice copying blog, Sergio Solmange, because I'm using my surname. I want to be anonymous on that account.
Okay, but in what scenario?
In the most charitable scenario you can
Okay,
possibly
fine.
think
So
of.
if you can say conscription in the most charitable scenario, fine. But then maybe you just have to own the principle of conscription in general. So if we're just going to argue that, it's like, yeah, I think conscription in general is horrifically immoral.
Yeah, but
like, I mean,
there's at least certain cases where it's not, right?
I mean, maybe, yes, maybe.
Yeah.
But
that's what he's getting at.
Fine. But if we're going to move out of just the realm of pure theory into the realm of the real world, then conscription has been pretty evil most of the times it's been used.
I don't actually disagree with that. I think that there's moral objections to that, but I'm not saying that I morally object necessarily to the duty of conscription, though.
Okay,
that's the thing, right?
Fair enough. But still, you would grant that handing people the power of conscription could lead to bad results.
That handing anybody power for anything could lead to bad results.
Fair enough.
We agree with that.
Vitellius for $20 says, for the disconnect on ownership, a person goes
I
to a
almost
car
can't
lot
do it
and
anymore, Sergio.
but they don't own it. A person can
You're dying.
Yeah.
You tapping?
Yeah.
You
I
can.
can't. This is like.
You're like, oh my god, my brain's fried.
No, it's not like because it's not like smart.
Yeah, if you're getting dumber by the minute.
God. It hurts. Like I'm gonna rip my hair out.
It's okay. You'll be fine. We can go an hour longer. I'm just kidding. Got you. I got you. Guys, we're gonna close it out because right side's a fucking pussy. I'm just kidding.
I can't take it anymore. I can't.
I'm out, guys. Nice meeting you both. Yeah, thank you, John, bro. Come back. Go subscribe to Right Side and me if you can, man. And please show some support. Come back next time. Captain Horror debates create chain smoking. I only smoke when I'm on Twitter or listening to this exhausting debate. But no, don't smoke in the freaking house. I'm making some nicotine gum soon, and I hope I don't get addicted to my own fucking supply. We'll see what happens. Don Juan for the 5, dude. Thank you so much for the 5, bro. I really appreciate it. Kermit, they left not us, not my issue, but which Eastern European Ortho church do you follow? Bulgarians, Russian, Ukrainians, Greek, get it together. Damn, he bringing up how y'all fucking separated, bruh. Orthodoxy ain't even one fucking church. It's all separated. Poor Right Side. She needs to go to sleep. It's her bedtime, guys.
No, I'm not gonna go to sleep. I'm just I can't do this anymore.
She's gonna go straight to something way more excited, like a space probably. So guys, make sure to go follow on X. Like we're probably gonna end up in a space tonight or tomorrow anyways or something. So please come. Maybe Right Side will maybe do some more content this week if I can find the X thing or find some better content.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, maybe. Or next Monday, guys, if we can't find something good to do this week. Yeah. But yeah, we'll definitely make something happen, guys. I appreciate y'all. Separated by nation state. Oh, yeah, for real. That's how they do it. But guys, thank y'all so much. Thank you to the 1,250 people watching across, both of our X platforms and YouTube and shit.
Plus really the 600 that I lost when I deleted.
I know. We would be at like literally 1,500 right now if Right Side didn't reset the fucking stream like a goofball. Yeah, good job. Oh, hell yeah, $2 super sticker. Thank you. I can't see the super sticker through fucking whatchamacallit, but I'll go look on YouTube to see which one of the stickers you sent. I appreciate that, Captain. Guys, make sure to like the video on the way out, please. Like I say all the time, please go subscribe. If you want to show support, go subscribe to both of us on YouTube. Subscribe to her on X, so then she can make a little bit of money and get better content for y'all. Subscribe to me on my YouTube membership if you want to support that way, guys. I'd really appreciate it. Like I said, I'm putting all my course videos up in there, so you get that for only $5 a month if you do that. Yeah, but let's close out. I can point out. Okay, no, Captain Horror. Let's fucking go. Yep, same boat, Don. You will. All right, guys. We'll see y'all later. Let's let fucking Right Side go. I'll see y'all later, guys. Hopefully, I think I'm doing another stream. Wait, let me say this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do another stream with Layla this week. Hopefully, another stream with Right Side again this week. If not, I'll see y'all next Monday, guys. Peace the fuck out.
See ya.